When the two worlds passage opened for the second time, 10 demon saints of the demon race had crossed over into this world and scattered while the great emperors had pursued. A few days later, a sudden change occurred. Tens of millions of the demon race had lost their sanity, fallen into confusion, and slaughtered each other. The entire invading army had been wiped out. At the same time, the great emperors vanished. On the same day, signs of connection between the two great worlds had appeared in different locations across the 4 territories of the star boundary. The star boundary had been invaded by the demon realm, the world barrier shattered, and a large portion of the environment had been turned into a demon land. Numerous demon race armies had crossed into the world from the various demon lands and gradually spread out to engulf the star boundary with the location of each demon land as their foundation. The star boundary was in chaos. Just during the time that Xianxia spent sealing the two worlds' passage alone, the information received by each army commander from various sources indicated that more than 30 demon lands had been formed in various locations throughout the 4 territories. More importantly, that was only what they had managed to detect within a short period of time. The real number was most likely much higher than that. All of this was explained in the jade slip that the Lotus Sisters had handed to Xianxia. The situation was extremely urgent, so Li Wuyi and the various army commanders could not wait any longer. Leaving a jade slip behind to explain the entire situation, they had all departed. Li Wuyi had also taken almost all of the demon race half-saints away with him, leaving only the Lotus Sisters who Xianxia was familiar with to pass on this message. Xianxia had just finished reading the contents of the jade slip and had yet to digest this staggering information when the space beacon on his wrist suddenly flashed with light and another jade slip appeared out of thin air. The jade slip contained Bian Yuqing's aura, so it was clearly news sent from High Heaven Palace. Several months ago, the 61st Army had marched towards the Western Territory. Every cultivator in High Heaven Palace with even the slightest bit of strength worth considering had been taken away by Xianxia, but somebody had to stay back to watch over and manage the sect. Bian Yuqing was the person he had chosen to stay behind this time. For Bian Yuqing to send news at this time would undoubtedly mean that something had happened in High Heaven Palace. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade slip, checking its content with his divine sense. His complexion turned deathly pale in the next moment as he roared, "They court death!" He crushed the jade slip in his hand. With a flicker of his figure, he tried to return to the 61st Army's base camp when his vision unexpectedly went dark and he was struck by a wave of dizziness, nearly causing him to crash to the ground as a result. Sealing the two worlds' passage just now had consumed a tremendous amount of his energy, so at this moment the demon chi in his body was experiencing a chaotic flow. Fortunately, Bai Lian reacted quickly and caught him before he fell. Xianxia glanced at the sisters and quickly ordered, "Take me back to the camp." The Lotus Sisters nodded and pushed their demon chi in unison, transforming into a stream of black light that headed towards the 61st Army's base camp. On the other hand, Xianxia hurriedly swallowed several spirit pills and concentrated on refining the medicinal efficacies in hopes of recovering his strength as quickly as possible. An incense stick later, the Lotus Sisters appeared in front of the 61st Army's base camp with Xianxia held between them. The division commanders immediately surrounded Xianxia with Yao Si quickly asking, "Sir, what happened? Why have all the other armies withdrawn?" At this moment, the other 54 armies of the star boundary were gone. Only the 61st Army remained stationed in this place, waiting for orders. Therefore, this group of people had no idea about what was going on at all. Xianxia raised his hand and tossed the jade slip Li Wuyi had left behind to Yao Si. "See for yourself, then inform the others. Also, pass on my orders. All troops are to assemble immediately. We are returning to the Northern Territory." Yang Xiao accepted the order and immediately relayed it to the rest of the army. In response, the entire army that had been at rest hurriedly got into their military formations. A short while later, Yao Si handed the jade slip to Xie Wu Wei with a solemn expression before turning to Xianxia with an incredulous expression. "Sir, is this for real? How could it possibly be fake?" In addition, Second Manager Bian has sent word that a demon land has appeared just 3,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Palace. A large number of the demons are currently attacking High Heaven Palace. Upon hearing those words, Everybody became anxious. Xianxia lifted his hand, summoned the sealed world bead, and had it assume its Gun form. Gun subsequently took the entire 61st Army into its belly with a ferocious bite. Having experienced this once before, no one panicked much. Nobody resisted even though Xianxia had not said anything. Finished, Xianxia turned to look at Yao Si, pondered for a moment before he decided to say, "The great emperors are missing. This matter could not remain concealed for long. People would find out about it sooner or later, so since it was something that could not be hidden, Xianxia decided to reveal the truth up front. There might be no need for the others to know, but Yao Si was the son of a great emperor, so it was only right for him to learn of this." Yao Si, however, just stared at Xianxia with a blank expression. It was clear that he did not understand the meaning behind the latter's words. Xianxia sighed. "Not too long ago, the auras of all the great emperors vanished. Supreme Commander Li and I have both tried, but we couldn't connect to the space beacons the great emperors hold on to. They are no longer in this world." Yao Si turned deathly pale, unable to believe what he was hearing. Xianxia grabbed Yu Si's shoulder and continued, "The great emperors are the strongest among us and exceptionally experienced. They won't face any life-threatening dangers. It might just be that something has happened to them that makes it impossible for us to contact them." Yao Si nodded woodenly at those words. The 61st Army had been more than 300,000 men strong when they first set off on this campaign, but there were now 50,000 fewer of them. Those 50,000 people had been killed in battle and dyed the Western territory with their blood. Even so, this rate of loss was still within an acceptable range compared to the relative losses experienced by the demon race and the other armies. Xianxia put the sealed world bead away once the entire 61st Army had successfully been taken into the small sealed world. Taking a step forward, he vanished from that spot, and when he reappeared again, he had already arrived in his bedroom on High Heaven Peak. He had left a space beacon inside his room a long time ago, so it was only natural that he could return so quickly. He felt an earthquake rumbling through the ground as soon as he reappeared, and explosions rang out unceasingly without a single pause. Xianxia flitted out of the door only to see High Heaven Palace in chaos, with streams of light scrambling about between the mountain peaks like headless flies. He looked around and saw that High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had been activated. The spirit peaks were enveloped in a layer of world energy flashing with a white light. The Grand Array extracted power from the earth veins below and the spirit peak above to produce a light curtain that blocked enemy attacks. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia couldn't help breathing a small sigh of relief. He had been scared that he might return only to be greeted by the sight of a breached Grand Array. If that had been the case, countless people in High Heaven Palace would have died as a result. The main sect and branch sects of High Heaven Palace had more than 100,000 disciples. Furthermore, those with even the slightest bit of cultivation worth considering had been forced into the 61st Army. The disciples remaining in High Heaven Palace's main sect after the 61st Army was deployed had been pitifully weak aside from P186, who had some measure of strength in comparison. Therefore, they would not have had the strength to fight back if the sect defending array had been breached and the demon race had invaded. Fortunately, the sect defending array of High Heaven Palace had been personally arranged by Nanmen Dejun, and Xianxia had spared no expense in preparing all the necessary manpower and materials requested during its construction. That was why the array was practically impenetrable. The demon race army had attacked aggressively but failed to breach the defenses of the spirit array in short order. Although the sect defending array had not been breached, though, it looked like it was about to fall apart at any moment. There were fine cracks spreading out across the curtain of light, and it would probably be completely broken in less than a quarter hour. Spurred on by this situation, the attacks of the demon race army became even fiercer than before. P186 held the Palace Master Command token in her hand, mobilizing the world energy of all the spirit peaks in High Heaven Palace to supply a steady stream of power to the Grand Array. She was doing her best to buy as much time as possible, but her cultivation wasn't high enough. Activating the Palace Master Command token without holding back like that had left her drenched in sweat. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, and her figure swayed in midair as though she might lose consciousness at any moment. Taking in the situation in an instant, Xianxia hurriedly flew towards her. Along the way, a person knocked into him from the side. He grabbed the person by the neck and held the person up. Glancing at the person coldly, he noticed that this person was very unfamiliar to him. This person's cultivation could not be considered powerful as he was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. Xianxia had taken all the disciples in High Heaven Palace in the Origin King realm and above with him, so how could there be any cultivators in the Dao Source realm here? However, High Heaven Palace was the main logistics base of the star boundary. So many alchemists and artifact refiners were stationed here as a result. This person was clearly an outsider, and there was a faint pill fragrance coming from his body, so he was probably a visiting alchemist. "Why are you panicking?" Xianxia shouted. That person turned pale. He was so shocked that he didn't even resist when he was caught. It was clear that he had been scared out of his wits. He instinctively answered upon hearing Xianxia's question, "I have to run. High Heaven Palace won't hold out for much longer. It will be too late if I don't run now." "Bullshit." Xianxia was livid. "Not only do you not think of killing the enemy in front of you, but you also create panic and spread chaos amongst our people. You should thank the heavens you aren't part of the 61st Army, otherwise I would have killed you myself." When the alchemist heard those words, he raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Only then did he recognize who was before him and stutter. "Yang! Palace Master Yang! Scram!" Xianxia tossed the alchemist aside without much care. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on this person. Taking a step forward, he arrived next to P186. P186 had been struggling to hold on, so she couldn't help jumping in fright when she detected somebody approaching her. Turning to look in that direction, though, she became overjoyed. "Palace Master!" Xianxia nodded. "Leave this to me." While speaking, he gave a wave of his hand and Xianxia appeared in front of him. He instructed, "Hear my orders. Hold the line for a little longer." Xianxia nodded at those words, taking over the Palace Master command token from P186 and continuing to maintain the spirit array. On the other hand, P186 had long since been an arrow at the end of its flight. The reason she had persisted for so long was through pure force of will. Now that Xianxia had appeared and Xianxia had taken over the command token, she relaxed and immediately passed out, her body falling limply out of the sky. Xianxia reached out a hand, placed her into the small sealed world's medicine garden, and asked the two wood spirits to take care of her. She was only experiencing great exhaustion, so her life was in no danger, and she simply needed to recuperate for a while to recover. As such, he was not too worried about her. Somebody flew in this direction from below at that moment. When that person came closer, it was revealed to be Jiying. He looked at Xianxia with a panicked expression as he shouted, "Brother Yang, what is going on? Where did these demons come from? Also, why can't I contact my honored master?" He had sensed that something was wrong after the sudden appearance of the demon race and the unexpected attack on High Heaven Palace. Hence, he immediately sent a message to Wondrous Pill Great Emperor in order to ask about the current situation. Who could have imagined that he would be unable to contact the Great Emperor? Jiying couldn't even send out the jade slip containing his message. This was something that had never happened before. Xianxia replied, "The situation is rather complicated. I will explain the details to you after I resolve the immediate danger we are facing, Brother Ji." Lifting his hand again, he summoned 3 figures from the small sealed world. They were Qiongqi, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui. "Old Qiong, escort Shower to Dragon Island. Tell the 2 elders about the current state of affairs and request that Great Elder and Second Elder leave the island to take charge of the overall situation." That was Li Wuyi's plan as mentioned in the Jade Slip. He knew about the close relationship between Xianxia and Dragon Island, therefore he was certain Dragon Island could not turn a blind eye if Xianxia was the one who came forward with the request. All the great emperors were currently missing and nobody knew what had happened to the demon saints. If the demon saints were still in the star boundary, then the only people in this world who could stand up to them were the 2 strongest elders of Dragon Island. Unfortunately, the Dragon clan abided by their ancestral rules and rarely left the island without reason. That might not be the case for a normal member of the Dragon clan, but the Great Elder and Second Elder had not left the island for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, that was if one discounted the last time Second Elder Fujuan left the island because she had been worried about Yang Shao. Li Wuyi had no idea whether they could get the two elders to leave the island. Even so, he could only leave this matter to Yang Kai. Yang Xiao was obviously aware of the urgency of the matter, so he immediately saluted. Yes, this child will definitely live up to your trust. Adoptive father. Go! Yang Kai waved Yang Xiao away. Be careful, big brother. Take care of our parents. Yang Shui warned. Now that the demon race had attacked, the only thing she couldn't help but worry about were her parents' safety. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed her head. Don't worry. As long as your big brother is around, nobody can harm a single hair on our parents' head. She nodded at his words. Only then did she set off with Yang Xiao and Xianxia. They were heading towards the hall where the cross-territory space array was located. Dragon Island was also a sealed world in itself, so space beacons could not connect from the star boundary. Hence, they could only use the cross-territory space array to arrive just outside Dragon Island before heading into the island. After watching the three people leave, Yang Kai finally turned around to look in a certain direction. In that direction stood Namen Dejun, who was busy leading a group of disciples as they made urgent repairs to the spirit array. He was the one who arranged the entire sect defending array of High Heaven Palace, so nobody knew the various secrets of it better than him. Under normal circumstances, he could have completed repairs on the grand array by himself without much effort, but although he was not slow when it came to making repairs, his speed was unfortunately not enough to make ends meet with the demon race army constantly attacking. He was currently scolding several disciples that were slightly slower than the others in his anxiety. While he was in the middle of his scolding, he suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. He was furious. Who the hell? Palace Master? Palace Master, you're back? His furious expression turned into one of pleasant surprise. At the same time, he felt the anxiety in his heart receding. Now that Yang Kai was back, the immediate crisis would soon be resolved. After following Yang Kai for so many years, Namen Dejun had inexplicable confidence in his palace master. Yang Kai gazed through the light curtain formed by the grand array. Staring forward, his gaze pierced through the void. There was an extremely powerful aura on the other side. It was like a bright light in the darkness of the night, which made it stand out among the many other members of the demon race. It was a half-saint. It turned out that there was a half-saint leading the demon race army that attacked High Heaven Palace. The half-saint sensed somebody spying on him, and a powerful divine sense subsequently poured out and transformed into a vicious attack that pierced the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea like waves crashing against the shore. Yang Kai coldly snorted in response, and his divine sense surged as the black flames in his knowledge sea swirled and turned into a gigantic vortex. At the same time, he opened his defenses and took the initiative to welcome the half-saint's divine sense that was attacking him. An invisible and intangible power fell into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before it had time to do any damage, it was completely devoured by the vortex. Several tens of kilometers away, a burly demon race half-saint riding a tall demon beast grunted in response. His body swayed unsteadily on top of his mount, and a look of horror swept over his face. When he perceived a fairly powerful aura appearing out of nowhere, he wanted to use the other party as an example to demonstrate his strength. Therefore, he launched a soul attack without hesitation. Who could have expected that his divine sense would be cut off without warning? Even his mind had been shaken greatly by the encounter as a result. A look of incredulity appeared on his face. He had clearly sensed that the opponent was no stronger than a high-ranked demon king, but unexpectedly, this person's soul turned out to be much stronger than his own. Something that went against common sense like this left him feeling utterly confused. Before he could figure out the situation, he felt his vision going blurry for a moment. Then, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. That person stood on the head of his mount less than a meter away from him and watched him quietly. Looking at that face, the half-saint couldn't help thinking that that person looked rather familiar. He looks like that Yang Kai who caused a huge fuss in the demon realm before. But why does he have gray hair now? Caught up in his thoughts, the half-saint missed Yang Kai, forming several hand seals before pushing his palms out towards him. When the palms came at him, the half-saint felt as though everything around him became slow. Even his thoughts seemed to have become sluggish. The only thing in the world that moved was that palm in front of him that was rapidly becoming larger and larger. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Xianxia had only managed to scratch the surface of the Tao of Time, but that did not hinder the power of the Timefly's seal. Just as the palm print was about to strike the half-saint, he suddenly let out a deafening roar. He roared so loudly that his face flushed beet red. Forcefully freeing himself from the influence of the Timefly's seal, his large hand reached out to grab something in the void. A spear appeared in the palm of his hand, and with a flick, the spear stabbed toward Xianxia like a flood dragon heading out to sea. A burst of demon chi followed as a loud explosion sounded. Xianxia grunted, and at the same time his body was sent flying backwards like a paper kite. He was the one to suffer a loss in the head-to-head confrontation, even though he had the advantage of taking the initiative. There was a large gap between their cultivations after all. Even so, Xianxia had fought against a half-saint with the cultivation of a high-rank demon king before, so nobody could have done better than him in this situation. Staggering backward, pale-faced, Xianxia found himself in quite a predicament. On the other hand, the demon race half-saint refused to let up after succeeding once. Straightening his body, he flew off his mount and struck out viciously with his spear. His imposing attacking aura enveloped Xianxia so much that even the world was sealed off as he grinned savagely and shouted, "Die." He didn't care whether the person in front of him was Xianxia, who had caused a huge fuss in the demon realm, or not. As long as he killed this person and brought the corpse back for his clansmen to identify, everything would eventually be resolved. As soon as the words left his mouth, though, the half-saint felt a throbbing in his heart as though something bad was about to happen. At his cultivation, he would get a vague but mysterious feeling whenever he was faced with an imminent crisis. He himself might not be aware of what the crisis he was about to face was, but he would become aware of it just before it struck him. Thus, he could act to avoid the disaster. The last time he experienced this feeling, he had only been a high-rank demon king. At the time, he had faced a strong enemy and nearly lost his life to his opponent. After so many years, this feeling struck his heart again. He reacted rather decisively and immediately drew back his spear the moment the throbbing began, just in time to see a sinister smile curling the corners of Xianxia's lips. Shwa shwa shwa. When Xianxia waved his hand, several figures appeared out of thin air, each figure exuding the aura of a half-saint. That demon race half-saint had just landed on his mount again. Turning his head to the side, he saw that he had been surrounded by several people. He swept his gaze over those faces, his expression changing as he did so. Bai Zhua, Bai Ye. Aside from these two half-saints, there was also a pair of twins. If his guess was correct, they were the twin sisters of Hundred Spirits Continent, He Lian and Bai Lian. Each of these figures was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Thus, his expression turned grim in an instant. A faint sheen of sweat oozed out of his forehead as he finally recalled a rumor. The brat known as Xianxia was not only proficient in the Tao of Space, but also had a storage artifact that could store living beings in his possession. After seeing these four demon race half-saints mysteriously appearing around him, how could the half-saint remain oblivious to the fact that the person he had sent flying with his spear just now was Xianxia? Moreover, these four had most likely come out of Xianxia's storage artifact. So he lamented in his heart. I'd have nothing to fear if it was only one half-saint. But four, two fists can't block four punches. Could my luck be so bad that I accidentally barged into Xianxia's territory right after I arrived here from the demon realm? Why else would that damn plague be here? I'll leave him to you. Xianxia released the four half-saints, borrowed their strength, and flew away, landing directly in the middle of the demon race army. From the moment he stepped out of High Heaven Palace to the moment he attacked the half-saint, everything had taken place in the briefest of moments. It was so fast that most of the demon race army had yet to react to his presence. Besides, there were several hundreds of thousands in the demon race army. They covered the mountains and the plains, practically surrounding most of High Heaven Palace. It was on such a large scale that the commotion had not spread far, even though it was a confrontation between half-saints. Therefore, only some of the nearby demon race members had noticed the anomaly when Xianxia landed amongst them. The ones located further away were unable to see anything at all and continued to launch attacks at the sect-defending array of High Heaven Palace. When Xianxia landed on the ground, the surrounding demon race army was taken aback for a moment, then they immediately attacked him without hesitation. He was surrounded by many people in an instant. A furious roar rang out in response, and an earth-shakingly violent burst of power erupted outwards. The demon race army surrounding Yang Kai suffered a crushing blow that left them in a miserable state. Many of them were thrown into the sky, exploding into a blood mist that rained down on the others below them. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left within 300 meters of his vicinity. He lifted his hand and Zhui Feng appeared with a series of neighs. Mounting Zhui Feng, Yang Kai lifted his hand again to summon the embodiment. The moment the embodiment appeared, he sped out to a place several kilometers away and transformed into a giant in midair before landing among the demon race with a crash. There was another loud explosion. An earthquake spread out, causing the loose rock in the surrounding mountains to come tumbling down. Reaching out his hand, the demonic war hammer appeared in his grip and he swung it horizontally. Nobody could get to within 1,000 meters of the embodiment. Just the powerful demon chi vibrations he released were enough to kill any demon with no chance for them to resist. When the embodiment began his slaughter, a large number of people appeared around Yang Kai. The space was not that vast, so the 61st Army could not be brought out all at once. Yang Kai could only take out the 10 divisions worth of people from the small sealed world in batches. There was no need to say anything. When he left High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai had communicated with the small sealed world with his mind to inform the division commanders and the army of more than 200,000 about the current situation. For that reason, the 61st Army was already fully equipped and prepared for battle as they appeared. Under the leadership of the division commanders and vice division commanders, the army began cutting down the enemy with great vigor while making their way toward a certain direction. An army of 270,000 spread out in 10 separate directions, plowing through the battlefield outside High Heaven Palace and leaving 10 empty spaces in their wake. Everywhere they passed, the opposing demon race army was killed on the spot. There were many among the demon race army too, more than the 61st Army in fact. However, none of them could have imagined that their enemies would launch an attack from the middle of their ranks, and they were caught off guard as a result. On the other hand, the 61st Army was well prepared in advance, so it was only natural that it turned into a one-sided battle under these circumstances, especially since Emperor Realm Masters and above were everywhere to be found in the 61st Army. The pressure on High Heaven Palace's sect defending array dropped sharply as the demons attacking it had stopped their actions after hearing strange noises coming from behind them. When they turned to look behind them, their expressions turned blank in shock. Both Hua Qingxi, who was preceding over the Grand Array, and Nanmen Dejun, who was repairing the Grand Array, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they noticed the changes. Just days after the great emperors disappeared and the two great worlds were connected, hundreds of thousands of demons and humans fought a desperate battle outside High Heaven Palace. This battle left rivers of blood and mountains of corpses behind. It was a tragic scene comparable to the Western Territory battlefield. In this battle, the 61st Army killed countless enemies, while the demon race army of hundreds of thousands lost nearly half of their numbers. Even an enemy half-saint was killed in battle. It was not an overstatement to say that it was extremely devastating for the demon realm side. The demon half-saint leading the demon race army to besiege High Heaven Palace was not weak. He was a stone demon with inherently powerful defensive abilities, but even so, Baizhua, Baiya, and the Lotus Sisters were working together against him, so how could he fare well when he had to face all four of them on his own? By the time the 61st Army rushed in from all sides and laid waste to the enemy, the stone demon half-saint had already been killed on the spot by Bai Shu and the others. A stone demon's defensive abilities were truly outstanding, but even if he had a powerful defense and equally strong offense, it was a given that a 1-against-4 battle would end in tragedy. Unfortunately, Baiya had been injured quite severely in the process. The stone demon half-saint had desperately retaliated with everything he had when he saw that he had no hope of surviving this battle. Even the 4 half-saints working together could not come out of the battle unscathed. The moment the stone demon half-saint died, the demon race army that was already at an absolute disadvantage fell into even greater panic. Despite having the courage to take on thousands of enemies, nobody was willing to voluntarily seek death when they could survive instead. Hence, they immediately scattered and fled in all directions. The 61st Army pursued the enemy force for thousands of kilometers before withdrawing. When Yang Kai next saw Baya again, the latter was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale complexion and a bloody gaping hole in his abdomen that almost penetrated right through his body. "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. Baya opened his eyes and shook his head weakly. "I won't die from this, but I will need to recuperate for a year or so to fully recover." Yang Kai said, "The most prominent alchemists in the entire star boundary are currently gathered in High Heaven Palace. So we have the best spirit pills available. Why don't you rest and recuperate here? You can also take care of High Heaven Palace for me while you are at it." Baya had no objections to this arrangement, so Yang Kai had Xianxia lead him into the palace and settle him down somewhere. "Sir, look at the surroundings." Yao Si stepped forward and murmured solemnly. There was no need for Yao Si to mention it. Yang Kai had already noticed the anomaly in their immediate vicinity. This battle had caused the deaths of many demons, and it could be said that the mountains and plains outside High Heaven Palace were littered with corpses. In the past, nothing special had occurred when a demon died in the star boundary. However, Demon Chi was escaping from these demon race corpses at this moment. It would have been nothing if it had been limited to only 1 or 2 corpses, but it would turn into a terrifying situation if all the demon corpses were showing similar signs. What's more, the sinister demon chi that was released by the 200,000 or 300,000 fallen demons seemed to be drifting in a certain direction under the influence of some invisible force. Demon chi was surging violently outside High Heaven Palace, shrouding the entire area in darkness. Even though it was in the middle of the day, it made a person feel like they were standing in the dark of night. Yang Kai looked in the direction the demon chi was traveling and saw an enormous black spot in the sky. It was as though somebody had splashed a large blot of ink on the once blue sky. Moreover, the entire area under the black spot had become a piece of demon land. The black spot was located some distance away from High Heaven Palace, at least a few thousand kilometers. Nevertheless, it was so large that it was already a plate-sized patch in Yang Kai's vision. One could only imagine how large it would be if they were standing in the middle of it. Yang Kai frowned. A demon land had appeared several thousand kilometers away from High Heaven Palace. The situation was identical to the situation near the battlefield of the Western Territory. Furthermore, he did not know how many other areas in the entire star boundary had been eroded and turned into demon lands. After going all out just now, the 61st Army was resting and recuperating. They would not be able to fight again in short order. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment, but just as he was about to go and check out the situation in the newly appeared demon land, he saw Xianxia running towards him in a hurry. "Palace Master, the branch sect has been attacked. In addition, Temple Master 1 of Azure Sun Temple has asked for support. There is a demon race army attacking Azure Sun Temple. There is a half-saint among them, and nobody at Azure Sun Temple can hold that person back." Yang Kai's expression turned icy at those words. The star boundary had just achieved a great victory in the battle at the Western Territory, and he thought that it would be the battle that determined the victor once and for all. Who could have known that the chaotic situation had only just begun? At present, the entire star boundary was like a house with a broken roof that leaked badly from everywhere. It gave off a precarious vibe that was threatening to fall apart at any moment. If High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple were having so much trouble, it was easy to imagine how the other sects were faring in comparison. The 61st Army could not be deployed again, so mulling over the situation for a moment, Yang Kai ordered, "Those in the Emperor realm and above who can still fight, follow me to the branch sect." Then, he turned to look at the Lotus Sisters. "Please head to Azure Sun Temple to help." "I will head there shortly." The Lotus Sisters did not object to his orders. Now that Changtian was not here, they had no choice but to obey him. Yang Kai still had the space beacon to contact Gao Shueting in his possession. Therefore, he immediately drew upon the power of the space beacon and sent the Lotus Sisters to Gao Shueting's side. After that, he placed all the Emperor Realm Masters that had gathered around into the sealed world bead and arrived at the space array with a flicker. Stepping onto the spirit array, Yang Kai instantly arrived at the branch sect in the Southern Territory. High Heaven Palace had more than 100,000 disciples. Too many for the main sect to accommodate despite the large area it occupied. Therefore, half of the disciples had been placed in the branch sect in the Southern Territory. It was just that the situation at the branch sect was similar to the main sect. There were no masters standing guard, so they only relied on the sect defending array to fend off foreign enemies. When Yang Kai arrived at the branch sect, rumbling sounds were constantly coming from the sect defending array. Even so, it still looked solid and showed no signs of damage. The main reason was that Yang Kai had arrived soon after the demon race army started attacking. Otherwise, the grand array of the branch sect would not have lasted for long without support. The disciples of the branch sect were still in a positive state of mind and had not fallen into panic. Moreover, those with some measure of ability were getting ready for battle under the instructions of their senior brothers and senior sisters. Everyone was preparing to face the enemy should the sect-defending array be forcefully broken, hence they were oblivious to the fact that Yang Kai had appeared at the space array. Time was short, so Yang Kai didn't spare any time to talk to the branch sect's disciples. He quickly flew out of the branch sect's shield and stood in the middle of the demon race army, his divine sense sweeping outward and giving him an almost complete grasp of the situation. Their numbers were not overwhelming, but not few either. There were around 100,000 demons here, but no half-saint leading them. The ones with the highest cultivation were high-rank demon kings. Zhui Feng appeared with a loud neigh. Yang Kai mounted the beast and gave a wave of his hand. Then, hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters along with several half-saints appeared next to him. Holding the myriad sword in the palm of his hand, he pointed forward and roared, "Kill!" A group of Emperor Realm Masters wore savage smiles as they scattered in all directions, forming groups of 3 to 5 to cover each other's blind spots. Organized, they rushed into the midst of the demon race army. Like wolves running wild in a sheep's pen, the demons were unable to fight back wherever these masters passed. Some demon kings managed to persist for a short while, but they ultimately could not escape their fate of being slaughtered. Although Yang Kai hadn't brought many people with him, each one he did was an emperor. Furthermore, his side included 3 demon race half-saints, Bai Zhua, the embodiment, and Zhui Feng, as well as 3 dragon clan members, Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, and Fu Ling. How could the demon race army withstand such a powerful lineup? Zhui Feng galloped through the army, and regardless of whether it was a demon great general or a demon king in front of him, they all exploded into blood mist. There was no exception whatsoever. Riding on Zhui Feng, Yang Kai swung with his myriad sword wantonly, sending out waves of sword chi, beheading demons and slicing off their limbs. It wasn't until the demon race army was fleeing in all directions that the branch sect's disciples hiding inside the sect defending array reacted and realized that reinforcements had arrived. Looking out into the distance, they recognized the figure riding on the strange beast to be none other than their palace master. Cheers immediately shook the sky. Following that, the shield was deactivated and they rushed out to clean up the straggling enemies. The strength of the disciples who remained in the branch sect was honestly not that powerful. Those who had some strength had been recruited into 61st Army by Yang Kai after all, so it was only natural that only the less powerful remained. A group of people like this would have been wiped out by any random demon king. Even so, they rushed out fearlessly and chased the demon race members with great enthusiasm. On the other hand, the demons being chased fled desperately without even looking back. Fortunately, the branch sect's disciples still had their wits about them to a certain extent. They knew that their strength was lacking and they would surely suffer if they chased the enemy too far, so they only pursued them for a few hundred kilometers before turning back. Upon meeting Yang Kai, they bowed in unison. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Wait until the demon chi dissipates completely from the demon corpses before cleaning up the battlefield. Otherwise, there is a risk of demonification. The many disciples nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Yang Kai waved his hand. Return to the sect. If the enemy comes again, don't forget to send a message to head manager. After some organizing, he placed all the people he brought with him back into the small sealed world. A space beacon flashed with light next as Yang Kai teleported to another location again. When he reappeared, Yang Kai was already inside Azure Sun Temple. A beautiful figure with a longsword in hand was fighting a demon king next to him. He had teleported here through the space beacon. He used to keep in contact with Gao Xueting, so it was only natural that he appeared beside her. The longsword in Gao Xueting's hand flourished, and her sword chi slashed in all directions. There was also a round mirror hanging above her head. The mirror's surface was shining brilliantly like the sun as bursts of flame shot out in the form of vicious fiery snakes, striking the Demon King. Xianxia immediately recognized her natal emperor artifact, the radiant sun mirror. The mirror was so powerful that he had not seen her use it many times himself. Gao Shueting's opponent was a high-ranked demon king with powerful cultivation, so logically speaking, he should be stronger than her. However, her emperor artifact was extraordinary and this was the star boundary. So the demon invaders had yet to adapt to the slight differences in world principles here. As a result, the high-ranked demon king was flustered and panicked even though he was marginally stronger than Gao Shueting. While it was not a life-threatening situation for him, he was still in terrible condition. The Demon King, seemingly realizing he was losing momentum, suddenly became resolute. But just as he was about to unleash a secret technique he kept as a trump card, he saw a slightly gray-haired youth riding a strange beast appearing in front of him. The youth was nothing special, but the strange beast was giving off the aura of a half-saint. Their abrupt appearance at such a close distance and in such a strange manner frightened the Demon King greatly and left him feeling flustered. In addition, a glance from Zhui Feng caused the demon qi in his body to churn chaotically. When Gao Shueting noticed this, she did not let the opportunity slip by her. The flames of the sun burst out from the radiant sun mirror, burning so fiercely that the Demon King had to strain himself just to block them. At the same time, a longsword appeared in his blinded field of vision and stabbed straight at him. A pain spread out in his chest as the sword pierced his body. Pushing her emperor qi wildly, Gao Shueting unleashed a burst of sword qi from her weapon and cut the Demon King in front of her into pieces. She then retracted her sword and gave it a light swing to remove the demon blood on the blade. Looking Xianxia up and down, she commented, "You look quite majestic like that." Xianxia grinned meaningfully. "Many thanks for the praise, senior sister." His expression then turned serious. "What's the situation?" She sighed softly. "Thankfully you sent those two half-saints over to help. Otherwise, the temple would have been in serious trouble." Xianxia then swept his gaze around and saw that everywhere in the Azure Sun Temple was burning with the flames of war. It was clear that the demon race army had broken past the temple's sect defending array. That was an inevitable situation. Even High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, which was extremely sturdy, was about to fall apart at any moment under the demon race army's siege. In fact, it would have been breached if Xianxia had arrived any later. Although Azure Sun Temple's sect defending array was not to be taken lightly either, it was slightly inferior compared to High Heaven Palace's. How could it hold up against the demon race army? When the sect defending array had been breached, when Zishan had taken decisive action to send a message to High Heaven Palace for help. That was because he knew that numerous wars had broken out everywhere in the star boundary and all the armies were probably exhausted from defending against the enemy, so asking for help from them might not be of use. The 61st Army was the only force still in excellent condition. What's more, Xianxia had as many masters under him as the clouds in the sky. Therefore, asking Xianxia for help was the only chance Azure Sun Temple had of surviving this crisis. Not long after the request for help was sent out, the Lotus Sisters were sent over to help with repelling the invading demon race, Half-Saint leading the enemy forces. When Zishan then led his army into a fierce battle against the demons inside Azure Sun Temple and gradually stabilized the situation. Xianxia glanced over and took in the situation within the temple before swiftly shouting, "Senior sister, take care of yourself." Xianxia clamped his knees around Zhui Feng, and Zhui Feng charged forward. Meanwhile, the myriad sword flashed with a cold light, rushing straight at the nearest Demon King. When the Demon King saw Zhui Feng bearing down on him, his expression changed to one of horror, and he made a decision on the spot. A cloud of blood burst out from his body and transformed into a ray of bloodlight to escape. Xianxia reached out to grab the Demon King and space principles flared. The space around the Demon King hardened and he was instantly frozen in place, unable to move. On the other hand, Xianxia galloped away on horseback, swinging the myriad sword slightly and speeding into the distance several kilometers away without even looking back at the Demon King. Behind Xianxia, the Demon King swayed unsteadily, his eyes widening for a moment before he exploded, leaving no corpse behind. The hundreds of people that Xianxia had placed back into the sealed world bead just a short while ago were released again. There was no need for him to say anything. They immediately scattered in all directions and slaughtered the demons. Riding on Zhui Feng for a while, Yang Kai could sense his companion's bloodthirsty aura. Thus, he decided to let Zhui Feng simply run wild. As Zhui Feng charged, Yang Kai's figure flashed erratically as he slashed at his enemies with his sword. The myriad sword was seemingly unstoppable as one after another, the members of the demon race fell to its blade. Needless to say, most of the demon great generals and the demon generals lost their lives before they even realized what was going on. There were few even among the demon kings who could last 3 strikes against Yang Kai. Yang Kai cut down a demon king who was fighting Morong Xiao. But just as she was about to thank him, he suddenly turned his head and looked at something several kilometers away. Xianxia's figure was whirling about in that direction like a dancing butterfly. She was struggling hard to keep up with the fierce attacks of a mid-rank demon king. Her flying figure was akin to a willow branch swaying in the storm, unable to control herself. Although she was also an Emperor Realm Master, she rarely engaged in battle throughout her cultivation journey, much less fought on the front lines of a war. Among Yang Kai's many women, Xianxia was by far the one with the least actual combat experience. Moreover, her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, so it was only natural that she was struggling to match up against her opponent. Even though she was moving about nimbly, she was still stuck in a dangerous and hard-pressed situation against this demon king. In comparison, the demon king had a savage expression on his face and put up a frenzied offensive as though he wanted nothing more than to kill this annoying woman on the spot. Just as Yang Kai looked over, the demon king sent out a fierce punch. The demon king's huge fist, which was almost half the size of her face, flew straight at her chest. That punch was so heavy that even a mountain would have collapsed under that impact, much less her delicate body. Morong Xiao screamed and instantly rushed over to help. Unfortunately, there was a distance of several kilometers between them, so it would be too late no matter how fast she moved. On the contrary, Yang Kai remained motionless, his mental state strung so tight that he was on the verge of a breakdown. Still, he was prepared to rescue her the moment the situation turned dire. Faced with this punch that was powerful enough to break a mountain, a trace of panic inevitably flashed across Xianxia's beautiful eyes. There had never been a time when she felt so close to death before, not even during the time when Grand Desolation Starfield invaded Hung Luo Starfield and defiled Tongxian Realm. With danger so close at hand, she lifted her hand and a longan-sized bead was clamped between 2 jade-like fingers. That bead looked rather unremarkable, a dull brown with not the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. The words Yang Kai had told her when he first handed this bead to her flashed in her mind at that moment. If you are ever in danger, throw this at your opponent. It will turn the situation around. Xianxia naturally held complete trust towards her junior brother. Therefore, she did as she was told at this moment of desperation and threw the bead at the demon king in front of her. When the demon king saw her throwing a bead at him, he instinctively reacted warily. However, when he realized that there was nothing special about that bead and saw the panicked look on his opponent's face, he sneered. This weak human woman in front of me is so frightened that she lost her wits. Does she even know what she threw at me? The force behind the fist that blasted forward became more and more powerful, slamming straight into the oncoming bead. A clear sound came from his fist the next moment, followed by severe pain. The demon king paled in extreme horror as he wondered what was happening. When his fist came into contact with the seemingly unremarkable bead, he felt an oppressive and unstoppable force smashing into him. His fists that he was so proud of and his body that could withstand even the forces of a demon artifact were as fragile as paper in front of this strange bead. An overwhelming strength washed over him from the front and his arm shattered. Even so, the bead did not stop and continued to crush half of his body before flying out and striking a mountain behind them. The demon king howled in agony as the expression on his face no longer held any contempt when he looked at Xianxia. Instead, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. However, his scream was covered by a deafening noise that followed. The entire world shook for an instant, and the chaos inside Azure Sun Temple went silent as everyone who could turned to look at the source of the sound. A mountain that was several thousand meters tall had been struck by something and exploded with a deafening roar. In the next instant, Rubble and dirt rained down from the sky as though the world itself was collapsing. When the noise subsided, the tall mountain was reduced to a height of only several dozen meters while a giant crater had formed. It was a scene of absolute destruction. Xianxia stared in a daze at the scene before her. Others might not understand what had happened, but she was well aware of the situation. She had simply thrown out the bead Yang Kai had given to her, and it had severely damaged a mid-rank demon king before crashing into that mountain and reducing it to a blasted crater filled with rubble. That bead actually contained that much power? She knew that what Yang Kai had given her was definitely no ordinary bead, and it would definitely be something that could protect her in a moment of crisis. Still, she never imagined its power to be so great. For a moment, she was unable to recover from her shock and even forgot about her opponent who had been trying to kill her just now. Feeling two gazes on her, Xianxia turned to look in that direction and saw Murong Xiao, who had the same blank expression she did, and Yang Kai, who was smiling gently at her. Seeing his look, she couldn't help sticking her tongue cutely before focusing her mind and reaching out her hand. The bead she threw out earlier instantly flew back to her in response, and she gripped it between her fingers again. The mid-rank demon king had not died yet, even though half his body had been crushed, and he had quickly taken the opportunity just now to put some distance between himself and Xianxia. Seeing her appearance as she held the bead between her fingers at this moment, he gave a cry of despair and turned to run. He had just suffered a huge loss, so how could he make the same mistake again? Xianxia narrowed her sapphire eyes and unrelentingly chased after her opponent. He had been severely injured and lost most of his strength as a result, so when else would she kill him if not now? She threw the bead in her hand continuously, unleashing a terrifying force with every attack. The Demon King desperately dodged those attacks a few times but eventually couldn't avoid them in the end. The moment the bead landed on his body, he died a horrible death on the spot. Shanqing Luo watched Xianxia hunting down a mid-rank Demon King with her own eyes. Those attacks were so fierce that the Demon King was fleeing desperately. In her curiosity, she couldn't help taking out a bead. That bead was practically identical to the one in Xianxia's possession, and it was not the only one. Shuiyu, Su Yan, and Zhu Qing each had one too. Shanqing Luo glanced about her surroundings and found a high-ranked Demon King who was currently locked in a melee with Xilei. Curious, she casually tossed the bead in her hand at the high-ranked Demon King. The bead silently approached the Demon King, but be that as it may, his cultivation was not poor, so how could he fail to notice a sneak attack from behind? Making a feint, the Demon King opened some distance with Xilei and grabbed at the bead, fully intending to catch this hidden weapon in the palm of his hand. He had not seen what happened to the poor mid-rank Demon King just now. Otherwise, he would never have been so careless. As soon as the bead touched his hand, the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Starting from his palm, the Demon King's entire arm exploded into pieces. That unremarkable bead actually carried such unimaginable weight and power behind it. Feeling extremely shocked, the Demon King hastily withdrew what remained of his arm in an attempt to dodge the attack instead. Xilei's attack struck him during that momentary distraction. Lightning in the sky turned into a pillar of light, encasing him inside. The lightning snakes danced wildly with a loud crackling sound, and his entire body stiffened in response. But it was too late to escape now. At that moment, the strange bead landed on his body and there was a loud bang, after which his body exploded into pieces. However, the power of the bead was unabated and smashed into the ground nearby, causing the earth to shake for a moment. Xilei even lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground as he was too close to the epicenter. The surface of the ground sunk and an enormous crater appeared out of nowhere. AC Che. Deep cracks in the ground appeared, spreading outward like spiderwebs with the crater as the center. What the hell is that? Xilei's expression changed drastically, turning his head to look at Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo bore the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider, hence she could be considered as a member of the monster race. That was why the monster kings from the ancient wild lands regarded her as one of their own and took good care of her. As such, they also knew just how strong she was. It was impossible for her to unleash such a powerful attack even if she was desperate, but she had undeniably performed that attack just now. Moreover, Xile had the feeling that he would not have ended up any better than that demon king if he had been hit by that blow just now. Meanwhile, Shanqing Luo was stunned. She had simply tossed out the bead casually out of curiosity. It never even crossed her mind that a high-rank demon king would die by her hands just like that. Seemingly not hearing Xile's question, she blinked and stretched out her hand to summon the bead back to the palm of her hand before studying it carefully. Xile rushed over to her side in the next moment, glanced at the bead in her hand, and murmured, "What is that?" "It's something my husband gave me," she replied. "All my sisters have one too." Xile's eyes narrowed at those words as he stared at the bead intently. Something so powerful could only be an incredible artifact. However, from what she just said, it would seem that each of Yang Kai's wives had one in their possession. When did High Heaven Palace get so wealthy it could afford to produce so many treasures? Under careful observation, Xile could not detect any energy fluctuations coming from the bead. It looked no different from a random stone bead picked up by the roadside. However, as he probed further with his divine sense, this unremarkable bead suddenly enlarged at a rapid pace in front of his eyes, to the point it appeared to become an enormous star that was extremely vast and desolate in an instant. As his divine sense rapidly tried to expand to cover this star, he couldn't help panicking, feeling like his mind was trapped in a cage. Biting his tongue hard, Xile felt a sharp pain which allowed him to escape from his predicament. His forehead covered in a sheen of sweat as he shouted, "A world bead! This is a world bead?" Shanqing Luo was astonished. She had not known what it was either until now. Before the 61st Army set off for the Western Territory, Yang Kai had specifically called his wives over and gave each of them a bead. After that, he had done something to help them refine it. He also taught them how to use it. They had not quite understood what it was, however, until they brought it out to attack their enemies. "I can't be wrong. This is definitely a world bead." Xile nodded. Although he had never been in contact with a world bead before, he had at least heard of them. From what he experienced during his previous contact with it, he could immediately conclude that it was definitely a world bead refined by Yang Kai. It was just that this world bead was slightly different from the ones he knew about. It was naturally different, as what Yang Kai had handed over to Shanqing Luo and the others were his earliest works. In order to separate the second region in the small sealed world, he had refined many dead stars and large meteorites. These initial world beads that he created did not have the function of accommodating living people. If any living being was stuffed into these world beads, they would only be crushed into dust by chaotic world principles inside. Only the batch of world beads that he later refined could contain living creatures, but those had all been handed over to Li Wuyi to distribute to the army commanders. The reason the Star Boundaries armies could move so quickly when evacuating from the Western Territory was that they had used the world beads. How else could the army of several 100,000 have withdrawn so rapidly? While the world beads that Shanqing Luo and the others had in their possession did not have the ability to hold living creatures, they were still refined from gigantic dead stars. Moreover, Yang Kai had helped them to refine the world beads so that they could control them freely. Throwing the world bead was equivalent to throwing an entire dead star at their enemies. How could a mid-rank or even high-rank demon king block such an attack when they were completely unprepared? Yang Kai had many other similar world beads in his possession and was planning to find an opportunity to distribute them to the 61st Army. If these world beads were used correctly, it would definitely give the masters from the demon race a huge surprise. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. He could have refined more of them if he was given enough time, and they would surely become a powerful weapon for the 61st Army. "We'll know once we question him later." Shanqing Luo smiled and clenched the bead in her hand. She had originally been upset that her cultivation was too low to help share Yang Kai's worries and burdens. However, she could even kill an unsuspecting high-ranked demon king in an instant with this treasure in hand. Therefore, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. She held the bead in her hand and moved about the battlefield, frequently throwing the world bead out and killing countless enemies as easily as if she were chopping vegetables. The stalemate in Azure Sun Temple had been broken. Before Yang Kai brought reinforcements, the demon race army had breached the sect defending array, invaded Azure Sun Temple, and engaged in an all-out melee with Wen Zishan's army. When Yang Kai led hundreds of masters to this place, It was as though a handful of salt was thrown into a pan of boiling oil. The whole situation had swiftly turned around. Demon race masters were constantly being killed while, on the other hand, the half-saint leading the demon race army was unable to do anything due to the interference of the Lotus Sisters. He could only protect himself now with no means of fighting back. Seeing that the situation was not looking too good, the half-saint let out a howl. He intentionally took one of the Lotus Sisters' attacks and used the momentum to leap out of range of the battle before escaping in a miserable state. The Lotus Sisters naturally gave pursuit. With the most powerful among them fleeing the battle, the rest of the demon race army fell into a greater panic. The ground was littered with corpses for tens of kilometers as few among them managed to escape alive. Approximately an hour passed before the noisy Azure Sun Temple finally quietened down. When Zishan was covered in blood as he stood in the sky and looked out at the temple's inheritance that had been there for hundreds of years, eventually letting out a long sigh. They might have killed many of the demons in this battle, but the loss Azure Sun Temple had incurred was not small either. Corpses belonging to the sect's disciples were lying all over the ground, their deaths particularly miserable. In just one battle, when Zishan had lost nearly 30% of the army under his command, Demon Chi was gradually escaping from the corpses of the demons who had died in this place. It wafted away and converged in a certain direction, causing Azure Sun Temple to be covered in a fog of darkness. When Zishan met with Xianxia next and the two exchanged a few words. Only then did he learn that High Heaven Palace had also been attacked by the demon race. It was just that High Heaven Palace had a mighty army and powerful defenses, so it had not suffered a great loss. The demon race army was routed instead. Upon seeing that Xianxia had several demon race half-saints gathered around him, when Zishan couldn't help feeling jealous. He pulled a face and coughed lightly. "Xianxia, I have something to discuss with you." "I'll ask the Lotus Sisters to accompany you," Xianxia declared. When Zishan was stunned when he heard the words, and then he immediately became overjoyed. Good. He had originally wanted to try and gain one of the half-saints over from Xianxia's side. The army under him was not weak, but unfortunately, there were no masters in the pseudo-great emperor or half-saint realm. It might not seem like much under normal circumstances, but having no one who could challenge an enemy half-saint if one appeared was indeed an issue. He only wanted Xianxia to leave one half-saint with him, so he never imagined that Xianxia would directly give him two instead. A feeling that they were all part of one family washed over when Zishan all of a sudden as he realized that Xianxia was similarly anxious about what he himself was worried about. Xianxia did not remain in Azure Sun Temple after cleaning the battlefield and counting the casualties, choosing to lead his men home instead. Back at High Heaven Palace, he immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi to report the demon race army's attack on High Heaven Palace's main sect, branch sect, and Azure Sun Temple. Not long after that, Li Wuyi replied with a message of his own. Xianxia's expression turned solemn after reading the message. As he had expected, the entire star boundary was swept up in a storm. The two great worlds were connected and numerous demon lands had popped up all over the four territories. As a result, many demon armies continued to cross over into this world and invade the star boundary to burn, kill, and loot without mercy. The situation at the moment was much more serious compared to the situation where the demons had first crossed over into the Western Territory back then. There had only been one Two Worlds passage in the past, and although the demon race was powerful, the star boundary only needed to defend one location. In contrast, the demon race was spread out everywhere now. The flames of war had broken out across the entire star boundary, and all 55 armies were exhausted from defending against those attacks. The attacks were not limited to High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple. In just half a day, Li Wuyi had received no fewer than 30 requests for help. There were 7 in the Northern Territory alone. Even if he was extremely strong and experienced, he no longer knew how to deal with the enemy and could only handle one crisis at a time. He had to do his best to preserve the star boundary's forces until the great emperors returned. Upon learning that Xianxia was free to help out now, Li Wuyi became overjoyed and asked him to provide reinforcements to those 7 places that had asked for help in the Northern Territory. Xianxia did not raise any objections to the request and immediately began gathering his troops. The 61st Army had only rested for half a day, so they were not completely recovered from their battle fatigue, but there was no helping it under these circumstances. He placed the army into the small sealed world and stepped onto the space array at High Heaven Palace. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help feeling thankful for the many preparations he made in the past. In order to unify the Northern Territory, he had set up many space arrays, and they were now coming in handy. If not for this extensive network of space arrays, it would have taken him a lot of time to travel to and from various places. The demons invaded in massive numbers, but they had also spread out widely. Therefore, there were not too many in each place, which in turn gave Xianxia the opportunity to defeat them one at a time. Xianxia led the 61st Army on a killing spree. Everywhere they went, the demon race armies suffered heavy casualties. No less than 1 million demons had been eliminated by the 61st Army in the span of just a few days. However, Xianxia also saw countless situations throughout the world where the demon race had struck the world like a star of calamity. Many cities were completely obliterated, and countless villages were razed to the ground. Even the small and medium-sized sects that were on the weaker side had been slaughtered. There were corpses everywhere. At the same time, an uncountable number of humans were fleeing for their lives. Even so, where could they go in the midst of this troubled world? They were simply running around like headless flies. The only fate waiting for them if they encountered any of the demons was death. For that reason, Xianxia began accepting these fugitives into the 61st Army if they had enough strength whenever he came across them. If they didn't have enough strength, they were placed into the small sealed world for their safety. This killing spree expanded the 61st Army's lineup considerably and restored their numbers to 300,000 as a result. Meanwhile, Xianxia had taken no fewer than 1 million refugees into the sealed world bead. Today, Xianxia stood in front of a private residence in one of the dilapidated cities. Flames were raging around him as corpses littered the streets. Almost half of the homes in front of him had collapsed, and inside this one, a naked woman was lying on the ground without a single piece of clothing on her. Her lower body was a mess, and there were many wounds all over the rest of her body as well. Her corpse had gone cold, but her eyes remained wide open. Before she died, her eyes had been filled with fear and horror. She had turned her head to the side, and a hint of nostalgia was mixed in with her eyes that were brimming with fear. There was a young child around 3 years old lying in a pool of blood in the direction she was looking. Furthermore, the child had a large gaping hole in his chest that was now completely empty. Xianxia could imagine what had happened even without witnessing the scene with his own eyes. The demons had come attacking, and this mother had protected her child desperately. But what could a powerless woman do against the powerful demons from a foreign world? The woman had been defiled and died a violent death. In addition, her child had been killed. Even though he had become accustomed to seeing all sorts of tragedies recently, Xianxia still couldn't help feeling absolutely furious at the sight. A wave of murderous intent brewed in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Many of the cities and villages he passed by recently had been obliterated, but the demons had only slaughtered the people within those cities. They had not done anything else to the people there. On the contrary, he noticed something different in this city. The scene in front of him left him feeling slightly overwhelmed by his emotions. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling rushed over from a distance, her beautiful eyes red and wet with tears. Before she could get close to him, the murderous intent he was exuding stopped her in her tracks. She followed in his gaze and bit her lip hard at the sight. Speak! Xianxia took a deep breath and did his best to withdraw his murderous intent into his body, causing his clothes to flap wildly in response. There are no survivors in this city. Everyone has been slaughtered. Furthermore, all children under 10 years. She scowled deeply, seeming to find it hard to finish her sentence. What happened to the children? She pointed inside the house. Like that child, all of them had their hearts dug out of their chests. Brother-in-law, do demons eat humans? She turned to look at him when she asked that question. He glanced at her, frowning. She continued, if they don't eat humans, then why did they carve out their hearts? And they were all children too. Not to mention, there are too few corpses for a city this size. It seems like some have been taken away. Xianxia had not considered that possibility before. He had lived in the demon realm for several years after all, so he had never seen the demon race practicing such preferences during his time there. However, it seemed possible now that he heard Fu Ling mentioning it. It made sense that he had never seen this kind of activity in the demon realm before because only demons lived in the demon realm. It was a completely different scenario now that they have invaded the star boundary. It would not be surprising if any unusual preferences were exposed under these circumstances. Let's go. He spun around and let out a loud whistle. A moment later, a figure fell from the sky. It was Inflate who cupped his fists in greeting, sir. Xianxia nodded. Space principles surged and enveloped the two of them. Then they instantly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Xianxia had divided the 61st Army into two groups. Baizhua led one of the groups, heading from the south to the north, while the embodiment headed the other group, traveling from the east to the west. Baya was still recuperating inside the small sealed world, and it would take quite a while before he could recover. So he was unable to bring out his strength at the moment. It wasn't that Xianxia wanted to divide his troops. The 61st Army might be powerful, but the demon race was no easy prey either. Moreover, all the half-saints had been dispatched in this venture. It was just that the entire northern territory was aflame with battles. There were too many places that required assistance, so the efficiency would be higher if the troops were divided. It was simply a necessary move. The army split in two and headed towards the various areas in the northern territory, while Xianxia and Inflate went ahead to scout the way and gather information on the enemy. Fu Ling stubbornly insisted on following them, claiming that as the standard-bearer of the 61st Army, she could not stray too far away from the army commander. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he simply agreed to bring her along. They had only just arrived at the first city to search for information when they came across such a tragedy. The blood in the city has yet to dry. The demon race army probably left not too long ago. Sir, please head this way. Inflate was an expert when it came to tracking, to the point where Xianxia couldn't hope to compete at all. Thus, he simply followed in the direction Inflate pointed. Space principles fluctuated continuously as his figure flashed and hurried off into the distance. Xianxia soon saw a huge black spot in the sky from a great distance away. It was as dark as ink, and demon chi loomed from within. Moreover, the aura of another world seeped out from within the black spot. Inflate suddenly exclaimed in realization, "It looks like they are trying to return to the demon stronghold." Xianxia snorted, "Let's go pay them a visit then." Ever since returning from the Western Territory, Xianxia had led his army on a frantic campaign to various parts of the Northern Territory as though he was putting out fires everywhere. Therefore, he had not had the time to investigate the demon land under those black spots. Although he had seen a similar situation in the Western Territory before, he had sealed the black spot in the Western Territory almost as soon as it opened. The demons that crossed over into this world there had either died or fled. It was just that the erosion of the black spot had not disappeared even though the passage between the two worlds had been sealed. For that reason, Xianxia was very curious to know how these black spots in the Northern Territory were different from the other side. Since he had chased his enemies this far, he might as well investigate a little while he was at it. There was no need for Inflate to continue giving directions, as there were traces of the demon race army's path along the way, and their destination pointed towards the demon stronghold. It was a distance of thousands of kilometers, but Xianxia's figure only flickered a few times before he arrived at his destination. He stood in the sky and looked out into the distance, then he frowned. Everywhere he looked was demon land. The trees were withered and the plants were dead inside the demon land. It gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, almost as though he was actually standing in the demon realm. Having received Bright Moon's legacy, Xianxia was recognized by the will of the star boundary. Therefore, he had an unmatched perception anywhere in the star boundary. However, he couldn't perceive any of the star boundary's aura in the demon land in front of him. In other words, the area where the demon land expanded could no longer be considered as part of the star boundary but rather belonged to the demon realm. That wasn't all. Invisible to the naked eye, the world principles in the demon land throbbed ever so slightly. In addition, the demon land quietly expanded a little more with every pulse. Xianxia was the only one who could perceive what was happening here. Even a pseudo-great emperor would not have noticed anything standing in this spot. The demon land was expanding at an extremely slow rate, but it was definitely expanding and constantly eroding away at the star boundary's territory. This place should have been the foundation of a sect in the past. There were great mountains everywhere, and among the mountains and forests were many pavilions and terraces. It had clearly been a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Unfortunately, the black spot just happened to appear in the sky above that sect. The entire sect's territory, along with the area spanning a radius of 10,000 kilometers around it, had long since been turned into a demon land. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard a vague, mournful cry coming from one of the mountain peaks. He was stunned, thinking that he was experiencing an auditory hallucination. Nevertheless, after listening carefully, he realized there really was a sound coming from that direction. I don't believe it. There are survivors. Yang Kai had always believed that the demon race killed all the living creatures in the star boundary ruthlessly wherever they went. Even if they didn't kill them, they would let their demon chi corrupt humans, turning them into demons. Contrary to his expectations, though, there seemed to be survivors here. It was just that he did not know what they were experiencing at the moment for them to cry out so miserably. Yang Kai cocked his ears to the side and listened closely to determine the location of the sound. A moment later, his body shifted, and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared again, he was standing in a mountain valley. The mountain valley was very lively as there were many demons gathered in this one place, all of them seemingly extremely busy at the moment. Many big pots had been set up within the mountain valley. Most of these pots contained boiling water, but some contained boiling oil instead. Some of the demons carried numerous cleaned and gutted human corpses and threw them into either the boiling water or boiling oil. There were loud crackling sounds of frying coming from the pots, and the entire mountain valley was filled with a strange and disgusting smell. On the other hand, hundreds of humans were bound tightly on the other side of the mountain valley. These people were closely guarded by a single demon. From time to time, another demon holding a sharp weapon would go over, grab one from among the crowd, kill that person on the spot, and drag that person aside to be cleaned. The surviving people looked extremely pale after watching their clansmen being killed in front of them and their bodies being thrown into the pots. They had long since been scared out of their wits. The miserable cries Yang Kai heard just now came from this place. They were cries of terror and despair, mixed with begging and cursing. When Yang Kai arrived in this place, he swept his gaze around and instantly felt his scalp going numb. Fu Ling had asked whether the demon race ate humans back in the ruined city. He had been unsure how to answer at the time, but how could he not know that the demon race truly ate humans after seeing this sight before him? 3 unfamiliar figures had suddenly appeared in the mountain valley. So how could the busy members of the demon race fail to notice them? One of them immediately shouted, "Who's there?" Yang Kai glanced at that demon coldly before he ordered, "Kill them all!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he arrived in front of the demon who shouted, reached out, and grabbed the other party by the neck. His demon chi surged, pouring into the demon's body, destroying the latter's meridians in an instant. Then Yang Kai raised his hand and tossed the body aside. His meridians had been destroyed, his entire body was in pain, and his demon chi was leaking. However, this demon was not dead yet. He simply couldn't move at all. When he was tossed aside by Yang Kai, he fell straight into one of the pots filled with oil. Splashing sounds rang out as he writhed about in the boiling oil, screaming miserably but failing to die for quite some time. Afterwards, muffled thuds rang out as countless demons fell into the pots in succession. For a time, their cries and howls reverberated through the world. When Yang Kai made his move, Fei and Fu Ling took action too. One went left and the other went right. Fei's figure moved so fast that he was practically a bolt of lightning. He only moved a few times, but a large number of demons collapsed to the ground as a result. He did not act in the same way as Yang Kai, choosing to simply slaughter as swiftly as possible. The same held true for Fu Ling. Her petite body contained enormous strength. Although not as elegant as Fei, she left a mess of broken bodies in the wake of her tender fists. There were no masters among the demons in the mountain valley, not even a single demon king. So how could they resist the slaughter of these 3? It only took 10 breaths for the hundreds of demons in the mountain valley to be slaughtered. The people who had been bound by the side had originally been in a state of panic, thinking that they would not escape tragedy today. Who could have known that 3 saviors would appear out of nowhere? They were overjoyed and many cried even louder from their undulating emotions. The demons that Yang Kai had thrown into the pots of boiling water and oil were still screaming. Nonetheless, their voices were getting softer and softer until they were barely audible. Under normal circumstances, boiling water and oil would not have killed these demons. Since they were capable enough to invade the star boundary, It was only natural that their cultivation was not low. Boiling water and oil might be dangerous for ordinary people, but it would not have done anything to them. They only needed to push their demon chi to prevent themselves from getting burned. However, Yang Kai had crippled their cultivations when he subdued them, so they were unable to use any of their strength as a result. Their bodies might be tough, but even a blunt knife could cut through flesh given enough time. There would eventually come a moment when they died from this torture. Go and rescue them, Yang Kai instructed. His gaze was fixed on the mountain peak to his left. There was a loud ruckus coming from that direction. Sir, shouldn't you wait for the army to arrive and join up with them? Inflate quickly asked. Yang Kai might be powerful, but he was only an emperor in the end. He would be helpless if he encountered a half-saint. What's more, this place was the demon stronghold. Who knew how many enemies were gathered here? No need. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step forward. Inflate looked like he was going to speak again, but Yang Kai had already vanished. Fu Ling advised. It's not like you don't know how capable brother-in-law is. It's not a problem for him to escape even if he encounters a half-saint. Inflate pondered for a moment and realized it was true. Unless the enemy had a way to counter Yang Kai's space secret techniques, the only ones in this world who could actually threaten his life were the demon saints and great emperors. Feeling relieved, he and Fu Ling headed toward the group of captive people. The group of hundreds had long since been frightened out of their minds. Some had even lost consciousness. Inflate flicked his fingers and released the people in the front rows from their bindings. Then he asked them to save the rest of their comrades. These people naturally obeyed the orders of their two saviors. After thanking the two profusely, they tremblingly got to work. There was a middle-aged man among the crowd who was pale-faced but was faring much better than the others, still fairly calm in comparison. At this moment he walked forward and cupped his fists. Water Cloud Sect Yuan Wenlong greets the two benefactors. May I know your honorable names? Inflate frowned and looked around. Is this Water Cloud Sect? Although he had known that this place used to be the foundation of a sect, he had not known which sect it belonged to. The realization only dawned on him after listening to Yuan Wenlong's self-introduction. Yuan Wenlong replied respectfully, Indeed. Inflate looked Yuan Wenlong up and down with a meaningful grin. You bear the surname. What is your relationship with Yuan Mao? Yuan Wenlong suppressed his grief and said, Benefactor, do you know my father? Inflate pursed his lips. I don't know him. I've only heard of him before. In the Northern Territory, the Water Cloud sect could only be considered a second-class sect, in no way comparable to High Heaven Palace. However, it did have one Emperor Realm Master, its sect master Yuan Mao. Any Emperor Realm Master had the qualifications to establish a sect, and it was not long since Water Cloud sect was founded, so there was only one emperor in the sect. That was the sect master Yuan Mao. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for Inflate to know of this person. He was one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wildlands whose cultivation was comparable to third-order Emperor Realm Masters. A trivial first-order emperor would not have been worthy of his notice. It was just that the 61st Army had been recruiting troops in the Northern Territory over the past 10 years, and Inflate just happened to have been instructed by Yao Si to send somebody with a letter of recruitment to Water Cloud Sect, requesting Water Cloud Sect to provide some manpower. Unfortunately, the messenger sent to Water Cloud Sect had returned to High Heaven Palace without a single soldier. He only brought some supplies back, claiming that they were the offerings from Water Cloud Sect to the 61st Army. The recruitment of the 61st Army was not compulsory. It was completely on a voluntary basis. Those who wanted to come could come, and those who did not want to come didn't need to come. Hence, Yao Si had not forced the issue. It was a decision he had made at the time out of consideration for the reputations of Yang Kai and the 61st Army. For that reason, Inflate had ignored the issue after Water Cloud Sect rejected 61st Army's request for recruitment. Having been in charge of that matter, it was only natural that he remembered it. Besides, it wasn't just Water Cloud Sect. Many sects and clans like Water Cloud Sect were indifferent to the war between the two great worlds. The battlefield was located in the Western Territory after all. Everybody believed that nothing would happen to them even if the sky came crashing down because they had the great emperors to hold it up for them. Moreover, the battlefield was so far away. Why would they risk their lives to go to the Western Territory to wage a desperate war against the vicious demon race? Nobody could have imagined that the situation would completely change one day. The Western Territory was no longer the battlefield where the armies of both great worlds clashed. Instead, war had broken out across the entire star boundary. "Where's your father?" Inflate asked. He did not detect the presence of an Emperor Realm Master within this group. Therefore, he knew that Yuan Mao was not here. Judging by Yuan Wenlong's sad expression, he had the feeling that Yuan Mao had met with a disastrous ending. Sure enough, Yuan Wenlong's eyes reddened slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "My father was killed by them." Inflate sighed. If he had known that things would come to this, he would probably have acted differently back then. Yuan Mao had not accepted the 61st Army's recruitment request, and Watercloud Sect had not sent out a single cultivator to join the fight. It was obvious that Yuan Mao had chosen self-protection over the greater good. It was a self-serving approach, but who in this world would not put themselves first? Inflate held no ill will for Yuan Mao or Watercloud Sect. He simply looked down on them. Even if the Watercloud Sect had accepted the recruitment and sent their elites to join the 61st Army, it would not have prevented the inevitable destruction of the sect. However, they could have at least preserved some of their foundation. That way, they could have rebuilt themselves despite losing their inheritance. Yuan Mao was dead now though, and most of the elites in the sect had presumably suffered a similar fate. If that were the case, Watercloud Sect would truly be wiped from the history of the Northern Territory. Hence why Inflate had sighed. Yuan Wenlong was puzzled by those words. Even so, he asked again respectfully, "How should I address the two of you benefactors?" Inflate glanced at Yuan Wenlong and replied lightly, "61st Army's Flying Hawk Division Commander, Inflate." Fu Ling interjected just in time. "Standard bearer, Fu Ling." Yuan Wenlong was stunned for a while before his face flushed in shame. It was clear that he could recall how his father had rejected the 61st Army's recruitment at the time. A wave of remorse washed over him, and he burst into tears. Fu Ling looked irritated. "You're a man. Why are you crying? Answer me this, are these people all that's left of your sect?" Yuan Wenlong choked back his tears with some effort and nodded in reply, "Yes, they are all that remain. Everyone else was either killed or eaten." Abruptly pointing in a certain direction, he continued, "There's a cave along the cliff outside the mountain valley. I heard some crying sounds coming from that direction earlier. The demons must have brought in others from the outside and locked them there." Inflate turned his head to look in that direction. That was in line with the information he had gained from tracking the demon race army to this place. Those who had been taken captive were probably the residents of the previous city. In the end, he and Fu Ling decided to split up. One would stay behind in this place while the other rushed towards that direction to investigate. It was extremely lively inside the hall. Hundreds of the members of the demon race were gathered here, among which demon kings abounded. This place was probably the main conference hall of Watercloud Sect. Watercloud Sect might not have been a large sect, but its main conference hall was magnificent and grand enough to accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded. Seated majestically at the head of the main table inside the hall was a high-rank demon king with scarlet eyes, emanating a bloody aura from his body. In addition, a bloodthirsty light flashed across his scarlet eyes from time to time. To the left and right of the main table were 2 rows of tables arranged side by side. Demons were seated behind each table, and there were all sorts of dishes placed before them. Judging by the look of the food, it seemed to be the bits and pieces cut from human bodies. Some had been served half-cooked, bloody, and bright red, while some were deep-fried a golden brown and gave off a strange aura. The hundreds of demons were munching away at their tables, eating with great relish. Some of them even commented on which method of cooking was more delicious, which led to many others nodding repeatedly in agreement. A group of pale-faced human women were dancing in the middle of the hall. They were surrounded by the intermittent music of gongs, drums, and other instruments. It was impossible to tell whether these people were from Watercloud Sect or if they had been captured by the demon race army from somewhere else. At this moment, though, they were being forced to sing, dance, and entertain the demons. Every one of them was extremely terrified, but none of them dared to resist when their lives were at stake. Their dancing movements were very stiff and there was not the slightest bit of elegance to them. Similarly, the beating of the gongs, drums, and the orchestra were a mess too. Nobody could act normal under these circumstances. The food eaten by the demon race army were all cooked at the bottom of the mountain and sent up to the hall. However, the high-rank blood demon sitting in the main seat was feasting on something different. Several platters were placed on the table in front of him and numerous fresh crimson fruits were stacked up high on the platters. An enchanting charm demon with disheveled clothes was lying in his arms. The demon king reached his large hand into her clothes and fondled her wantonly, causing her to giggle and laugh in response. "Sir, do you want some more?" The charm demon stretched out her jade-white hand, picked up a bright red fruit from the platter, and brought it to his mouth. The high-rank demon king opened his mouth and bit down. Juice spurted out in an instant, or rather, fresh blood splattered all over the place. That crimson fruit was no fruit, it was the heart of a person that had been removed not too long ago. The demon king finished off the heart in her hands in a few bites and the bloodlust in his eyes became more and more terrifying as he shouted, "Delicious. Truly delicious." As expected, nothing beats the taste of a human's heart. Following his sudden roar, the women in the center of the hall, who were fighting back their fear to sing and dance, were so terrified that their beautiful faces went pale. Some of the more timid ones fell on their bottoms while others broke into tears. The blood demon lowered his head to look at them. The bloodlust in his eyes flashed as he spoke in a serious tone. "Who allowed you to stop?" Stretching out his hand, a powerful suction force dragged one of the women who had fallen toward him. Then his large hand wrapped around her neck as he grinned savagely. That woman's expression changed greatly as she shook her head continuously and begged, "No, no." But why would he listen to her pleading cries? The demon swiftly reached out and ripped her clothes apart. Opening his mouth, he clamped his teeth down on her snow-white neck and under the fluctuation of his demon chi. The woman in his hands turned into a mummified corpse in a matter of moments. He released his grip and the mummified corpse fell to the ground, her vitality completely gone. On the other hand, the demon king closed his eyes as though he was enjoying a euphoric high. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, obviously feeling extremely excited and pleased. Even the muscles of his face twitched slightly. Screams broke out in the hall. How could those human women remain calm after personally witnessing what happened to their companion? They had already been wallowing in fear, but they were now in a state of complete panic. The demons around them burst into laughter as though the scene before them pleased them very much. However, the laughter stopped abruptly when a figure wrapped in a chilling aura barged in from the outside. The demon chi around that person churned like boiling water, and the place where he stood had practically turned into a black hole that devoured everything around it. Nobody could get a clear glimpse of this person's face. All they could see were a pair of scarlet eyes burning with the flames of rage in the midst of the boundless black chi. "Who goes there?" One of the demon kings stood up and shouted. The newcomer had an unpleasant aura that indicated his cultivation was equivalent to that of a high-ranked demon king, but even so, the demon king from before was not very afraid. They were all from the same race after all, so what was there to fear? Xianxia ignored that demon king as his gaze swept across the hall and landed on the blood demon sitting in the main seat. Then, he glanced at the mummified corpse at the feet of the blood demon and waved his hand gently. A gentle force swept out, wrapping around all the surviving humans in the hall and sending them into the small sealed world amidst their panicked screams. The demon king who had asked the question before stood up abruptly and asked fiercely, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, he wondered curiously in his heart. Why did those people in the hall suddenly disappear? Xianxia turned and glanced at the demon king and a strange power flashed across his eyes for an instant before crashing into the latter's knowledge sea. That demon king let out a strange grunt, as though he had been strangled, before falling on his butt. His expression was dazed for a moment, but in the next instant, he rolled up his sleeves under the stunned gazes of all those in the hall and bit down on his arm. Fresh blood dripped from that bite he took, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Instead, a foolish grin appeared on his face as he chewed on the flesh of his own arm with great relish. Shwa! Everyone in the hall stood up in unison, scattering all the dishes on the tables to the ground. Some were watching their companion, who was eating his own arm, with a look of horror, while others were looking at Yang Kai fearfully. They were not fools. The person who arrived carried the same demon chi as them, but how could they not realize that he held no goodwill towards them? Moreover, his strength was clearly extraordinary. They had not seen him making any moves at all, and yet their companion was now chewing on his own flesh. Such power was simply incomprehensible. "Is it tasty?" Yang Kai asked lightly, glancing at the feasting Demon King with a blank expression. That Demon King mumbled a vague answer while still chewing. "It's delicious. It's delicious. Eat more if it's delicious." Yang Kai nodded. He then ignored that Demon King and let his gaze sweep across the demons present in the hall, his spiritual energy surging to the extreme. One by one, the other demons sat down, and like the first Demon King, they raised their arms to their mouth, bit into their own flesh and chewed. There were hundreds of them inside the hall. Furthermore, they were all Demon Kings. Yang Kai looked around and saw that only 10 remained standing. These 10 were either among the most outstanding of the mid-rank Demon Kings or were high-rank Demon Kings. Only those in this realm had the power to resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy. After obtaining the power of Yu Rumeng's primordial Yin, Yang Kai's soul cultivation soared to the point that even half-saints and pseudo-great emperors could not compare, much less the Demon Kings who had gathered in this hall. If he really wanted to kill them, he could obliterate most of the Demon King's souls in an instant and kill them on the spot with the barest surge of his spiritual energy. However, he had witnessed such a vile tragedy in the mountain valley, then entered the hall only to see a bunch of Demon Kings feasting on humans. How could he allow them to die so easily when he had so much fury festering in his heart? If they liked eating flesh so much, he would allow them to eat all they wanted. It would only be over when they finished devouring themselves. 2 lines of blood slipped down Yang Kai's cheeks from his scarlet eyes that were flickering like burning flames. It was much more laborious to use this method just now compared to directly using his spiritual energy to attack. Even if his soul cultivation was unimaginably powerful, targeting hundreds of Demon Kings at once was beyond his current ability, so his spiritual energy had been poured out to the extreme. The expressions of the 10 or so Demon Kings who remained sane changed drastically. They quickly drew up their defenses to resist. Among them, a few of the top mid-rank Demon Kings were finding it very difficult to fight back. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and they gritted their teeth without making a single noise, for fear that the slightest negligence would leave them in the same predicament as their companions. While the remaining high-rank Demon Kings had a slightly easier time, they were by no means relaxed. A voice kept echoing in their minds, tempting them to eat their own flesh. They couldn't suppress it no matter what they did. Arg! A furious roar rang out as a mid-rank Demon King who couldn't bear the pressure chose to seize the initiative. If he did not act now, he would not be able to hold on much longer. Having seen with his own eyes what happened to his companions, how could he not know what fate would befall him once the defenses of his knowledge sea collapsed? He would rather die at the hands of the enemy than literally eat himself to death. The furious roar was like a fuse that set off an explosion. When the mid-rank Demon King lunged toward Yang Kai, the other Demon Kings that were still standing in the hall lunged forward too. Suddenly, demon chi surged violently and a murderous intent flooded the hall. Yang Kai felt wrath washing over him, but only became even more livid when he saw the Demon Kings taking the initiative to attack. Due to the great shock to his mind, his mental state suddenly became incredibly tranquil. His body and will united and resonated with the world around him. Something seemed to move inside his mind as though it was about to break out of its shell. All of a sudden, a glimmer of the Grand Tao flashed across Yang Kai's mind. His vision was no longer filled with approaching enemies. His body was no longer standing in the main conference hall of Water Cloud Sect. Instead, he seemed to be standing in a vast, endless expanse. His mind was constantly being elevated, climbing infinitely into the skies to overlook all the living beings in the world. He felt the world principles pouring into his body in this peculiar state, tempering his mind and spirit. Meanwhile, world energy flooded his form like 1,000 streams gushing into the sea, causing his cultivation to climb rapidly. Because he received Bright Moon's legacy in the demon realm, Yang Kai broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Because of the demon realm's world principles, his Emperor Chi was transformed into Demon Chi and he became a high-rank Demon King as a result. Since escaping from the demon realm and returning to the star boundary, he had been fighting countless battles up until today. Suddenly, an enormous pressure bore down on him, causing his rising cultivation to gradually stabilize. After returning to the star boundary for more than 10 years, Xianxia had spent much of his time in the lower star field to refine worlds. It had been of great help in furthering his comprehension of the Tao of space. He was showing such great improvement that even Li Wuyi felt humbled. However, he had not experienced much improvement in terms of cultivation. But now, Xianxia suddenly felt something change as he stood in the main conference hall of Watercloud Sect. It was as though his very being had been transformed to become a part of this world. He was furious, and the world was furious too. Lightning cracked and thunder boomed, rumbling in all directions as Xianxia's already powerful aura had clearly soared to the point where it was considerably more powerful than before. Without even consciously acting, Xianxia instinctively lifted his fist and struck out. He did not strike at any of the demon kings but rather at the empty space before him instead. The world collapsed the moment he struck and the void appeared. A mighty and unparalleled suction force emerged with his fist acting as its core, drawing everything in the surroundings towards it. There was the sound of something shattering loudly as the tables, chairs, benches, walls, and even pillars in the hall flew towards the void and vanished. The demon kings who had charged at him just now, be they mid-rank demon kings or high-rank demon kings, were unable to control their bodies at this moment. All of them were looking absolutely horrified, waving their arms about manically as they flew towards the void along with all the tables, chairs, and benches. Even the blood demon sitting in the main seat was not spared. After Xianxia's fist struck, the blood demon felt his body flying towards the impact point regardless of his will, even though he had been almost 100 meters away from Xianxia at that moment. It felt like a large hand had reached out, grabbed his body, and was drawing him in. As for the charm demon that had been sitting in his lap, she was only a demon great general and was completely unable to resist such a huge suction force at all. Thus, her body flew towards the void, and in the midst of her screams, she was pulled into the chaotic nothingness and disappeared without a trace, her life or death unknown. Following a loud roar, blood mist burst from the blood demon's body. Burning his blood essence desperately, he turned into a cloud of blood light as he tried to break free from that suction force. Be that as it may, he couldn't escape no matter what he did and could only watch helplessly as his body moved forward, little by little. Turning his head to look around, the blood demon saw that the hall was a complete mess. The magnificent building was in ruins, as if an invisible beast from the void was devouring everything. Everything that entered the mouth of that beast, be it a dinner plate or a demon king, mysteriously vanished without a trace. With his life on the line, he bit his tongue and condensed much of what remained of his blood essence into a blood arrow which shot towards Xianxia's direction. Xianxia frowned slightly as his mind was abruptly dragged out of that strange state when he detected murderous intent closing in on him. He tilted his head to the side and avoided the attack of the blood arrow. Following this movement of his, the mysterious fist strike that he sent out suddenly erupted. The void crack Xianxia had opened shrank rapidly into a tiny black hole, and the entire hall around him subsequently disintegrated and collapsed in the direction of the singularity. Even a large piece of the mountain went missing. Only then did the terrifyingly powerful suction force subside and the blood demon regain his freedom. Ecstatic, he used his blood escape secret technique and transformed into a ray of blood light to flee. Only slightly more than 10 breaths had passed since Xianxia entered the hall, but even so, the divine abilities that he displayed were simply astonishing. Hundreds of demon kings had been wiped out even without him touching a single thread on their clothes. How could the blood demon not know that he was no match for Xianxia? Only death awaited him if he did not escape now. Having the cultivation of a high-rank demon king and brimming with demon chi, and yet nursing a hatred for the demon race. At this point, he finally understood Xianxia's identity. Only that human who once ran rampant in the demon realm had such means. Even if the blood demon wanted to escape though, how could Xianxia possibly allow him to leave? Reaching out his hand, Xianxia grabbed at something in the sky. In response, the blood demon froze in midair. Under the restraints of space principles, he couldn't even move a finger. It wasn't until that moment he realized just how vast a gap between a high-rank demon king like himself and a high-rank demon king like Xianxia was. Thus, he instantly lost all hope and despaired. Xianxia maintained his gesture of grasping something while lowering his head, mulling over the feeling he experienced just now. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter that mysterious state of enlightenment again no matter how hard he tried. He knew that he had missed an opportunity due to this blood demon's interruption just now. But, upon thinking about it some more, he realized that if he had not come here and been stimulated by the sight in front of him, he would not have come across the opportunity in the first place. It might have been interrupted in the middle of the process, but it wasn't as though he hadn't gained anything. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Xianxia immediately calmed down. The fury in his heart just now dissipated into nothingness, and when he looked up again, he raised his brow in astonishment. He had no sense of what had happened in the hall just now as he had been completely immersed in that peculiar feeling up until the moment the blood demon interrupted him. Hence, it wasn't until now when he looked up that he realized the main conference hall was gone. Even the mountain where the main hall was located was missing a large chunk. Moreover, the only demon left alive was the blood demon he had imprisoned. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia comprehended what had happened. Although he was immersed in his perception just now, he was not ignorant of the outside world, he had simply ignored what was going on around him. Therefore, it was only natural that he could recall what had happened when he concentrated on remembering. It was a pity. Even though those demon kings were ultimately killed, his original intention was for them to eat themselves to death. They were supposed to die after suffering a bit of the brutal torment they had inflicted on others. Unfortunately, those demon kings had all died without even leaving corpses behind, so there was no way to force them to eat themselves anymore. Rupture. Xianxia murmured softly. The demon chi lingering around his body converged to reveal his true appearance. What? The imprisoned blood demon was stunned upon hearing this. He had absolutely no idea what Xianxia meant. Xianxia turned to look at the blood demon and laughed savagely. Why would he bother explaining anything to a dead man? Rupture was the name he had given his newly created space secret technique. All of his space secret techniques were self-created. After all, the Tao of space was rarely successfully cultivated by anyone. Not many people had set foot on this grand Tao, so there was no experience he could borrow from as a reference. Aside from discussions with Li Wuyi, there was nobody in this world who could teach Xianxia anything about the Tao of space. Therefore, he could only rely on himself for everything. Following Moonblade, Nihility, Exile, and Instantaneous Movement, Rupture was born. Moonblade was a means of attack. By condensing space principles into a blade, Xianxia could send out a blade which could cut through anything. Nihility was a means of concealment and self-preservation. By integrating oneself into the void and suppressing his aura to the minimum, even people with greater cultivation than him would have a hard time locating his whereabouts unless they were concentrating hard. Nihility could also be used to avoid fatal attacks by phasing out of the material plane. Xianxia relied on this technique many times over the years to protect himself when he encountered strong enemies. Exile used the space principles to connect with the void and then send his enemies inside. There was no need to explain instantaneous movement. It was the most practical secret technique for escape or rapid travel. The newly cultivated Rupture was somewhat similar to Exile in execution. However, it was very different in effect. Exile sent his enemies into the void crack, banishing them from the world. If his enemies were lucky enough though, they might still be able to survive in the void crack. Although their death was basically an inevitable fate, there was a small chance of survival. If they were very lucky, like a blind cat striking a dead mouse, they might even escape from the void crack and regain their freedom. There were many miracles in the world after all, and it was not impossible for something like that to occur. Take Shang Yuzhu, for example, a peak-level master who competed with Wu Kuang for the position of Great Emperor. She had survived in the void crack for tens of thousands of years before Xianxia rescued her back at Luosha sect. Rupture was completely unrelated to the void crack as it did not send enemies anywhere and instead shredded space directly. Everything would be ripped apart by the immense space principle waves, eventually grinding both people and objects into dust. This process could not be seen by the naked eye nor by divine sense, as even light and spiritual energy would be drawn in and torn apart. It was truly a secret technique meant purely for destruction. This was how rupture differed from exile. If exile still presented a chance of survival, then rupture guaranteed death. Xianxia walked towards the blood demon. The blood demon trembled uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ever since he crossed over into this world from the demon realm, he had a mighty army under his command and had conquered all who he came across. Moreover, the star boundary cultivators he encountered in the past few days were simply too weak and vulnerable. There had been nobody who could even put up a fight within the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. It wasn't until now that he finally understood what despair and fear meant. How could he have known that most of the elites in the star boundary had joined the armies and traveled to the Western Territory, leaving no worthwhile masters behind in the other lands? The blood demon couldn't even move under the restraint of the space principles. So he could only watch helplessly as Xianxia reached out a hand to grab him by the neck and hoist him up. "Xianxia," he bellowed, "you are part of the demon race now." Why, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as Xianxia stabbed his hand into his chest. An unbearable pain made the blood demon's blood-colored complexion turn bloodless and his entire body tremble uncontrollably. He could feel the large hand grasping his heart inside his chest, which made him gasp for breath. Xianxia looked at the blood demon calmly and enunciated each word clearly. "I am human." He slowly withdrew his hand from the blood demon's chest, and the latter shuddered even more violently in response. There was a muffled sound as though something had been ripped out. When Xianxia pulled his hand back fully, there was a fist-sized demon heart in his grasp. Demon chi surrounded the pitch-black demon heart that was still beating despite being removed, making an audible thumping sound. Next, Xianxia brought the demon heart to his mouth. Although the demon heart had been removed from the blood demon's chest, he did not die immediately, as the more powerful demons would always cultivate more than one demon heart. Upon seeing Xianxia's actions, the blood demon was horrified and exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Xianxia did not answer and instead smiled grimly as he took a large bite. A hole appeared in the demon heart in his hand and blood splattered everywhere. The blood demon was shocked. Although he had a taste for human hearts, it was something he had only discovered recently. After all, where would he find human hearts to eat back in the demon realm? He had not felt anything when eating somebody else's heart. But now, he was watching somebody else eating his own heart right in front of him. The terror he experienced at the sight was indescribable. Looking at the savage grin on Xianxia's face, he only felt as though Xianxia was far more of a demon than himself. Xianxia might not have fully undergone demonification, but his emperor chi had been fully converted into demon chi, so it was only natural that his personality had been slightly affected. It might not be obvious under normal circumstances, but he would turn more violent and malicious if he was agitated by something which aroused his anger. Xianxia fiercely took several bites before opening his mouth and spitting out the chewed-up pulp on the blood demon's face. The force was so powerful that it knocked the blood demon's head back. "Disgusting!" He glared at the blood demon gloomily. "You should feel honored. I was going to eat your demon hearts one by one, but they're so unpalatable that I can't even bear to swallow. So, I'll give you a quick death." As soon as the words left his mouth, his demon chi surged and rushed into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's figure immediately began swelling up like a balloon. The entire process took no more than 5 breaths before he transformed into a round ball. Looking at this scene, it was as if the blood demon could fly away as soon as Xianxia let go of him. In a state of complete panic and anxiety, the blood demon suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Xianxia's demon chi surged, keeping the filth that splattered in his direction away from him. He then looked behind and saw that the mountains were filled with members of the demon race staring in his direction with shocked expressions. Several tens of thousands of demons were stationed here. The only reason precautions were so lax was that Xianxia and the others had sneaked in quietly and moved quickly. The demon race army might be numerous, but they were unable to react whatsoever. It wasn't until Xianxia's rupture secret technique had caused the entire main hall and a large chunk of the mountain to vanish that the demons scattered across this demon land noticed the presence of an intruder. Even so, Xianxia had wiped out over 100 demon kings gathered inside the hall. As a result, not many masters were left among the remainder of the demon race army. There was nobody to give them orders either. Hence, they simply stared at Yang Kai at a loss for what to do. On the other hand, Yang Kai summoned Zhui Feng, mounted the beast, brought out the myriad sword, and charged forward. He had been hiding Zhui Feng's existence as a preventive measure against any half-saints who might be guarding this place. But who could have known that not a single half-saint could be found in this demon stronghold? What else was there to say? Zhui Feng immediately understood what was happening and neighed loudly. His forehooves kicked against the ground, flames burning from his legs, and with just a few strides he carried Yang Kai into the middle of the demon race army. Following that charge, Yang Kai cut and slashed a path through the enemy like a tidal wave. The sword chi of the myriad sword surged, slashing wave after wave while at the same time, his empty right hand kept striking the void. The world collapsed wherever his fist impacted, and everything within a large area would collapse in on itself, falling into the tiny black spots that had appeared before vanishing without a trace. Oftentimes, the demons standing within range would find their vision going dark and disappearing before they could even figure out what was going on. In the beginning, the demon race army seemed to have planned to rely upon their superior numbers to fight a prolonged battle and exhaust Yang Kai to the death. However, they soon realized that nobody could even get within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai without being cut to pieces of vanishing from existence. His overwhelmingly powerful sword chi slashed out in all directions, and everywhere it passed, demons fell like straw. At the same time, the ruptures that were sent out silently devoured the lives of untold numbers of demons. The demons who didn't even have a single demon king among them lost their courage to fight in the face of such a terrifying enemy. They scattered and fled in all directions, just trying to get as far away as possible. However, there were tens of thousands of demons scattered across Water Cloud Sect's former territory, so how could all of them manage to escape in such a short time? Yang Kai and Zhui Feng split up and hunted down the escaping demons, leading to large numbers of the enemy keeling over and dying at every given moment. Yang Kai was in the midst of his killing spree when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from more than a dozen kilometers away. The movements of his hands stopped abruptly, and he cocked his ear to listen attentively. A short moment later, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared again, he was standing at the source of the sounds of battle. He was standing in front of a cave where a demon race army of tens of thousands were gathered outside. They were constantly launching attacks at the cave, causing the mountain where the cave was located to crumble and teeter on the brink of collapse. At the front of the cave stood Fu Ling and Ying Fei. The two of them were killing non-stop, and the corpses of demons they slew had piled up like mountains in front of them. Although their cultivations weren't weak and it would be easy for them to escape, it was beyond their ability to wipe out all of the enemies in this place. What's more, there were many humans who had been captured by the demons inside the cave. They had arrived at the mountain valley under Yuan Wenlong's guidance to save the people held in this cave, but before they could finish their rescue mission, they had been surrounded by the demons and were trapped at the entrance of the cave. As a result, it immediately turned into a large-scale battle. A cracking sound came from behind the pair. The mountain peak behind them looked like it was about to collapse, causing them to become anxious. If the mountain were to collapse, not many of the people who had been kidnapped and held captive in the cave would survive. However, there was nothing Ying Fei and Fu Ling could do to stop it from happening. In their moment of desperation, they felt Yang Kai's aura appearing beside them. They turned to look in that direction and saw Yang Kai's figure appearing, and all their worries vanished in an instant. Now free of extraneous concerns, they concentrated on crushing the enemies in front of them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai shot into the cave and came back out again a couple of breaths later. He had placed all of the people who had been held captive inside the cave into the small sealed world. He nodded lightly at Ying Fei and Fu Ling. Receiving confirmation, the two of them abruptly released the shackles binding them and pushed their strength wildly. They had been worried about the people behind them previously, so neither Ying Fei nor Fu Ling had dared to use their full strength. Now that there was nothing holding them back, their fury instantly erupted. There was a roar as Ying Fei assumed his true form, an enormous monster beast that was several dozen meters long and tall. His entire body was surrounded by cyan winds, and as he spread his wings, wind blades slashed in all directions. Before he even got close, the demon race members standing around him were cut to pieces and their corpses collapsed to the ground in broken pieces. Wherever he flew, the wind blades followed. Hence, the demon race army soon turned into a sea of blood. Similarly, Fu Ling had taken on her dragon form. A seventh-order purple dragon soared into the sky, spewing out large swaths of purple dragon breath from her mouth. In the wake of her dragon breath, any demon race member that was touched, even if just slightly, was turned into a purple crystal statue. They would become frozen in place and unable to move. Tens of thousands of the demons scattered in an instant and fled for their lives. It was at that moment that a rumbling sound came from the distance and a group of several hundred people came charging in from afar. The person leading the group was none other than the young sect master of the Water Cloud sect, Yuan Wenlong. After being rescued by Yang Kai and the others, he rested in the mountain valley for some time. So how could he not know what was going on when he heard the commotion coming from this direction? Although he had not completely recovered, the demon race had slaughtered his family and destroyed his sect. His hatred for the demons was so deeply ingrained into his bones that he immediately led everyone who could fight out to avenge their dead sect brothers and sisters. Under normal circumstances, these few hundred people would not have made much of a difference. However, the demon race army was currently routed and running for their lives in all directions. Moreover, no master was leading them. So Yuan Wenlong and the others managed to kill many with their reckless charge, which helped relieve some of the pent-up emotions in their hearts. A quarter of an hour later, the situation inside Water Cloud sect gradually returned to calm. Demon race corpses could be seen everywhere, and the demon chi in their bodies was slowly escaping into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in the sky and sent out jade slip after jade slip with his hands. There were a great number of demons here, so just him, Shilei, and the others alone were not enough to kill them all. Even if tens of thousands of the demons had died at their hands, a large part of the army had still managed to escape. The remaining demons had scattered and formed groups of stragglers. They would be vulnerable if they encountered a master or a coordinated army, but more tragedies would undoubtedly occur if they came across any small sects or villages. Since Yang Kai had destroyed this demon stronghold, it was only natural for him to ensure that he did a thorough cleanup job. The two groups from the 61st Army were not far away, so at this moment, Yang Kai issued orders to split up the formation and mop up all the demon stragglers in a thorough fashion. It was essential for all the fleeing demons to be completely eliminated before he could consider this issue over. Fei and Fu Ling stood beside Yang Kai, looking at the mountain in the distance that had been hollowed out with wide eyes. That mountain was where Water Cloud Sect's main conference hall was located. But the shape of the mountain seemed a bit peculiar now. There was a huge semicircular hole in the side of the mountain, one that was oddly smooth. The edges around the semicircular gap were flat and smooth, as though it had been cut by a sharp tool, which made the top of the mountain look like an upside-down crescent moon as a result. Both Fei and Fu Ling were stunned, and they wondered how Yang Kai accomplished this. It would not have been surprising for Yang Kai to smash the mountains to bits given his strength. However, it was truly baffling how a semicircular gap had been carved into the mountain instead. "Sir, can we leave this place quickly? I'm afraid they might not be able to withstand this if it goes on any longer." Yuan Wenlong glanced at the several hundred survivors of Water Cloud sect with a worried expression. These several hundred people were not very strong, and their cultivations had been sealed when they were captured by the demon race, so they had begun to show symptoms of illness after staying in the demon land for so long. Most of them were breathing heavily and their bodies gave off a faint malevolent aura. The demon essence permeating the demon land was quietly eroding away at their minds the whole time. This process was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Moreover, they had just experienced a battle which had agitated their aggression and accelerated the rate at which the demon essence was corrupting their thoughts. If they continued to stay here for much longer, most of them would probably undergo demonification. That was why Yuan Wenlong wanted to get them out of here quickly. Yang Kai understood what Yuan Wenlong was worried about, so he nodded and ordered, "Relax and don't resist," reaching out a large hand to the front. His divine sense covered those hundreds of people as he placed them into the small sealed world. A short while later, 3 figures rose into the sky. The passage in the sky that was connecting the two worlds had been sealed by Yang Kai, but the black spot and the demon land could not be eliminated. The situation was exactly the same as what had happened in the Western Territory a few days ago, which made Yang Kai a little uneasy. It didn't take the 61st Army more than 5 days to round up and wipe out all the remaining demons that had fled from Water Cloud sect. If the enemy army had gathered together in one place, they might have stood a fighting chance against the 61st Army, but spread out, it only gave the humans a chance to pick them off one by one. There was not much of a resistance at all, and hundreds of thousands of demons were annihilated as a result, with few slipping through the net. Even so, the army did not stop advancing. They divided into two groups again and continued heading deeper into the Northern Territory. During their journey, Xianxia sealed more than 10 two-worlds passages. The 61st Army was a formidable force, so they rarely encountered any enemies that could put up a decent fight. Only the armies led by half-saints could stall the 61st Army's advance. Some places even had more than one half-saint, which gave a real challenge. At the same time, the 55 armies of the Star Boundary were like 55 blades sweeping across the eastern, southern, and western territories. They charged through the entire Star Boundary, engaging in large-scale battles almost every day. Both humans and demons suffered heavy casualties, countless cities and sects were destroyed, and millions died as a result. Approximately half a month later, the situation had become clear. There were exactly 108 of those ink-like spots scattered across the Star Boundary, evenly distributed throughout the 4 territories. There was still no news from the great emperors. However, the people in the Star Boundary confirmed that the demon saints had also disappeared without a trace. Back when the 10 demon saints crossed into this world from the demon realm, the 7 great emperors, along with Yu Rumeng and the others, had separated to pursue the enemy. Whenever they exchanged blows with each other, the commotions were so great that it wouldn't be wrong to call them catastrophic. It was hard not to notice their fights, so it drew the attention of many, and in the end, those people witnessed the world split apart and a gigantic arm emerge from the crack. That sight was personally witnessed by many. Therefore, it was easy to learn about what had happened back then with a little investigation. The great emperors and the demon saints had been taken away by those gigantic hands, a story nobody wanted to believe. Li Wuyi secretly guessed that the gigantic hand was not caused by some divine ability, as there was nobody in this world who could accomplish that. It must have been something the demon saints had secretly set up in the demon realm, which would activate when those cracks opened. That conjecture was quite reasonable. The disappearance of the great emperors had caused many people to panic, but learning that the demon saints had also gone missing slightly mollified their anxiety. They had been afraid that the demon saints had remained in this world while the great emperors were missing. If that had been the case, nobody in the Star Boundary could have fought back. Regardless of how powerful the 55 armies of the Star Boundary were, there would come a day when they were completely wiped out by the enemy. The black spots in the sky were enormous, and a faint black light could be seen glowing and flashing from within. Every time the light flashed, the black spots would expand at an imperceptible rate. Nothing would be detected in the short term, but if this continued for long enough, the entire Star Boundary would eventually be devoured. A certain demon land stretched out 300,000 kilometers in every direction beneath, with an army totaling over 1 million stationed on its periphery. The camps seemingly going on forever with no end in sight. How high-spirited had the 55 armies been back when they gathered in the Western Territory to await the opening of the Two Worlds Passage so they could assault the demon race. An attack had indeed happened, but it was the demon race that had opened the Two Worlds Passage. The demon race suffered more than 20 million casualties on the Western Territory battlefield, which was a significant loss, but the demon race corpses had released rich demon chi which spread out across various territories of the Star Boundary. Under some sort of blessing from an unknown force, 108 passages had been opened in the Star Boundary that day, bringing unimaginable disaster with it. In the beginning, nobody could have imagined that the war would progress in this direction. Under the will of the heavens, countless wars had broken out everywhere in the Star Boundary. It had been more than a month since the incident at the Western Territory, and during that time, the 61st Army had fought in various places across the Northern Territory. Instead of decreasing in numbers, however, the 61st Army had expanded considerably instead. At present, there were 350,000 people among its ranks. This was a natural result. When Li Wuyi first sent out recruitment letters to the entire Star Boundary, most of the cultivators had the same mindset as those from Watercloud sect. They chose self-preservation, thinking that somebody higher up would hold up the sky for them even if it came crashing down. Besides, the Western Territory was very far away and the war would never affect them, so they turned a blind eye to it. But now, the demon race's methods had shattered their illusions. In this 1 month alone, countless people had lost their homes and families while numerous sects and clans had been slaughtered. Of those who survived, some were frightened out of their minds and fled in a panic. There were also some who carried the burning desire for revenge in their hearts and volunteered to join the armies in order to fight. That was how the 61st Army expanded. Even so, the 61st Army was strict in selecting people. Even though many people volunteered themselves to the army, only a few tens of thousands were accepted, mainly as a means of replenishing their ranks. Meanwhile, Xianxia's small sealed world was dangerously full. The space in the first region of the small sealed world had always been limited and he had taken in many people during his month. At this point, there were tens of millions of refugees inside the small sealed world. Only the piece of land where the medicine garden was located was relatively empty. Everywhere else was simply filled to the brim. The second region of the small sealed world had been stripped away. On the other hand, the remaining third region was vast and could accommodate many times more people with no trouble at all, but it was formed from devouring various demon realm continents. It could be considered as a second incomplete demon realm, so how could weak humans from the star boundary survive there? If Xianxia really put them in there, it would not be long before they were eroded by the demon essence and reduced to demons themselves. Since the small sealed world could not take in any more people, they could only provide directions to the fleeing refugees they came across so that they could escape towards High Heaven Palace. As for whether they survived or not, nobody could afford to care. After all, war had always been a cruel affair. Meanwhile, the 35th Army under Bing Yun had expanded to more than 600,000 people at this point. In comparison, the 61st Army had not expanded by much, with the reason being that the heritage of the 35th Army was not as strong as that of the 61st Army. They suffered great casualties every time they encountered demon race armies, so it was only natural for them to replenish and expand their ranks as much as possible. For that reason, they welcomed anybody who had the will to fight and kill the enemy. Whether it was the 61st Army or the 35th Army, they were both primarily formed from Northern Territory cultivators and had returned to the Northern Territory after the incident at the Western Territory. Just like the 61st Army, the 35th Army had been constantly fighting during the past month or so. 5 days ago, the two armies joined forces outside Blue Wave City. Blue Wave City was a small town. According to the stories, an Emperor Realm Master came here in the past and created a prosperous home in this place. His presence attracted people from all over the world, which gradually led to the formation of this city. As the Emperor Realm Master's name contained the characters for Blue Wave, the city was named after him. Still, this was something that happened a long time ago, and there was no way to verify if it was the truth. Blue Wave City was originally an unknown little town in the vast Northern Territory with a population of several tens of thousands. Moreover, the strongest in the city was only in the Dao Source realm. There was not a single Emperor Realm Master, and it was inferior to even Maplewood City back then. Nevertheless, it was now very famous. That couldn't be helped though, as this was the place where Demon Saint Huang Wuji and Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen had fought each other and gone missing together. When the Demon Saints and Great Emperors vanished, the sky cracked open and the black spots came into being. The surroundings of Blue Wave City turned into a demon land, and this place became one of the 108 demon strongholds. A demon race army of nearly 3 million was stationed inside this demon stronghold. In addition, there was no end to them at a glance. With so many of the demon race gathered in one place, it caused the world to fill with demon chi. Over the past 5 days, the 61st and 35th Army had joined forces and fought against the demon race army in this place 3 times, but each attempt to wipe the enemy out had ended in failure. This demon stronghold was clearly different from all the others that Xianxia had encountered recently. The demon race seemed to place great importance on this place. Not only was there a demon race army of 3 million stationed here, but there were also as many as 5 half-saints assuming command. There were quite a few masters under Xianxia's command. Like the enemy, there were 4 half-saints, namely Zhuifeng, the embodiment by Zhua, and Baiya, in addition to himself, who was almost equivalent to a half-saint in terms of combat power. What's more, Bing Yun was a pseudo-great emperor. Comparing the numbers of half-saints, the two armies combined were not inferior to the demon race army. The only disadvantage they had was in terms of the number of troops. An army of 1 million might not be small, but the demon race army had 3 times that number of soldiers. Furthermore, the demons were defending from inside the demon land. The demon chi that was ubiquitous in the demon land had a negative effect on the combat power of ordinary humans while it provided a boon to the demons. During the first confrontation, the two parties had fought for a full day and night. The corpses of both sides could be seen everywhere within a radius of 300,000 kilometers. When the order to withdraw finally came, only several 100,000 remained of the 1 million-strong army. Unable to break through the demon race army's defenses, Yang Kai and Bing Yun had no choice but to retreat when they saw that the bloodlust spell's effect was about to end. That night, Yang Kai placed Bing Yun and all the half-saints under his command in the small sealed world. Then he infiltrated the demon race camp all on his own to take down the enemy leaders. As long as they could get rid of the 5 half-saints, the rest of the demon race army would have nothing left but numbers. Unfortunately, those demon race half-saints seemed to have prepared in advance for this scenario. They stuck together as a group and never separated from each other. When the half-saints on both sides engaged in battle again, it ended with only one of the half-saints on the demon race's side being severely injured. 2 days later, an assassination attempt was carried out on Yang Kai in the general's tent of the 61st Army. The person who carried out the assassination attempt was a shadow demon half-saint who quietly snuck into the 61st Army alone and attacked. It would surely have ended in tragedy if not for how extraordinary Yang Kai's soul cultivation was. Even so, the experience left him drenched in a cold sweat. He had always known that the Shadow Demon clan was talented and proficient in stealth and assassination, and among them, a Shadow Demon half-saint was considered the best among the best. Despite knowing this, it wasn't until he actually experienced it for himself that Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of what it meant. It was almost impossible to prevent the Shadow Demon half-saint from infiltrating and carrying out a sneak attack. Even Yang Kai could not detect the Shadow Demon half-saint's presence, so how could the others? Fortunately, there were traces that could be seen at the exact moment the other party attacked. Yang Kai immediately used nihility on himself when he felt alarm bells ringing in his heart, which was what allowed him to avoid the crisis. The Shadow Demon half-saint immediately fled far away when his attack missed its mark. Yang Kai had urged the space principles to solidify the area but failed to restrain the enemy. Hence, the Shadow Demon was nowhere to be seen by the time Baya, the embodiment, and the others heard the commotion and rushed over. There was a head-on battle and 2 sneak attacks, coming to a total of 3 confrontations in a span of 5 days. Thus, Yang Kai and Bing Yun realized that the enemy in front of them was a tough nut to crack. It was going to be difficult to defeat this demon race army of 3 million with just the power they had on hand. Yang Kai and Bing Yun stood side by side on top of a solitary mountain where the clouds gathered, looking out in the direction of Blue Wave City that was located thousands of kilometers away. Even though it was thousands of kilometers away, even though more than a month had passed since the incident, the aftermath of the battle between the Great Emperor and the Demon Saint was still clearly discernible. Somewhere above the Demon Land and below the Black Spot, the Great Emperor's Emperor Chi swirled and the Demon Saint's Demon Chi raged. They formed 2 dazzling rays of light and darkness that kept clashing with each other in midair. It had been many years since such powerful masters had fought against each other in this world. The battlefield left behind from their battle would definitely become a cultivation paradise of the Grand Tao in later years. If anybody had the opportunity to perceive the confrontation between the 2 forces, they would surely gain great benefits from the experience that would improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, that place was currently dominated by the demon race, so who would dare approach? On the contrary, many masters in the Demon King realm and above were taking the opportunity to gain insight there. Senior, have you received any news? Yang Kai squinted in that direction for a while before asking. Bing Yun sighed. None of the others can come. They all have their own enemies to deal with. He nodded at her words. The results were within his expectations. The 2 sides had clashed 3 times, but both sides were unable to do anything about the other. Wondering if she could ask for help from elsewhere, Bing Yun had turned to the other armies in the Northern Territory for assistance in order to remove the eyesore in front of them before moving on to obliterate the rest of the demons in the remaining demon strongholds. However, The armies of the star boundary were all busy fighting their own battles. So who could come forward to provide support? Li Wui had received countless requests asking for support, but unfortunately he couldn't send out more helping hands. The only thing he could do was ask the respective army commanders to figure out a solution for themselves. At present, there were 108 demon strongholds scattered across the 4 territories of the star boundary with demon race armies stationed at each one. Although many of the demon strongholds had been wiped out along with the defenders stationed there over the course of the past month, the demon lands remained. Even the world principles of the star boundary could not repair themselves. The demon race armies would sometimes evacuate a stronghold before the arrival of the star boundary's armies and converge towards another larger demon stronghold, causing the star boundary's army's aggressive and high-spirited march to be in vain. Most demon strongholds were not too hard to deal with as the number of half-saints in the demon realm was limited. So not every demon stronghold had a half-saint guarding it. Take the demon stronghold at Watercloud Sect for example. There were no half-saints stationed there, so Xianxia succeeded in turning the place upside down practically all alone. In contrast, those demon strongholds with half-saints guarding them were rather difficult to deal with. Among them, there were a total of 10 demon strongholds with more than one half-saint. The demon race highly valued these 10 spots, and each spot had at least 4 or 5 half-saints stationed there. Blue Wave City happened to be one of them. Furthermore, these 10 demon strongholds were the places where the 7 great emperors, Yu Ru Meng, and the others had disappeared together with the demon saints. Just Blue Wave City alone had been keeping the 61st and 35th Army completely tied down. The other 9 demon strongholds were probably facing a similar situation. At the very least, 30 of the Star Boundary's armies were required to siege these 10 demon strongholds. The rest could only divide their troops to confront the remaining demons. Anyone could tell that these 10 demon strongholds were of great importance to demon race. They could ignore all the other demon strongholds and demon lands, but defeating those 10 locations was a must. As long as they could capture these 10 locations, it would be difficult for the demon race to implement whatever tricks and conspiracies they had planned, but it was extremely difficult to capture those locations. Judging from the current situation of the Star Boundary's various armies, it was nothing short of a dream. These 10 demon strongholds were scattered throughout the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. There were 3 in the Northern Territory, 3 in the Southern Territory, and 2 each in the Eastern and Western Territory. It's not necessarily a bad idea to gather all the masters in one place and accomplish everything in one go. Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment. Bingyun nodded. I've already considered that option. We have the space beacons and the world beads, so our mobility is much greater than that of our enemy. If we can gather 10 masters in the pseudo-great emperor realm, we might just be able to defeat the opponents in front of us. But what happens to the armies under their command during their absence? The demon race forces will not miss this opportunity to retaliate. Without the protection of a pseudo-great emperor, those armies will definitely suffer heavy casualties. The losses will outweigh the gains. It might work if we place the armies into the world beads as well, but that would mean abandoning vigilance towards some of the demon strongholds altogether. He nodded. You are right, Senior. What are Supreme Commander Li's opinions on this matter? She replied. Supreme Commander Li said to wait for the news from Dragon Island. All our problems will be solved if the 2 elders of Dragon Island are willing to come forward. Xianxia smiled slightly. I see. It shouldn't take too long then. Upon returning to High Heaven Palace from the Western Territory, he had asked Xiangqi to escort Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to Dragon Island. Now that 1 month had passed, the results should present themselves soon. The Star Boundary was in critical condition, and while Dragon Island was technically a sealed world of its own, it was still based in the Star Boundary. No matter how detached the Dragon Clan was towards the matters of the world, they could not stand idly by in this situation. The reasoning behind the saying, without lips, the teeth would go cold, was still something they understood very well. I hope that's the case. Seeing his confident expression, Bingyun smiled slightly in response. He suddenly reached out his hand while they were conversing. At the same time, space principles fluctuated briefly. Then, a jade slip appeared in the palm of Xianxia's hands when he opened his hand again. Li Wuyi's aura emanated from that jade slip. She asked, is that a message from Supreme Commander Li? Xianxia nodded, immersing his divine sense into the jade slip. After checking the contents of the jade slip, he smiled bitterly. "Senior, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight alongside you anymore." "What did the Supreme Commander ask you to do?" she asked. He tossed the jade slip to her and said, "Senior Li wants me to head into the demon realm to search for the whereabouts of the great emperors and devour the rest of the demon realm while I'm at it." Bingyun swiftly finished reading the contents of the jade slip. And knowing that what he was saying was the truth, she nodded in response. "That's not a bad idea. Just looking at the number of demons in the world today, it's easy to tell that most of the strongest masters have been deployed. Those that remained are probably the weak and infirmed. You probably won't face much danger if you head to the demon realm now." She suddenly laughed. The demon race invaded the star boundary in hopes of seizing new land. Supreme Commander Li's little scheme is truly giving them a taste of their own medicine. If Xianxia went deep behind the enemy lines and devoured the demon realm continents, the demon race would definitely not ignore his actions, thus he alone would be able to distract the demon race's attention. It would be even better if he managed to lure some of the half-saints away. What's more, according to Li Wuyi's conjecture, the great emperors were probably in the demon realm at the moment. Hence, the main purpose of this trip was to inquire about their whereabouts and current situation. Xianxia said solemnly, "Please take care of the 61st Army after I leave, Senior." Bingyun laughed. "The 61st Army is the mightiest in the star boundary. They don't need me to take care of them. Rather, my 35th Army will be relying on the 61st Army. Although Yao Si acts prudently, he is still young. I'm worried that he might lose his composure now that the great emperors are missing." Bingyun nodded and replied in a serious tone, "Rest assured, I will watch over him carefully." He nodded in thanks. "When are you going? Where will you depart from?" Xianxia thought for a moment before answering, "I'll leave after making some arrangements." He glanced at the black spot located thousands of kilometers away and grinned. "As for where, I'll just depart from here." Following his gaze, Bingyun felt stunned for some time and secretly sighed to herself. His courage isn't small. If you intend to leave from there, then you should probably make some proper arrangements. He glanced at her for a moment, mulling over her words before understanding her intentions and nodding. "I'll do as you say, Senior." The two of them then set off immediately and returned to the camp. A short while later, the division commanders of both armies gathered together in the commander's tent of the 61st Army. When Xianxia told them about his intentions to set off for the demon realm, the news caused an uproar among them. However, they fell silent after learning that Xianxia was acting under Li Wuyi's orders. Bai Ye and Bai Zhua naturally requested to follow him. They were sent by Yu Rumeng and Bai Liemo to protect him after all, so it was only logical that they were wherever he was. Nevertheless, the war situation was very precarious at the moment. So how could Xianxia cut off the supporting pillars of the two armies at such a critical juncture? Hence, he immediately rejected their request. Even the embodiment was to stay behind. Following a brief discussion, everybody dispersed. That night, the two armies joined forces and launched a fierce attack on Blue Wave City. Having already taken precautions in advance, the demons were able to respond to the attack quickly, but what puzzled them was that the humans' attack this time around was extremely flashy but seemed to lack substance. Hundreds of thousands attacked with great vigor, only to quickly withdraw their forces after an hour or so. It left the demon race extremely puzzled. Staring at the human race army retreating like the receding tide, the demon race half-saints stood in the sky with a frown on their faces. They instinctively felt that the humans were carrying out some sort of plot, but they could not sense anything. All of a sudden, the shadow demon half-saint who previously snuck into the 61st Army to assassinate Xianxia looked up at the black spot in the sky with a glint in his eyes. "There's an easy path to the heavens, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you force your way into the gates of hell." The shadow demon gave a soft, cold laugh before his figure suddenly faded and vanished from sight. "Qianzhong, where are you going?" a half-saint shouted after him. "To kill." His voice came from the direction of the black spot. The other half-saints raised their eyebrows at those words. Then, the realization of the meaning behind that strange feeling they experienced just now suddenly struck them. They had not seen any traces of Xianxia during this battle. Xianxia held a high position among the human race. He seemed to be an army commander or something of the sort, so it was impossible for him not to show up during such an important battle. Thinking back to the human race army's movements just now, how could they not realize that the attack was all a feint? It was simply to distract them. Besides, Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, so it was not impossible for him to sneak into the demon realm through this place amidst all the chaos. He is proficient in the Tao of space. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Xianxia attempted it once before but failed. One of the half-saints frowned. If he really snuck into the demon realm, then he would surely feel smug about himself and become complacent as a result. It might just work out this time. Let's hope it does. It's just that the human brat has a storage artifact. There are always traitors around him to protect him. Baya, Baizhua, and that strange stone man made an appearance just now. I believe he only has that beast, Zhui Feng, with him at the moment. It's difficult for even you and I to guard against Chen Zhong's sneak attacks. So as long as that boy lets down his guard even just a little, Chen Zhong will have a great chance of succeeding. That's true. Let us hope Chen Zhong can bring back some good news. At this point, the half-saints stopped talking. They simply watched the human race army's movements warily, preparing to defend against another attack at any time. The Shadow Demon clan was inherently proficient in concealment and assassination. Like a rabbit eating grass or a jackal eating meat, it was an ability that came innately to them. Moreover, a Shadow Demon half-saint stood at the peak of this field. Chen Zhong concealed his figure and aura, passed through the enormous black spot in the sky, and quietly snuck back into the demon realm. Xianxia infiltrated the demon realm in order to cause mayhem. That was simply his suspicion born from the fact that he had not seen Xianxia anywhere on the battlefield just now. He had not been too confident whether it was the truth or not, but be that as it may, he became certain that his guess was correct the moment he returned to the demon realm. That was because traces of Xianxia's aura clearly remained at the place where he appeared, which made him ecstatic. All the half-saints and even the demon saints themselves loathed Xianxia. It was just that Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, so despite being weak, his skill at escaping was unmatched. Even the demon saints had failed to capture him when they tried to hunt him down after the battle on Eternal Sky Continent. Later, Xianxia wreaked havoc in the demon realm, destroyed a vast swatch of territory, and instigated 2 demon saints, a master on par with the demon saints, and a large number of demon race masters to defect. Those actions left the demon race nursing an irreconcilable grudge against him. Before this recent invasion of the star boundary, the demon saints announced that they would personally guide and assist in the cultivation of the meritorious person who managed to take Xianxia's head so that that person could reach the peak as soon as possible. The half-saints might not have been tempted by the offer if it had been just any ordinary reward. However, who wouldn't covet being taught by the demon saints themselves? The credit is mine, Xian Zhong thought to himself. Even so, he did not show his excitement outwardly. A good assassin was able to precisely control the fluctuations of their emotions so that not even the slightest turbulence would be revealed. There was no need to track the trail carefully. He only needed to lift his head to see Xianxia riding on Zhui Feng at a distance of no more than 2 kilometers away from him. They were traveling at leisure, acting so relaxed and carefree that it was almost as if their purpose in coming to the demon realm was for a casual stroll. For Chen Zhong, a distance like that was practically no different from standing face to face with each other. He could launch a sure-kill strike at any time. Before he could take any action though, he suddenly saw Xianxia, who was 2 kilometers away, turning to look back in his direction with a bright smile, one filled with cunning. Chen Zhong felt his heart skip a beat, instinctively thinking that something bad was going to happen. But before he could react, a gentle force slammed into his body. That force was invisible and undetectable, so well hidden that he failed to notice until it was too late. Besides, the power behind this strike was harmless and clearly only for reconnaissance purposes. It was just that his figure, which was concealed, was immediately revealed when that force struck. "I've been waiting for you," a voice sounded from the side. Following those words, a figure dressed in white stepped out of the void with one hand behind his back. His aura calm and relaxed like that of an aloof master. Li Wu-yi. Chen Zhong froze in surprise and his eyes widened from the shock. His head was full of questions, the most prominent one being, why is he here? There were few pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary, far less than the number of demon race half-saints. Even with the subordinates of Yu Rumeng and the others, there was still a large gap between the number of pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary and the number of demon race half-saints. Nevertheless, the gap was not as wide as before. Among all the pseudo-great emperors, though, Li Wuyi was the most famous. He was also the person most feared by the half-saints. That was because 3 half-saints had died at his hands. He was an existence that stood above the rest of the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints. His reputation of being the strongest beneath the great emperors of the star boundary was well warranted. Although Qian Zhong was powerful enough that he could look down on any other pseudo-great emperor of the star boundary, he did not dare to underestimate Li Wuyi. Therefore, he instantly realized that this was a trap the moment he saw the latter appear. It was a trick to deceive the opponent into walking into the trap themselves. And he had fallen right for it. Without any hesitation, Qian Zhong abruptly retreated. The Two Worlds passage was not far behind him, and as long as he could return, he could reach the stronghold in the star boundary. At that time, Li Wuyi would not be able to touch a single hair on his head. On the contrary, he could try and unite with his companions on the other side to kill Li Wuyi here. However, a scorching heat came from behind him the moment he tried to make a move. That scorching heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, causing Qian Zhong's expression to fill with horror even before the attack landed on him. His figure that was withdrawing backwards stopped abruptly. There had been no pause between his sudden movement and equally sudden halt, showing how solid his foundation was. He dodged to the side and turned back to look in the middle of all the havoc. A slender and bright-eyed young woman was standing in front of the Two Worlds passage, showing a row of pearly teeth as she smiled at him. Forming a set of seals with her hands, she sent out another secret technique, manifesting a flame that danced like a fire dragon to chase after him. While casting the secret technique, she laughingly said, "Yang Kai, there really was an idiot who walked right into our trap." Yang Kai rode over and laughed loudly. How could I show off my intelligence if he wasn't so stupid? As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck his palm at Qian Zhong from a distance. Space principles fluctuated violently as he shouted, "Solidify!" At the same time, Li Wuyi raised a palm slowly and brought it down in Qian Zhong's direction with a stern expression. He might be powerful, but his opponent was a half-saint. Thus, he attacked with all his strength. Combining their strength, the space around Qian Zhong suddenly froze. Qian Zhong, who was escaping like a fleeting shadow, felt as though a mountain was suddenly pressing down on him. The vitality in his heart churned and his breathing became labored. His originally unpredictable figure became extremely sluggish too. At that moment, scorching heat swiftly descended on him. He broke out in cold sweat and let out a roar, his demon chi surging violently. Like a mirror that was broken by a huge force, the sound of something shattering rang out as cracks suddenly appeared in the space surrounding him. Qian Zhong took advantage of the situation to escape his shackles, but the burst of flames had already rushed up to him during that momentary delay. At this moment, he was in the middle of recovering from the last attack and could not gather more strength to defend. It was such a short gap that it was practically negligible. But even so, the young woman had managed to time her attack perfectly. The flames suddenly enveloped him and turned into a ring of fire that quickly shrank. Then, it tightened abruptly and bound Qian Zhong in place. With the ring of fire wrapped around his body, the demon chi covering his body burned with a crackling sound. In his horror, he bit his tongue hard and his aura surged violently, causing the ring of fire binding him showed signs of cracking. Shou. 2 more bursts of flames shot out from the young woman's hands. Similar to the first burst of flame, they struck out like a fire dragon and shrouded over Qian Zhong's head. After that, the 3 bursts of fire turned into 3 rings of flame and bound themselves around his chest, waist, and legs. He had been on the verge of breaking free previously, but now he was locked down tightly, a look of despair filling his face. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi attacked at the same time. Li Wuyi's clothes were flapping in the wind, the Emperor Qi in his body surging madly as he pointed at Qian Zhong from a distance. That movement seemed incredibly slow, yet at the same time it was over in an instant. Qian Zhong reacted as if struck by lightning when that finger pointed at him and his head jerked back, a finger-sized hole appearing on his forehead. Strangely, no blood came out. Only his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yang Kai also pointed a finger forward. It was different from the slow-moving action that Li Wuyi had made as he thrust forward rapidly, causing space to shudder and the world to tremble. It was incredibly majestic and terrifying to watch. Meanwhile, Qian Zhong's chest sank sharply. Then his whole body shrank rapidly and collapsed towards the dent in his chest. Rupture. Li Wuyi's eyes lit up. As an expert proficient in the Tao of space, he instantly knew that this attack was very powerful the moment Yang Kai used it. It involved the essence of the grand Tao of space itself. The scene of a living person collapsing in on himself at a rapid pace was an extremely strange sight to behold. If Yang Kai had been alone, he could never have won against this shadow demon half-saint. But by launching a surprise attack which combined his strength with Li Wuyi and Yang Yan, they managed to defeat this opponent so quickly that he had no chance to retaliate. In a span of 3 short breaths, Qian Zhong's whole body collapsed in on itself completely, and a small black spot suddenly formed in his place. The 3 rings of fire turned into bracelets that flew towards Yang Yan, where she wore them on her fair wrists. Just as she was about to turn around with a smile on her face to say something to Yang Kai, her expression changed drastically and she shouted, "Watch out!" There was a loud explosion. Following that, the small black spot expanded without warning and countless figures erupted from within. Each figure was similar to Qian Zhong in appearance. There were thousands of those figures and each one of them had identical auras, making it impossible for anybody to discern which was real and which was not. Then those thousands of figures fled in all directions. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan attacked in unison. Most of the figures were wiped out before they could take more than a few steps. Meanwhile, Yang Kai felt his skin tingling with a sense that he was being watched by a dangerous beast. Lifting his head, he saw a figure rush towards him at a high speed. The eyes of that figure were filled with a hatred that was carved deep into his bones and a resolute determination to drag Yang Kai down to hell with him. A cornered beast will undoubtedly fight back. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned the mountains and rivers bell. He gave a gentle shake of his wrist and a melodious and ancient sound told. At the same time, a force of suppression swept out in all directions. As soon as Qian Zhong appeared, he was besieged by Yang Kai, Li Wuyi, and Yang Yan. He was beaten half to death before he could even use any of his divine abilities. So it was inevitable that he came out severely injured despite his desperate attempts to escape. Therefore, his combat power at this moment was less than half of what it usually was at his peak. When the mountains and rivers bell rang out, the sound of the bell went straight into his mind and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The melodious bell echoed throughout the demon realm, shattered space, and even spread to the star boundary. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for the commotion in the demon realm to reach the star boundary even if the 2 great worlds were connected by a channel. But even so, the sound of the mountains and rivers bell was clearly transmitted to the other side. When the bell rang out, the expressions of many half-saints in the demon land brightened as a single thought appeared in their hearts. Success. The demon race was fairly knowledgeable when it came to Yang Kai. They knew that he had a treasure like the mountains and rivers bell in his possession. A treasure as precious as that would never be used unless he was in a crisis where his life was at stake. Hence, the half-saints believed that he was near the end of his road when they heard the bell toll. They were certain it wouldn't be long before Qian Zhong returned with good news. While secretly rejoicing in their hearts, they also envied Qian Zhong for his good luck. Killing Yang Kai was a great merit and the person who succeeded would receive personal guidance from the demon saints. Coincidentally, Bing Yun and the others also had the same thought in their hearts. The demon race army did not know about Yang Kai's plans, but Bing Yun and the other leaders were aware of it. Yang Kai had vanished for some time just before the 2 armies launched their attack on the stronghold. Needless to say, he had gone looking for reinforcements. Inside the demon realm, Qian Zhong vomited blood violently, his figure no longer swift and agile. Meanwhile, Yang Kai galloped towards Qian Zhong on horseback as the mountains and rivers bell in his hand spun smoothly and rapidly expanded to cover Qian Zhong's head. Qian Zhong wanted to dodge to the side, but the force of suppression coming from the mountains and rivers bell made his entire body feel extremely heavy. He couldn't avoid the blow no matter what he did. So with a loud bang, the bell dropped down and enveloped Qian Zhong. Following that, Yang Kai jumped off Zhui Feng's back and came to stand next to the mountains and rivers bell. He struck the bell with a palm, resulting in another loud clang. Sound waves that were visible to the naked eye propagated out. Then, the illusory phantoms that were fleeing in all directions turned into nothingness. Qian Zhong's screams could be heard coming from within the mountains and rivers bell. Nevertheless, Yang Kai continued without stopping. He struck the mountains and rivers bell again and again, causing the bell to ring out incessantly. Qian Zhong's furious screams soon turned to ones of agony, then into tortured howls. After several dozen palm strikes, Qian Zhong's voice gradually disappeared. Yang Kai retrieved the mountains and rivers bell, and Qian Zhong's body no longer existed inside. There was only a pool of bloody remains left behind with no humanoid form distinguishable. A magnificent shadow demon half-saint died in such a vexing manner. He probably never imagined this outcome when he first came chasing after Yang Kai. Yang Kai's divine sense swept over the bloody remains to confirm that not the slightest bit of aura remained. Only then did he make a grab with his large hand to store the remains inside the sealed world bead. Yang Yen frowned. "Why are you keeping that filth?" Yang Kai said, "What if he isn't dead yet? At the very least, he won't be able to do anything inside the small sealed world, regardless of what amazing abilities he might have." Yang Kai was the master of the small sealed world, so he immediately used his authority to turn Qian Zhong's bloody corpse into dust. Yang Yen nodded in agreement. "It's better to be careful." Li Wui said, "Take care of yourself, kid. We're leaving. Have a safe journey." Yang Kai grinned and cupped his fists. He knew that he had taken up a lot of their time, and it would be terrible if something happened to the armies under their command during their absence. Seeing his smiling face, Yang Yen reached out a finger and poked his forehead. Li Wui added, "Please send word as soon as possible if you obtain any information on the great emperors." Having said that, he wrapped Yang Yen in his emperor chi and retreated towards the Two Worlds passage. Several half-saints stood above Blue Wave City, looking gloomy and uncertain. When the first toll of the mountains and rivers bell sounded, they all thought that Yang Kai was about to meet his end, but contrary to their expectations, the bell continued to ring incessantly. Despite ringing for several dozen times in quick succession, the sounds coming from the bell were showing no signs of weakening. As such, they began to realize that something was wrong. Now that the bell had stopped ringing, they were discussing whether to send somebody to check on the situation when all of a sudden, they saw two figures appearing in the area below the black spot. The half-saints were shocked and focusing their gaze on that direction. One of them shouted, "Li Wui!" Li Wui glanced at them coolly. Then, with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into thin air. The half-saints watched as Li Wui vanished, but none of them tried to stop him. Part of the reason was that he was so powerful that they were a bit frightened of him, but more importantly, they knew they would not be able to stop him even if they tried. Nobody could stop Li Wui from coming and going as he pleased in this world. Not unless the demon saints themselves stepped forward. Similar to Yang Kai, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of space, so he came and went like the wind. He was even more terrifying than Yang Kai because he was an actual pseudo-great emperor. The half-saints exchanged glances with each other and realized something. Qian Zhong had met a disastrous end. After Li Wui and Yang Yen left, Yang Kai sealed the Two Worlds passage as quickly as possible. He had the feeling that the demon race army was unlikely to send anybody else to hunt him down, but it was better to proceed cautiously. Once he finished sealing the Two Worlds passage, he finally had the time to study his surrounding environment. The continent he was on was not small, and the world principles were not bad either. Nevertheless, he couldn't be sure where he was exactly. Although he had traveled through almost all the continents in the entire demon realm, they all looked pretty similar to each other except for the occasional special and obvious characteristics. It was impossible for him to distinguish between them unless he asked somebody. Still, it didn't matter much to him. Regardless of which continent it was, they were all going to be devoured anyway. Before taking action to devour the continent, Yang Kai tried using a space beacon to contact Yu Rumeng and the Seven Great Emperors. He already had a space beacon in his possession to contact Yu Rumeng in the first place and later received another 7 from Li Wui to contact the 7 Great Emperors. As long as any one of them were on this continent, he would be able to get in touch with them. However, none of the space beacons he tried received any response. Yang Kai wasn't disappointed though, as there were many demon realm continents. If the great emperors were really in the demon realm, he would definitely find them one day. Summoning the sealed world bead, he transformed it into Gun Gun. Then, he stood on Gun Gun's huge head and stomped his feet. Let's get to work. He was devouring the demon realm continents again after so many years. But there were no obstacles this time around, and Gun Gun's devouring speed was extremely fast. Its gigantic mouth was like a bottomless pit, leaving an empty void in its wake wherever it went. The swallowed continents would fall into the small sealed world where they would integrate with it, perfecting the world principles and expanding the territory within. As time passed though, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He could not detect the aura of any living beings on this continent. Rather, the entire continent was heavily shrouded in death chi. 108 connected passages had appeared between the demon realm and the star boundary. At each location, a demon race army had passed through the corridor and invaded. Each army ranged from several 100,000 to several million. Moreover, there were a total of 108 armies, which amounted to an unimaginably large number. The territories of the demon realm were vast and had extremely large populations, but so many demons had crossed over to invade, so it wouldn't be surprising if only the old, weak, and infirmed were left behind. Still, those who remained should still constitute an enormous number of demons. At least, that was what Yang Kai originally thought. However, what he saw was different from what he expected. There were no living demons that could be found on this continent, not even a single living creature. It was extremely strange. This piece of demon land could best be described as an empty nest. At first, he thought that it was just a phenomenon unique to a specific region. He had started devouring the continent from the Two Worlds passage after all, so even if the demon race wasn't guarding this place, bystanders would not have dared to approach it. However, he finally came to the conclusion that there was nothing alive on this continent after several days of Gun Gun devouring the continent. Sitting on top of Gun Gun's head, Yang Kai separated a part of his consciousness and entered the small sealed world. He transformed into his soul projection and examined the situation of the demon land Gun Gun had recently devoured. A short while later, he frowned and stretched out his hand. With a wave, a mountain of bones appeared in front of him with a loud clatter. Why were there millions of bones here? Moreover, this was only what he summoned at random. Who knew how many more were buried deeper underground? Not to mention, some of these skeletons were only the size of babies, so it was clear they were infant demons. Yang Kai's scowl deepened as a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. From what he could see, other than those that had invaded the star boundary, all the other demons on this continent had probably died. But just what was the reason for so many deaths? What puzzled him even more was that there was no demon essence in any of these bones. Logically speaking, that was an impossible situation. It had only been 10 years or so since he left the demon realm, and everything had been fine up to that point. There had still been countless demons living on each continent at the time. In other words, these demons had only been dead for less than 10 years. Their physical body might have perished, but it was impossible for the demon essence hidden inside their bodies to dissipate so quickly. And yet, the situation was exactly that. This was all extremely strange, and Yang Kai had the vague feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. While he was trying to make sense of the situation, his expression suddenly changed. His main body turned to look in a certain direction the moment his soul avatar returned. 1,000 kilometers away, a figure was hastily escaping. He must have noticed Gun Gun and panicked. Yang Kai's hand waved, and suddenly there was another figure standing in front of him. It was the demon who had been fleeing for his life just now. This demon obviously did not understand what was going on. He had felt the ground shaking beneath him and ran out of his hiding place only to see a huge creature in the sky devouring the entire world. It scared him so badly that his soul nearly left his body and he quickly ran away. Immediately after that, he felt something squeeze around his body and his vision spun dizzily. By the time he recovered, there was somebody standing in front of him. He was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth and let out a roar while throwing a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly found the situation rather amusing. If this demon was ranked according to human cultivation standards, he would only be in the true element boundary realm, equivalent to having just barely taken the first steps in the martial Dao. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a disposable pawn on the battlefield. It was actually quite shocking that such a demon had the courage to attack him. It had been a long time since Xianxia last experienced something as novel as this. Too lazy to even bother fighting back, he simply smiled gently and said, "Let's sit down and have a chat." As soon as the words left Xianxia's mouth, the demon sat down on the ground with a plop. Even then he maintained the posture of his fist flying forward at Xianxia with a look of horror on his face. Xianxia was a high-ranked demon king. Although his cultivation had not reached a realm where every word he spoke became law, the weight of his words varied depending on who he was facing. The power of his divine sense was concealed within his words just now. So how could the demon in front of him, who was barely in the true element boundary, resist? Having fallen to a sitting position on the ground, the demon's complexion was ashen with fear. The person in front of him had not even moved a single finger. Just a single word from that person was enough to leave him incapable of fighting back. Therefore, he understood that he was no match for his opponent. Despair washed over his heart, and he sighed. In the end, I still couldn't escape. Xianxia chuckled. What were you trying to escape from? The demon, however, just lifted his neck slightly and prepared himself. Do it. After saying that, he closed his eyes, as if resigned to his fate. He had no choice but to accept. Trying to confront the person in front of him was equivalent to an ant trying to fight a dragon. There was zero chance of resistance whatsoever. Did you think I was going to kill you? Xianxia studied the demon with interest. Judging by the faint burning aura coming from the demon's body, he was probably a flame demon. Are you not? The flame demon opened his eyes and frowned deeply. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain himself, so he bluntly stated, I have some questions for you. I'll let you live if you answer my questions. If you don't cooperate, I'll make you wish you were dead. The flame demon's brow twitched slightly at those words. A sliver of hope had appeared in a situation where he originally thought his life was forfeited. So he didn't try to negotiate with Xianxia for any conditions and simply answered readily, Please ask, what happened on this continent? How did everyone on this continent die? You don't know. He was stunned. What happened on this continent was such a major incident that almost all of the demon race knows about it. How is this guy unaware of it? Would I still need to ask you if I knew? Xianxia's expression turned cold. Seeing the change in Xianxia's expression, the flame demon felt his heart clench in fear. He did not dare to show disrespect and hurriedly told Xianxia everything he knew. The changes on this continent began 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the half-saint in charge of this continent recruited all of the demons in the demon spirit realm and above. The demon spirit realm corresponded to the human race's origin returning realm. An army of 3 million was formed from the recruitment. Afterwards, the army of 3 million was split into 10 equal parts and went around slaughtering all the remaining demons living on the continent under the command of that half-saint. All the demons that were in the demon spirit realm or above had been recruited and taken away, leaving only the weak ones behind. So what could they do against such powerful enemies even if their numbers were greater? For 8 whole years, there was a reign of terror on this continent. Hundreds of millions of the creatures that used to live here had been slaughtered, and all of those slaughtered were buried into the ground. Another 2 years passed, and a tremor ran through the world as the two worlds passage opened and things gradually became the situation today. The flame demon's cultivation was low, but even so, he managed to escape unscathed as he had been cultivating underground in a stream of magma. By the time he came out of retreat, he slowly realized that the situation on this continent had changed greatly. Hence, he immediately returned to the place he had been cultivating and hid away again. When Xianxia arrived and Gun appeared to devour the world, he couldn't continue hiding anymore and had no choice but to flee. In the end, he was captured by Xianxia instead. Xianxia looked surprised after hearing the story. Are you saying that everyone on this continent was killed by their own kind? They committed fratricide? The flame demon frowned. What do you mean by their own kind and they? Aren't you part of the demon race too? He had automatically assumed that Xianxia was part of the demon race after seeing the demon chi overflowing from Xianxia's body. It was just that his cultivation was too low for him to discern Xianxia's origins. That's right. The flame demon nodded in response. Xianxia frowned. I thought some sort of natural disaster befell the continent and caused all the demons to go extinct as a result. Who could have known that the truth was something like this? He was not worried that the flame demon might try to deceive him. The gap between their cultivation was so large that he would be able to tell if the other party was lying at a glance. But what exactly was the reason for the demon race to do something like this? Why would they do something so insane as to kill their own clansmen? Not to mention that the numbers were on such a large scale too. Recruiting demons above the demon spirit realm was clearly a means to form an army to pass through the two worlds passage and invade the star boundary. But even if the remaining demons were unable to contribute to the war, they were still the foundation of the demon race as a whole. Just what was the reason that made the demon race do something so drastic as to cut off their roots? Weren't they afraid that their entire race might go extinct? During the collapse of the world several days ago, I stepped out to check on the situation and saw a large amount of demon chi appearing all over the continent. It gathered in that direction. The flame demon pointed in a certain direction. It was the direction from whence Xianxia came. It was also the location of the two worlds passage. Where did the demon chi come from? For some reason, Xianxia suddenly thought about the demons who were killed in the star boundary. After their death, the demon chi in their bodies leaked out, traveled towards the two worlds passage, and enriched the demon essence within the demon land. The flame demon side probably came from the clansmen who were killed. The demon chi came up from the ground. Xianxia had a moment of epiphany. The explanation was reasonable indeed. He had just been wondering why the skeletons he retrieved from the small sealed world had contained no demon essence at all. It turned out that the demon chi and demon essence inside those bodies had already been drawn out. Sir, why did the holy venerables do this? The flame demon regarded Xianxia as part of the demon race and secretly believed that Xianxia was a demon half-saint. Therefore, he couldn't stop himself from asking Xianxia about the reason behind such a major incident. You'll have to ask them yourself. Although Xianxia had given an oblique answer, he could already guess the reason for the demon race's massacre. The demon saints had broken into the star boundary by using themselves as the bridge to connect the two great worlds. Even so, a bridge was just a bridge. They still needed another kind of force to break through the world barriers completely. The blood sacrifice of tens of millions of demons on the battlefield located in the Western Territory had been in preparation for this. Those demon race armies had been sent to die on that battlefield because the demon saints needed their demon chi. That was why the demons went insane and killed themselves at the last moment, causing the annihilation of the entire army. Meanwhile, the preparations had already been made in the demon realm continents a long time ago. The bones of billions of demons who died were buried deep underground. Their demon chi had condensed together without dispersing. It was so that it could break out of the ground when the time was right, and the moment the demon saints made their move was the time for the demon chi to erupt. With the power from both sides, the world barriers had been broken and the two worlds passages appeared. It was also due to the abundance of demon chi that 108 demon lands had emerged in the star boundary. The demon race has completely burned all their bridges. They fully intend to fight to the end by cutting off all their escape routes. How are they so confident that they can take over the star boundary? Even if they escape back into the demon realm after suffering utter defeat, it will be very difficult for them to recover from the losses without their vast population as a foundation. Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. He had the vague feeling that the demon race was planning something very big. But the current situation was so complicated and confusing that the goals on the board were unclear. The flame demon looked like he wanted to ask something else. However, Xianxia reached out to grab him and tossed him into the third region of the small sealed world before he could speak. Thinking that Xianxia was going to go back on the promise and attack him, a look of despair swept across the flame demon's face, but to his surprise, he soon found himself completely unscathed and stunned by the sight in front of him. There were many other demons living in the third region of the small sealed world, most of them residents who used to live in the territories under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo. As there were no disputes within the small sealed world, these demons had established many cities in the third region and settled down peacefully. The flame demon had appeared in the center of a city, and seeing so many of his clansmen living peacefully around him, he suddenly had the sense of being reborn and couldn't help bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Yang Cat sat on Gun's enormous head while forming seals with one hand. His eyes were tightly shut, and his divine sense surged. Combined with all the information he obtained today, he was trying to figure out the demon race's intentions. It was a pity that he failed to make sense of their plans even after puzzling over it until his head hurt. He was certain that the demons were planning something huge, and it was definitely something that would be detrimental to the star boundary. Unfortunately, the information he had was limited, so it was extremely difficult for him to grasp the entire situation. Gun's devouring movements had stopped, and its huge body seemed slightly swollen. Xianxia looked around only to chaos and nothingness in his surroundings. The continent they had arrived on had been cleanly devoured. Standing up, he stomped his foot and Gun's body immediately began to shrink and transform back into the sealed world bead, which he then put away. Several days had passed by the time Xianxia arrived on the next continent, where he released Gun and continued the process of devouring. Similar to the first continent, all the demons on this continent had been wiped out. Although it was an outcome he had expected, he still couldn't help frowning when his suspicions were confirmed. The two races were at war. They were each other's enemies. Logically speaking, as part of the human race, Xianxia shouldn't feel anything regardless of how many demons died. Rather, he should be wishing for even more of them to die. However, dying in battle was one thing while this was another. Nobody would falter and hesitate to kill an enemy who stood on the battlefield. They would only wish that they could kill even more of their enemies. Be that as it may, the demon race did not hesitate to destroy their foundation and slaughter their own people in order to break through the barrier between the two great worlds. That was quite a difficult truth to swallow. However, thinking about it again, Xianxia realized that the demon race had always been brutal. Back then, they arranged the Blood Sea Grand Array and even offered up all demon race living on Eternal Sky Continent as sacrifices just to subdue Bright Moon Great Emperor. Once the two worlds' great war settles down in the future, I need to carefully explain this to you, Ru Meng and the others. At the very least, they have to restrain their subordinates to prevent such a thing from happening again. While Gun was devouring the continent, Xianxia was not idle. War had broken out all over the star boundary, and the demand for mobility for the star boundary's armies was very high. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the rare free time he had to refine some more world beads. With enough world beads, the star boundary's armies would be able to come and go as they pleased. At some point, they might even be able to take the demon race army by surprise. Xianxia initially worked with the dead stars and large asteroids found in the lower star field to refine them into world beads. The size of the dead stars and the asteroids corresponded to the size of the interior space of the world bead he refined. Unable to leave his current position, however, he had no way of traveling to the lower star field. As a result, he could only look for a solution from the sealed world bead itself. Fortunately, the stripping of the second region had given him sufficient experience. Once he calmed down and considered it, he believed that it should not be too difficult. The first region was off-limits. Except for the area around the medicine garden, everywhere else in the first region was overcrowded with star boundary refugees. There was already not enough space for him to use, so how could he strip away land for other purposes? In that case, he could only target the third region. The third region was formed by devoured demon realm continents, so they naturally contained the world principles of the demon realm, allowing demons to survive comfortably on it. On the contrary, non-demons would inevitably be corrupted by the omnipresent demon essence and experience demonification if they remained there for too long. Those with insufficient soul cultivation were even more likely to become confused and degenerate into demons, unable to recognize their family and friends. Fortunately, Xianxia ruled over everything in the sealed world bead. All it took to strip an area out of the third region was a single thought. The hard part was purging the demon essence from said land. If the demon essence was not removed, the human race armies would not be able to stay inside the world bead for a prolonged period of time. After several attempts, several failures, and a lot of wasted time, Xianxia finally found a suitable method. 1 month later, the first world bead separated from the small sealed world was born. This world bead was different from the ones he had made in the past, with the largest difference being its size. The space was not big, but fitting 50,000 people into it wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't that Xianxia couldn't refine a world bead with a larger space, but rather that he was taking the star boundary's current situation into account. These smaller world beads were not only more effective but also took less time to refine. Continent after continent was devoured by Gun, and every time they came to a new continent, Yang Kai would activate the space beacons to try and contact Yu Rumeng and the 7 great emperors. Unfortunately, he had not been able to reach any of them so far. This made him wonder whether the great emperors were truly in the demon realm. If the great emperors weren't here, then where else could they be? There was no trace of them in the star boundary after all. Oh! 2 rays of light shone dazzlingly inside a bizarre space. One was red while the other was black. 2 burly and heavy-set figures sat silently inside the light rays. Their auras were deep and profound. They were both casting secret techniques, and the power in their bodies surged violently. Following the fluctuations in their power, the black and red lights continued to clash against each other. It was obvious just from looking at those 2 lights that the red light had the upper hand while the black light seemed to be in a suppressed state. Neither one of them knew how long this confrontation had lasted. It felt like only an instant had passed, but at the same time like thousands of years had gone by. Be that as it may, it did not matter to them how much time had passed. They were only focused on the enemy in front of them. All of a sudden, a resounding voice came from the black light. "Iron Blood Great Emperor, your reputation is truly well-deserved." Inside the red light, Zhan Wuhen calmly responded without a change in his expression. "The first demon saint isn't much. Among the 12 demon saints of the demon realm, Huang Wuji was recognized as the first demon saint. In comparison, the 10 great emperors of the star boundary had no rankings, much less an existence known as the first great emperor. However, Zhan Wuhen was undoubtedly the strongest in terms of combat power. That was also a tacit understanding among the great emperors. It was just that they no longer cared for titles or rankings anymore, so there was no need to make any kind of distinction between them. It would seem that Zhan Wuhen had the edge in the confrontation between the first demon saint and the first great emperor. If that were not the case, the black light would not be in a suppressed state. Huang Wuji burst out laughing. "So what if you are mighty? The star boundary will never escape the fate of being eroded away. Zhan Wuhen, you should know what's good for you and admit defeat. Otherwise, things will only end in tragedy." Zhan Wuhen said lightly, "You want to devour the star boundary? Be careful your teeth don't break when you try." Huang Wuji coldly snorted. "Do you seriously think this king can't defeat you?" Zhan Wuhen didn't say much in response. "Do it if you can." Huang Wuji sneered. "Fine. I'll do just that." As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly stretched out his hand into the void and something suddenly appeared in his palm. The moment this item appeared, Zhan Wuhen's expression, which had been as tranquil as an ancient well all this time, changed dramatically. He felt a wave of monstrous hostility hitting him in the face, and the aura coming from that item gave him a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help flashing back to the large hand that came out of the void crack in the skies above Blue Wave City that day. The hostile feeling he was experiencing at this moment was identical to the one given off back then. He hadn't been able to figure out just where that giant hand had come from, but now he understood. Focusing his gaze, a bright red light flashed across his eyes to penetrate the layers of obstacles and catch a clear glimpse of what Huang Wuji was holding. It was a pale, mummified, severed palm. The severed palm had been cleanly severed at the wrist by some kind of sharp weapon. Zhan Wuhen didn't know how long it had been since this hand had been separated from its owner, but clearly, it was long ago. Even so, a monstrous aura overflowed from it even now. Zhan Wuhen was shocked. He could only imagine how powerful the cultivation of the severed palm's master must have been just from looking at the power of this severed palm. Even Iron Blood Great Emperor, who thought he had already reached the peak of the martial Tao, felt as though he saw a new door opening in front of him when he laid eyes on this severed palm. For a moment, his mind and emotions churned violently, and he couldn't hold himself back, his entire body trembling slightly. Huang Wuji sneered. "Are you scared now? It's not too late to beg for mercy." Zhan Wuhen's body trembled even more as his head was lowered and his hair shaded his eyes, laughing softly to himself as he muttered, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." It was true after all. Huang Wuji could see Zhan Wuhen muttering something under his breath but could not make out the words. Even so, Zhan Wuhen's manner of not taking him seriously irked him greatly. Huang Wuji roared, "Bastard." While speaking, he lifted the severed palm and brought it down in Zhan Wuhen's direction. A blue light flashed out of the severed palm, which then transformed into a giant green palm that slammed violently into the red light. A brilliant light flared in an instant, causing a huge change in this inexplicable place. It felt as though the space could collapse at any time. Following that palm strike, the red light that originally had a slight upper hand shuddered erratically and retreated all of a sudden. Meanwhile, the black light immediately took advantage of the situation and seized the initiative. Inside the red light, Zhan Wuhen's body was slumped slightly and his complexion was extremely pale. Even so, a formidable fighting spirit erupted out of him as he forcibly straightened his back and let out a furious roar. At the same time, the erratically flashing red light swiftly stabilized. Courting death, Huang Wuji was amazed by Zhan Wuhen's willpower. Holding the severed palm, he swung the severed palm down again. The red light contracted once more. 3 palm strikes later, blood was trickling from Zhan Wuhen's mouth. The red light that used to hold the upper hand had been suppressed to the point it was clearly at a disadvantage. Iron Blood Great Emperor, who had not been injured for the past 10,000 years, was now terribly wounded just from parrying these 3 attacks. Nevertheless, he was still smiling extremely happily, almost as if he had seen something novel and interesting after many millennia of monotony. Huang Wuji shouted, "Zhan Wuhen, this king appreciates talented people. I'll ask you one more time. Will you surrender?" "Again. Come again," Zhan Wuhen shouted. Huang Wuji's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Furious, he was about to attack again when his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly put the severed palm away, looking as though he was scared of something dangerous. Lowering his head to look, he saw a bruise the size of a fingernail on the palm of the hand that was holding the severed palm just now. Zhan Wuhen waited for a while, but seeing that Huang Wuji was not attacking, he became impatient and shouted, "Why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for?" Hearing those words incensed Huang Wuji. He did not say a word as he changed the secret technique he had been casting. Black qi surged like a tide, crushing down on Zhan Wuhen. But contrary to his wishes, Zhan Wuhen immediately countered the attack. The strongest Great Emperor and a first demon saint fought each other to the death inside this bizarre space. Although there were no earth-shaking explosions or overbearing methods used, the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Nobody was aware of the ongoing battle between the Great Emperors and the Demon Saints. The people in the Star Boundary believed that the Great Emperors had entered the Demon Realm, and that was why they could not contact the latter. Who could have known that the Great Emperors were not in the Demon Realm at all? Yang Kai had a nagging suspicion of the possibility, but he couldn't be certain until he devoured every last continent. Since Yang Kai's departure, the conflict would arise every single day between the 2 races across all 4 territories of the Star Boundary. In the beginning, the demon race suffered great losses. Many of the demon lands did not have half-saints guarding them, while on the other hand, the Star Boundary's armies killed many of the demon race while nursing a hatred in their hearts over the invasion and destruction of their homeland. Quite a number of demon strongholds were even completely cleaned out. Take the Northern Territory, for example, where the 61st Army destroyed more than one such stronghold. Be that as it may, the demon race did not simply sit back and wait for death. The locations without the protection of half-saints were often evacuated before the Star Boundary's armies arrived. The demons would consolidate towards the 10 primary demon strongholds, and little by little, the armies stationed in those 10 locations became a mighty force which gave the Star Boundary a huge headache. 1 year after Yang Kai entered the Demon Realm, 98 out of the 108 demon strongholds in the Star Boundary had been obliterated. Only the 10 demon strongholds could not be destroyed. Each of these 10 demon strongholds had at least 7 or 8 half-saints assuming command now. With such a powerful force, it was impossible for just 1 or 2 armies to defeat them. The only way the Star Boundary could guarantee victory was by gathering at least 20 pseudo-great emperors to attack a demon stronghold. Moreover, even though the demon race armies at the various minor demon strongholds had either been wiped out or driven away, the demon lands never turned back to normal. What's more, with the passage of time and the increasing deaths among the demon race army, the demon lands in various parts of the Star Boundary had been steadily expanding in size. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan, the Great Elder and Second Elder of Dragon Island respectively, had come forward 2 months after Yang Kai's departure. Many members of the Dragon Clan left Dragon Island too at that time. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Dragon Island was directly and completely intervening in the Star Boundary's affairs. True to what Xianxia had said, the Dragon Clan might not care about what kind of chaos occurred in the Star Boundary, but they understood the principle behind the saying, without lips, the teeth go cold. Even if it had been just any other random person and not Xianxia who personally requested help, the Dragon Clan would not have ignored the issue. The two elders mobilized essentially the entire Dragon Clan upon learning that the Star Boundary was in such grave danger. The people of the Star Boundary originally believed that they would soon quell the war with Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan taking action. But who could have known that a demon saint would show up without warning just when the two Dragon Clan elders charged into one of the demon strongholds? This greatly surprised everyone. The great emperors and demon saints had gone missing together after all. Now that the demon saints had shown themselves, where did the great emperors go? Immediately following that incident, it was discovered that not all the demon saints were in the Star Boundary. There were only 3 demon saints who appeared specifically to deal with the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan. These 3 were Blood Demon Xueli, Feather Demon Fuyu, and Red Demon Huobo. Aside from these 3, the other demon saints remained missing. Li Wuyi carefully thought back to the scene on the battlefield of the Western Territory, and recalled that the ones who gave chase to these 3 demon saints were Yu Meng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian. Meanwhile, the opponents pursued by the great emperors did not show up. It was impossible to write this off as mere coincidence. Thus, it would seem that something had happened for the 3 demon saints, Xueli, Fuyu, and Huobo, to appear again while Yu Meng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian remained missing. These 3 demon saints had probably returned to the Star Boundary a long time ago. But even so, they had remained hidden so that they could wait for a chance to wipe out the leadership of the Star Boundary in one stroke. The 2 elders of the Dragon Clan struggled desperately in a battle of 2 against 3. In the end, Fu Zhuan suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, there were many Dragon Clan members and pseudo-great emperors accompanying them, so they managed to retreat safely. After the battle, Li Wuyi broke out in cold sweat. It was fortunate that they had managed to bring the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan out in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fu Zhuan's injuries were not too serious, but they couldn't be considered small either. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan was blessed with strong bodies and equally powerful regenerative abilities. She would only need to recuperate for some time to recover fully. Following this battle, they entered a strange period of calm. Out of the Demon Rack's armies in the 108 demon strongholds in the Star Boundary, 98 of these locations had been wiped out completely. Only 10 locations were left untouched. Unfortunately, nobody dared to act rashly due to the presence of the demon saints. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan, who was still recuperating, kept a close eye on the movements of the 3 demon saints, for fear that they would suddenly strike out and turn the world upside down. They were clearly in the Star Boundary. However, the sudden appearance of the 3 demon saints ultimately resulted in the demon race seizing the initiative in the war. With this advantage, the demon race seemed content with the current status quo for the moment and did not rashly start another fight. This rare moment of tranquility in the midst of such a chaotic world was tainted by the sense of apprehension that only served to hint at the storm that was brewing. A group of 5 currently stood on the mountain located 1,000 kilometers away from Blue Wave City in the Northern Territory, where Xianxia and Bingyun once stood side by side. All of them were staring solemnly at a certain spot 1,000 kilometers away. These 5 people were 61st Army's Adjutant UC, 35th Army's Army Commander Bingyun, 53rd Army's Army Commander Fu Rinjie, 19th Army's Army Commander Pan Gunyan, and 27th Army's Army Commander Shin Tu-Xing. There was no need to explain much about Fu Rinjie, as he was originally somebody from the Northern Territory. It was just that he had been secluding himself from the world before the outbreak of the war, hoping that one day he could suddenly gain enlightenment in the grand Tao amidst the bounties of nature. As everybody knew, he received an invitation from Li Wuyi after the outbreak of the war between the 2 great worlds and came out of seclusion to take up the post of Army Commander of the 53rd Army. He was a friendly and good-natured man that Xianxia had struck up a friendship with in the Western Territory. The origins of the 19th Army's Army Commander, Pan Gunyan, were even more outstanding. He had served under Ice Feather Great Emperor since he was a child as both a servant and a disciple. Although he could be regarded as Ice Feather Great Emperor's disciple, they did not have a formal master-disciple relationship between them. Ice Feather Great Emperor had a quiet temperament, so he had always lived in seclusion in the Northern Territory's heaven's borderline. If the Two Worlds' Great War had not been such a huge affair that involved so many, he would not have returned to society so easily. Seeing as Ice Feather Great Emperor would be showing himself though, it was only natural for Pan Gengnian to follow along. As for the 27th Army's army commander, Shen Tuxing, he was a member of Star Court. The people of the Star Boundary's Northern Territory today might not have heard of him, but if it was 10,000 years in the past, his name would have been a household name. It was rumored that he started his journey on the martial Dao at the age of 10, became an Emperor Realm Master at the age of 100, and became a Third Order Emperor at the age of 300. He was unrivaled in the whole of the Northern Territory and had even established a sect. However, he only stayed for 200 years before leaving without a trace. His whereabouts had been unknown ever since. Moreover, the sect he left behind was not deeply rooted and fell apart after a few hundred years. That was why nobody in the Northern Territory remembered the name Shen Tuxing. Who could have imagined that he had entered Star Court instead and had long since become a pseudo-great emperor? Most of the battles in the Star Boundary had ceased. Only the last 10 primary demon strongholds were left, like nails stuck deep into the flesh of the Star Boundary's 4 territories. As a result, the 55 armies of the Star Boundary had gradually converged in those places. The 5 armies of the Northern Territory had come together in this place. The armies numbered in the millions and were aggressively preparing to confront the demons in Blue Wave City. Adjutant Yao, how long has it been since Commander Yang entered the demon realm? Fu Renjie stared out into the distance for a while before abruptly asking the question. Yao Si replied, "It's been more than a year now." More than a year? Fu Renjie frowned. It has been more than a year now. There should have been some news, but Yang Kai has not sent any information from the demon realm up until today. It would seem that he has not found any traces of the great emperors. At present, the entire Star Boundary was relying on the 2 great elders of the Dragon Clan for support. Unfortunately, there were only 2 of them while the enemy had 3 demon saints. Even if the elders managed to tie down 1 demon saint each, who would be able to keep the last one from running rampant? The consequence of being unable to restrain the 3rd demon saint was that nobody could stop them from unleashing a killing spree. In reality, the demon saints had done just that when they first showed up more than 10 months ago. Huobo and Fu Yu had remained inside the demon stronghold, restraining the movements of the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan while Xueli had quietly snuck out, found the place where the Star Boundary's armies were stationed and began a wanton slaughter. Fortunately, there were many space arrays in the Star Boundary and space beacons were even more prevalent. All available pseudo-great emperors had blocked Xueli's attacks for a while so the 2 Dragon Clan elders could rush over. Xueli had been frightened by the arrival of the 2 Dragon Clan elders. He quickly exchanged a few blows with Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan before he turned into a bloody ray of light and fled. Afraid of falling into his trap, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan did not dare to chase him too far, and could only watch helplessly as he escaped. After that, Xueli traveled around the 4 territories and tried to attack the Star Boundary's armies many times. However, his attempts turned out to be fruitless. The 2 great elders of the Dragon Clan would soon appear seemingly out of thin air the moment he made his move. At this point, how could he not figure out the reason for their prompt arrival? Although he was gnashing his teeth in resentment, there was nothing he could do. If that were not the case, why else would the demon race remain so quiet even though they had 3 demon saints on their side? It was simply due to the fact that the mobility of the Star Boundary's forces was too strong. Even if all 3 of them worked together, they were not confident they could kill the 2 great elders of the Dragon Clan. At most, the battle would end with both sides suffering great losses. Who would be willing to do something so foolish? It was all thanks to the space beacons and space arrays that the Star Boundary could experience this momentary tranquility during these troubled times. Just what is the demon race trying to achieve? Bingyun frowned, staring out at Blue Wave City, which was located 1,000 kilometers away. At this moment, a strange building was taking shape inside Blue Wave City. Nobody cared when they first saw the building being constructed a few months ago, but now it had unexpectedly surpassed the height of 1,000 meters. and as time went on, it had only gotten higher and higher. The building looked like a tower from a distance, but how could such a tall tower exist in this world? Moreover, this tower was brimming with demon chi. There were demon race members hustling and bustling around it at all times as though trying to make the tower tall enough to reach the heavens above. The demon tower was an oddity. Nobody knew what the demon race was trying to achieve. The only thing they could be sure of was that this demon tower was detrimental to the star boundary. Besides, the reason why the three demon saints were willing to keep the peace for now was most likely related to this demon tower. According to the information from Li Wuyi, identical towers were being built at each of the 10 primary demon strongholds in the star boundary. Not only were the shapes exactly the same, but even the construction progress was more or less identical. The construction of the demon towers was a sign that a storm was about to come, which created an ominous feeling among the people. At this moment, Pan Gungnian's expression suddenly changed. He reached out his hand to grab at something. At the same time, a jade slip appeared out of thin air and was accurately caught by him. The other four noticed the familiar aura coming from the jade slip and immediately understood that this was a message from Li Wuyi. Thus, they turned to him and waited. Pan Gungnian immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, and after a while, he raised his head and said, "Supreme Commander Li asked me to organize an attack to see if we can destroy the demon tower." While speaking, he tossed the jade slip to Bing Yun, who was standing next to him. All 5 of them fell into a deep contemplation after taking turns to read the contents of the jade slip. Fu Renjie frowned. "The demon tower will not be easy to destroy. We have to try anyway," Yao Si replied. Shen Tuxing nodded. "We need to come up with a plan. We can't just sit here and do nothing." At present, the star boundary was more or less being led by the nose by the demon race regarding the war situation. Who could endure such humiliation in their own homeland? They had wanted to pay a visit to the demon race masters in the demon stronghold for a while now. It was just that they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that Li Wuyi had given the order, though, it gave them a justifiable reason to take action. They also understood the reason why Li Wuyi had specifically chosen this group of people to attack the demon tower. It was because the 61st Army was the strongest. There were 5 or 6 armies gathered at each of the 9 other demon strongholds, and their numbers were not few. Even so, the 61st Army was unrivaled in terms of the number of masters among its ranks. There were 3 demon race half-saints, a divine spirit, Qiong Qi, a 9th Order Red Dragon, Zhu Qing, and an abundance of Emperor Realm Masters. Just with this fact alone, it was unmatched by all the other armies. If the 4 other army commanders were included in the count, then there would be almost 9 pseudo-great Emperor-level masters gathered here. Aside from lacking a great emperor to lead them, how was this force inferior to any of the demon race's army? The group of 5 immediately returned to the camp to discuss various details regarding the plan. Although Yao Si's cultivation was low, he was the representative of the 61st Army, which meant that his status was equal to that of the other 4 people in the room. There was no awkwardness when he participated in the discussion. Rather, he was very eloquent, and his words regarding quite a few matters even made the eyes of Bing Yun and the others shine. "Oh!" Yang Kai remained seated on top of Gun Gun's head in the demon realm. He was constantly refining world beads, as not only were they beneficial to the Star Boundaries armies, but it was also of great benefit to him in improving his comprehension of the Tao of space. It had been more than a year since he first entered the demon realm, but the entire time all he was met with was silence. All the living creatures on every continent he came across had been exterminated. There were only a few lucky demon race survivors that managed to escape the disaster. Even so, he had not seen more than 10 such survivors over the past year. Hence, there was nobody to stop him. He simply needed to arrive on those continents and let Gun Gun devour them one by one. It would seem that the demon race had completely abandoned their homeland. The more Gun Gun devoured, the larger its body became. Simultaneously, the speed of devouring became faster and faster. Yang Kai could clearly sense that the 3rd region in the small sealed world was gradually becoming more and more complete. He had never felt this way before, and the realization had simply struck him one day when the demon realm continents had been devoured to a certain extent. The entire demon realm used to be a whole. However, It was later split apart for unknown reasons and turned into distinct continents that were separated by the void. The only way to travel back and forth between the various continents was by using the territory gates. Therefore, Gungun's devouring and integrating the land was simply a process of making the demon realm whole again. When this feeling truly reached its apex would be when the last continent in the demon realm had been devoured, and that moment was just around the corner. Unfortunately, Xianxia had still not been able to contact any of the great emperors or Yuru Meng up until now, therefore he was becoming certain that they were not in the demon realm. If they are neither in the star boundary nor the demon realm though, then where could they have gone? Could it be that they were stuck inside a void crack? The void was a boundless existence filled with chaotic nothingness. Even with the space beacons in his possession, Xianxia was not sure if he could contact the great emperors. Regardless of the reason, he was prepared to enter the void to search for them once he finished his matters in the demon realm. It would be best if he could find them. If not, he could only come up with another solution when it was necessary. On this day, Xianxia was refining a world bead with his mind immersed in the mystery of the Tao of space when his expression suddenly changed. Letting out a soft cry, a strange expression crept onto his face. There seemed to be an abnormality in a certain place inside the small sealed world. Without moving, Xianxia separated a thread of his consciousness, slipped into the small sealed world, and manifested a soul avatar once he discerned the direction of the source of the anomaly. It turned out to be a huge continent fragment that had been devoured by Gungun. Moreover, it was something that had just been devoured moments ago. Generally speaking, the continent fragments that Gungun devoured would quickly dissolve into the surroundings to enrich the third region. However, this continent fragment seemed to be rather unusual in the sense that Gungun could not fully dissolve and integrate it. Hence, it remained separate. This fragment stretched 10,000 kilometers, so it couldn't be considered big. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been buried deep underground and was rarely seen. After being devoured, the outer layer had dissolved to reveal an inner part that remained. Moreover, this continent fragment was filled with world principles that were both familiar and shocking to Xianxia. He didn't even need to study it carefully to tell that they were time principles. It was precisely because it was flooded and protected by time principles that this continent fragment had been safely preserved from the assimilation of the small sealed world. Xianxia was stunned. This continent fragment was part of the demon realm, so why was it brimming with time principles? Not to mention, they stretched out over such a wide area. What surprised him even more was that the aura of the time principles was exactly the same as the one he perceived in Flowing Time Temple. Raising his brow in thought, Xianxia pondered, "Don't tell me that these time principles are a legacy left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor? If so, that would mean that Flowing Time Great Emperor once came to the demon realm in the past." Xianxia couldn't help recalling what Xianxia once mentioned. When Flowing Time Great Emperor was cultivating in retreat inside his palace, he suddenly perceived some mystery of the outer universe and ventured out to explore it as a result. Unfortunately, he never returned. Only his natal artifact, the infinite hourglass, eventually returned to the temple. It was obvious that Flowing Time Great Emperor had encountered a powerful enemy and met with an untimely end. Could it be that Flowing Time Great Emperor left the temple and came to the demon realm? Perhaps he encountered a powerful enemy in the demon realm and fought a great battle, and this place was the battlefield where that battle had taken place? How else could such dense time principles be remaining in such a place? Even so, it was just a guess and there was no way to confirm it. Who could be certain about something that had happened so many tens of thousands of years ago? Everything was bound to change over time since the future was unpredictable. Following the demon realm's collapse, this battlefield had been buried deep underground where nobody could see. Thus, it had been preserved to this day. If he had not driven Gungun to devour the demon realm continents, this ancient battlefield would never have seen the light of day again. Does it really belong to the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Xianxia pondered for a while, then he stepped forward onto the ancient battlefield. Having spent some time in the Flowing Time Temple, he was very familiar with the aura of Flowing Time Great Emperor's remnant power. Therefore, he only needed to get a feel of the inside to know whether or not the time principles in this place were a legacy from Flowing Time Great Emperor. Xianxia had not sensed anything when he stood outside the ancient battlefield, but he suddenly felt as though his mind went stagnant the moment he stepped onto it. Not only did his thinking seem to stop, but everything in his surroundings also seemed to slow down. Xianxia instantly knew that he was under the influence of the time principles, and his divine sense immediately surged in response to protect himself. Only then did he barely manage to escape from their influence. As he continued forward, the time principles around him became increasingly dense. Xianxia had only proceeded across a distance of 1,000 meters before he was overcome with a sense of being unable to move. It was not a restraint or some sort of suppression. It was simply that the thoughts in his head were being infinitely slowed down. Oftentimes, it would take a long time for his body to even react once a thought was formed. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't help being amazed by how terrifyingly powerful Flowing Time Great Emperor was. Despite so many years having passed, Flowing Time Great Emperor's residual strength remained so strong. Just what was he like at the peak of his cultivation? Nevertheless, there was one thing Xianxia could be sure of: the time principles in this place were a legacy left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor. In other words, Flowing Time Great Emperor had entered the demon realm when he left his palace. Afterwards, he encountered an unknown master and fought a world-shattering battle here before leaving this place with serious injuries. Unfortunately, he died of his injuries before he could return to the star boundary. Following the death of the Great Emperor, the Infinite Hourglass returned to the temple on its own. Meanwhile, the Great Emperor's corpse fell into the East Sea. Over the years, his remains were scattered throughout the East Sea and became trophies for the monster race. All sorts of thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind, but he couldn't confirm them. Then, a strange idea appeared in his mind. Could the demon realm breaking apart and forming fractured continents have something to do with the battle at the time? Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? Suppressing the distracting emotions, Xianxia forged onward. His pace was extremely slow, and every move he made was jerky, almost like he was a wooden marionette controlled by strings. As the time principles washed over his soul avatar, he felt an inexplicable sense as though time was being stretched out to the point where one day felt like a year. It took him a whole day to walk the first 1,000 meters, but walking another 1,000 meters took him another 10 whole days. However, Xianxia's expression changed when he got to that point. That was because there was another force present on this ancient battlefield that was clashing with the time principles that were left behind here. Xianxia had failed to detect it before because he had been standing on the edge of the battlefield, but now that he had walked a little further inward, he immediately became aware of it. The battle that occurred tens of thousands of years ago had led to the death of a great emperor. Although the fate of the great emperor's opponent remained unknown, from the aura left behind by those two who had been fighting here, it was clear that they were unable to determine a winner up till this day. Nothing would have happened if Xianxia had not appeared in this place. The two forces raging across this ancient battlefield had long since formed a strange balance between themselves, but his decision to enter and investigate the situation had inadvertently broken this balance and given these two terrifying forces a solution to this stalemate. Although these two mysterious and unparalleled forces were extremely powerful, they lacked a host to focus and guide them, and thus had no way to determine the victor between them. Strictly speaking, these two forces in the ancient battlefield were upholding their master's will in life, but could only clash and antagonize each other, since they had no real ability to do any substantial damage to one another. On the contrary, Xianxia's arrival gave them a chance to settle things once and for all. Suddenly, Xianxia felt two forces invading his soul avatar without any apparent reason or prior approval. Those forces were so strong that he couldn't fight back at all as they collided and clashed with each other with his soul avatar as their battlefield. As a result, his soul avatar flickered erratically, as if it might break apart at any time. Xianxia's soul cultivation was now stronger than any pseudo-great emperors or half-saints. Even so, he had only split off a small portion of his consciousness to check out the situation here, so how could he withstand such a powerful force? His soul avatar was much too weak to act as a medium for this battle. It was akin to having two gigantic dragons trying to fight in a small pond. No matter what happened to the two dragons, the pond would definitely shatter from the fallout. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, while at the same time he hurriedly poured all his spiritual energy into his soul avatar. It was no longer just a sliver of his conscience this time around. Instead, he was giving it everything he had. He knew that he had accidentally encountered a critical moment where his life was at stake, and if he was not careful, he could end up dying here. The tragic ending of being killed by the remnant auras of an ancient battlefield that formed tens of thousands of years in the past was something he absolutely could not accept. Yang Kai's spiritual energy flooded out from his knowledge sea in a rapid torrent, allowing his soul avatar that had been flickering erratically to finally stabilize. Nevertheless, his brow creased deeply in pain. The two forces in his avatar couldn't care less about his feelings. The impact of every collision between the two forces felt as though it was going to tear him apart. Fortunately, he was still only on the periphery of the battlefield. If he had gone any deeper, the forces would have been even more terrifying. Even though Yang Kai found himself in a dangerous situation, it was not without a chance of survival. He would be fine as long as he left this ancient battlefield before his soul avatar was destroyed. It was a pity that it was extremely difficult to actually put his thoughts into action. It had taken him 10 days to travel a distance of 2,000 meters under the influence of the time principles, and he had only been under a superficial interference at the time. Now that the time principles had invaded his body, the influence was much stronger than before. Despite his intentions to retreat, it took Yang Kai a long time just to turn around and slowly trudge towards the outside. He only managed to walk no more than 3 meters before showing a pained expression. The strange thing was that even this pained expression appeared at an unusually slow speed, as though his own time had been extended indefinitely. A soft cracking sound rang out from the depths of his soul avatar at that moment, as all Yang Kai felt was a sharp pain coming from between his temples, as if something had been ripped apart. If anybody else had been around, they would have seen a real crack appearing between his eyebrows. The crack was only the beginning. More and more cracks began to appear all over his avatar as time went by, making him look like a porcelain doll that was about to shatter and fall apart. He looked like he would break into pieces at the slightest touch. It took a long time for Yang Kai to realize what kind of crisis he was in. Then, another long while passed before his anxious thoughts bloomed in his mind. However, his soul avatar was already covered in cracks by this time, causing his entire person to look extremely weird and terrifying. When it really came down to the moment where his life was hanging by a thread, Yang Kai's mental state calmed down all of a sudden. His steps might be slow, but he steadfastly continued to return along the path he came from. His consciousness was linked to his physical body outside the small sealed world, but what originally took no more effort than a single thought now required tremendous effort. The moment he could establish a connection, he immediately urged the power of the soul-warming lotus. A 7-colored light glowed brilliantly inside his knowledge sea as the 7-colored island shrank and returned to its original soul-warming lotus form. Spinning steadily in the sky, the lotus continuously sent out a dazzling 7-colored radiance. It felt as though a barren land finally received the blessing of rain. Yang Kai felt his sluggish mind recovering to its normal condition in an instant, while at the same time, a 7-colored light bloomed out from the cracks on his projection, shot out from his nose and mouth, and then enveloped his entire soul avatar. The majestic power of soul-warming lotus immediately cut off the influence the ancient battlefield had on him. The moment he broke free of the influence, Yang Kai immediately moved his soul avatar and rushed out of the ancient battlefield. Only then did he finally recover completely and escape the effects of the time principles. Having escaped from the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai swiftly returned to his physical body. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on top of Gungun's head, abruptly opened his eyes and gasped for breath like a drowning man that was rescued from the ocean. There was a trace of fear lingering on his face as his clothes were soaked in sweat. Before he could examine himself carefully, he gave a muffled grunt and 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nose as a dull ache threatened to split his head open, causing him to howl in pain. The encounter just now might not have killed him, but it had injured his soul. The pain from this kind of injury was many times more difficult to bear compared to ordinary physical wounds. After a narrow escape from death, Yang Kai's complexion was pale. Reaching up a hand to wipe at his nose, he found that the palm of his hand was covered in blood. Although he had successfully escaped the crisis, he couldn't help experiencing some lingering fears when he recalled his experience just now. More importantly, he only had one question in his heart: who was the one who had fought against Flowing Time Great Emperor back then? One must understand that, at the time, Flowing Time Great Emperor stood at the peak of the star boundary. Even the other great emperors that stood in the same realm could only look up at him in awe. Just like how heaven-devouring great emperor Wu Kuang had stood above his peers, the same held true for Flowing Time Great Emperor. Therefore, a person who could fight on equal terms with Flowing Time Great Emperor could only be a genius on par with him. Could it be the legendary Great Demon God? Yang Kai frowned. The first time he learned about the title of Great Demon God was in the Thousand Illusions dream world. Joining the barbarian race in war, he had fought against the demons in a life-and-death campaign. In the end, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. However, a giant palm had shot out through that rift in the sky and nearly ruined everything at the last moment. Everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on what had really taken place throughout the various eras. The battle between the barbarian race and the demon race during those ancient times had really happened. It was just that the process was somewhat different from what Yang Kai had experienced. Even so, Great Demon God's palm from the Thousand Illusions dream world really must have existed back then, which would mean that Great Demon God had really existed in that era. Later, Yang Kai employed every trick he had to convince Yu Ru Meng to bring him to the demon realm. Once there, he had asked her about Great Demon God. But to his surprise, her expression had changed drastically at the mere mention of the name, and she had warned him never to mention those 3 words ever again. These 3 words seemed to be taboo in the demon realm. Afterwards, Yang Kai forgot to inquire about Great Demon God again because he never heard anyone talking about him despite spending so many years in the demon realm. The strongest in the demon realm was none other than the 12 demon saints, in addition to the continent lord of 100 Spirits continent, demon dragon Chang Tian. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai began doubting that fact. It would make sense if the person who fought against Flowing Time Great Emperor back then was the Great Demon God. Judging from the current situation, Flowing Time Great Emperor had died after that battle. Likewise, it would seem that Great Demon God fared no better. Why else would there be no news at all about that person for so many years? While Yang Kai mulled over this matter, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, he jerked upright in surprise and made a soft exclamation of astonishment as he carefully examined his memories. Although he had lingered in the ancient battlefield for more than 10 days, it was only his mind that was immersed in it. Hence, he had not paid much attention to the condition of his physical body. Just because he did not pay any attention to his body did not mean that he would not notice changes in it eventually. Even ordinary people could sense when something changed about themselves, much less Yang Kai, who was a top cultivator. His mind had been so unstable just now that he did not notice anything. However, he now discovered something interesting. His soul avatar had spent more than 10 days in the ancient battlefield, but less than an hour had passed for his physical body. In other words, the flow of time in the ancient battlefield was many times faster than normal. He had experienced something similar before. Not only did he experience it, but Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had also benefited greatly because of it. The 2 little ones had only been a few years old when they entered Flowing Time Temple with Qiong Qi. However, they had already reached incredible heights in cultivation when Yang Kai went looking for them just a few years later. He later learned that it was because the 2 little ones had been cultivating for hundreds of years inside the Flowing Time Temple. Naturally, among the legacies of Flowing Time Great Emperor, there was a certain area within the restricted area of the temple that was overflowing with intense time principles. The rate at which time passed inside that area was very different from the outside world, which was how Yang Xiao and Yang Shui lived hundreds of years in just a few years. Not only did they mature during that time, but their cultivations also reached extraordinary heights. Unfortunately, the legacy of the Great Emperor was not limitless and would cease to exist once it was completely consumed. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the mantle of Flowing Time Great Emperor and also received the treasure known as the Flowing Time Temple. Even so, it was still difficult for them to achieve the glory that Flowing Time Great Emperor had enjoyed back in his heyday. It was impossible unless they reached the same level as Flowing Time Great Emperor in terms of cultivation and obtained extremely high attainments in the Tao of Time. The time distortion which allowed them to rapidly cultivate was probably the welcome gift Flowing Time Great Emperor had specially reserved for his legacy disciple. When Yang Kai heard about this, he was very happy for the 2 of them. Nevertheless, he had been very envious too. He himself had only cultivated for more than 100 years since he began his journey on the martial Tao. If he was given another few hundred years to cultivate, he was confident he would become a pseudo-great emperor. Nonetheless, the Tao of time still eluded him. Be that as it may, just being a pseudo-great emperor would be of great help in the current situation. As a high-ranked demon king, he was capable of matching a pseudo-great emperor or half-saint in battle. Following that logic, he would even have the strength to fight a demon saint if he were to become a pseudo-great emperor. He never imagined that such an amazing opportunity would fall into his lap one day. It was a pity that he did not know which continent Gun had just devoured. If he had known earlier, he would have devoured that continent back then, during his first visit to the demon realm, no matter the circumstances. If he had done that, his strength would have already undergone earth-shaking changes by now after more than 10 years had passed. For a moment, Xianxia was overjoyed, but it seemed the good things didn't end there. His emotions were tumbling in excitement when he suddenly realized that his soul had become stronger. Moreover, there was something extra in his knowledge sea. Back on the ancient battlefield, his soul avatar had been used as a medium through which the two terrifying forces permeating the land had clashed. He had felt unimaginable pain at the time, and his soul nearly collapsed as a result. It was only thanks to the protection of the soul-warming lotus that he was saved. As the saying went, those who survive a catastrophe are bound to enjoy good fortune later. He was tasting the sweetness of his good fortune right now. His soul had been damaged and later repaired by the soul-warming lotus. Thus, it was stronger than before after being broken and rebuilt. The power of his divine sense had also been significantly improved as a result. That aside, the power of the soul-warming lotus had swept through his knowledge sea and washed away the hidden murderous intent of the two forces that invaded his soul avatar, leaving behind pure energy. This energy carried the martial truth that belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor and the person who might be the great demon god. This martial truth was the condensed essence of a lifetime's cultivation belonging to the two masters. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia would still have needed to spend a lot of energy and effort to comprehend this truth, even if he had the two masters personally instruct him in its profundities. However, the situation right now was different. The two masters were both long dead, and only the pure martial truth remained in his knowledge sea. It was equivalent to directly enlightening him. All kinds of mysteries were contained inside this martial truth, and he had an unobstructed view into it as it was literally branded into his soul. It was as though these two people were holding a lychee in their hands and inviting him to feast upon it. Even if he took the lychee from them, he would still need to remove the skin and peel it to eat the flesh within. Be that as it may, the existence of the soul-warming lotus had done the job for him instead. Like a caring maidservant, the soul-warming lotus had stuffed the sweet flesh of the fruit directly into his mouth. Now, he only needed to chew and digest it. It was said that pie does not simply fall from the sky, but Xianxia was lucky enough to come across just such a situation. In his joy, he couldn't be bothered that his head felt like it was being split in two anymore. He quickly immersed himself and carefully examined the martial truth left in his knowledge sea. It truly was an amazing thing left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor and the suspected great demon god. If he could make it his own, the benefits it would bring towards improving his strength would be astronomical. Xianxia had only meditated for a short moment when he abruptly opened his eyes again. His mind flashed and he communicated with the small sealed world. Another person appeared in front of him. It was a tall and curvaceous figure with a pair of delicate wings behind her back. Who else could it be but Boya? Sir! Boya cupped her fists. He had kept Boya inside the small sealed world ever since he first placed her there. She was a mid-rank demon king. So although her strength was excellent for her realm, her presence or absence made no major difference among the many masters of the 61st Army. For that reason, Xianxia had not recruited her into his army. Besides, she seemed to have special fetishes, and he did not want her hanging around his wives all day long. More importantly, he had kept her in the small sealed world so that he would have a handy subordinate for himself when he needed one. It was also to deal with some unexpected situations. For example, it would be more convenient to have a helping hand in his present situation. After greeting him, she seemed surprised. Are we back in the demon realm again? They were standing on top of Gun, whose huge body was so large that one couldn't see the end at a glance. As Gun moved forward, the continents were being devoured. This scene was something she had gotten used to seeing after many times. Xianxia nodded before saying to her, "Keep watch. If anything happens, just call for me." After saying that, he entered the small sealed world without giving her a chance to object. He was gone before she even had the chance to speak, thus she was extremely annoyed at him. "I'm just a mid-rank demon king. What can I guard against? This is the demon realm. What if I run into a half-saint or something? Won't I be dead?" It wouldn't have mattered so much in the past, but I'm a traitor to the demon race right now. I will definitely suffer a terrible fate if I get captured by any of the demon saints. Nevertheless, she soon discovered that the continent was devoid of any vitality. Gun's devouring speed was so fast that it could cover 1,000 kilometers in an instant, but she did not see a single living thing in the process. Puzzled her greatly. What happened to this continent? The reason why Xianxia had entrusted the Gun to Boya for safekeeping was that Gun lacked a certain level of sentience. Therefore, Gun could only obey simple orders and act on its instincts. Once this continent had been cleanly devoured, they had to head towards another continent. At that time, somebody would need to remind Xianxia, who was inside the small sealed world, about this, and Boya was just the right person for the job. While Boya was in distress, Xianxia had already returned to the ancient battlefield. The difference was that he had come to this place with only a thread of his consciousness during his last visit, while this time he came in his true body. The flow of time on the ancient battlefield was very different from the outside world, so needless to say, choosing to cultivate inside this place would rapidly improve his strength. For him, what he needed the most now was time. Being a high-ranked demon king wasn't bad, but he was still greatly disadvantaged when facing off against half-saints. Even so, he had only become a high-rank demon king less than 20 years ago. He did not know how long it would take for him to become a half-saint. Hence, the appearance of the ancient battlefield was like giving a drowsy man a pillow. It was exactly what he was looking for. Xianxia's damaged soul had not recovered completely. No matter how powerful the soul-warming lotus was, it would still take time for it to repair such injuries. Nevertheless, the purified martial truth that gradually accumulated in his knowledge sea was just waiting for him to absorb its insights. Xianxia stepped forward without any hesitation and entered the ancient battlefield again. Just like before, the time principles in the surroundings wrapped around him and gave him a sense that time was being distorted confusingly. Having come here with just a thread of his consciousness during his last visit, it had been very inconvenient to be affected by the time principles. Unlike last time, he arrived with his true body this time. It was only natural that the resistance he had towards those effects was on a different level altogether compared to before. At the very least, he no longer felt a disconnect between his thoughts and his body. Forging ahead one step at a time, he traveled a distance of 1,000 meters in just a quarter hour, causing him to raise his brow slightly. When he first came here, it had taken him a whole day just to travel the first 1,000 meters. The advantages of coming to this place in his true body were showing. Xianxia did not proceed any further inward this time, though. That was because he knew that the two forces clashing against each other in this ancient battlefield would definitely wreak havoc on him again if he took one more step forward. His damaged soul had yet to recover completely, so he had to wait until he was fully recovered before making plans to proceed further. Besides, he only entered this ancient battlefield to gain more time to cultivate. After calculating the distance, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and let the soul-warming lotus repair his soul. In the meantime, he studied the pure insights that were gathered in his knowledge sea and absorbed the martial truth of the two masters. Time passed in a blink of an eye. His damaged soul returned to a complete state after several days, and after experiencing this disaster, his already powerful soul had gotten stronger by a slight margin. It might not be much, but it already saved him many days of hard cultivation. The moment his soul recovered was the moment Xianxia also completely comprehended all the martial truths that were gathered in his knowledge sea. The two forces belonging to the two masters were originally of different principles and attributes, so it should have been impossible for them to be fully integrated with each other. However, the purification of the soul-warming lotus had stripped away all extraneous components, leaving behind just the purest martial truth. That was the only reason why he could absorb both of them together. As the saying went, all grand chaos led to the same truth. This was no different. Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which had originally turned black due to his partial demonification, now glimmered with a slight golden light. It seemed insignificant in that pitch-black environment, but it was also extremely conspicuous, like an ember that would ignite into a raging fire one day. Yang Kai stood up and discovered that his thoughts flowed smoothly now with no sense of blockage whatsoever. Although the time principles were still flowing around him, they no longer had any effect on his body. He knew that this was part of the benefits of comprehending and absorbing the martial truth. Be that as it may, this was only the outermost periphery of the ancient battlefield where the residual time principles were the weakest. If he went deeper into the ancient battlefield, it would definitely be a different scene. Yang Kai took a step forward, and as he had expected, the two overwhelming forces in the surroundings immediately attacked him. It was the flowing time Great Emperor's time principles and another power belonging to another master. When Yang Kai came here with his thread of consciousness previously, he had been afraid of encountering unexpected events, which was why what he had perceived had not been very clear. It wasn't until now that he discovered under careful examination that the other force contained deep-rooted demon essence, which was incredibly compatible with the demon chi in his body. It was becoming more and more certain that the one who fought Flowing Time Great Emperor on this battlefield was one of the masters of the demon realm, even if it was not Great Demon God himself. A clear understanding bloomed in Yang Kai's heart as he realized why he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial truths of those two. He originally thought a free pie had fallen from the heavens, but he now knew that this piece of pie was not something that just anybody could eat. Although he had failed to obtain Flowing Time Great Emperor's true inheritance, Yang Kai had managed to cultivate the Time Fly's seal and scratch the surface of the Tao of Time. This gave him a relationship with Flowing Time Great Emperor, albeit a superficial one. With this foundation, it was only natural that he could comprehend and absorb the martial truth left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor. Similarly, he had been influenced by the world principles of the demon realm when he became a high-ranked demon king, undergoing demonification and having his emperor chi converted into demon chi. It was only because the soul-warming lotus protected the last pure land in his knowledge sea that he did not truly become part of the demon race. Even so, he could now be regarded as partially a member of the demon race. That was why he could comprehend and absorb the martial truth belonging to this ancient demon race master. Everything seemed to be a lucky coincidence, but who could say whether it was an opportunity or the work of the heavens? If anybody else other than Yang Kai had arrived at this place, they would not have obtained any benefits. Instead, they would have been eroded away by the martial truth and their cultivation would have been destroyed. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had come here, they would only be capable of absorbing the part of the martial truth that belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor. They would not have been able to gain anything from the ancient demon race master. The consequences of not being able to comprehend and absorb that portion of the martial truth would likely be disastrous for them instead. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out into a grin as he kept walking without pausing, taking one step at a time. When he came here via his thread of consciousness before, it had been underqualified to act as a carrier. Therefore, he only persisted for a short while before he was unable to bear the pain and quickly retreated instead. Now that he arrived here with his true body, it was proving to be a much stronger carrier than a mere wisp of consciousness had been. If the previous soul avatar was equivalent to a small pond, then his true body was a lake that could withstand much more. Even so, it still could not contain the attacks of the two giant dragons. That was simply beyond his current limits. 5,000 meters. The strength of his true body, coupled with the martial truth that he had absorbed before, allowed Yang Kai to advance 5,000 meters before he had to stop. At this point, he could no longer move forward. He would probably sustain indelible injuries if he tried to force his way forward. His soul felt like it was tearing apart and the pain in his physical body was unbearable. His entire body shuddered uncontrollably as traces of golden blood oozed out of all his pores. Still, he grit his teeth and clenched his fists with a savage expression that was rather terrifying. The soul-warming lotus was already emitting a 7-colored glow, constantly repairing the damage done to his soul. Accompanied by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai did not have to fear dying here, so he quietly inspected his condition. His soul had not reached its limits yet, but his physical body could not withstand anymore, which was only to be expected. His soul already exceeded the level of a half-saint due to his relationship with Yu Rumeng, but his body was only that of a high-rank demon king. The gap between these two was simply too large. Pondering in silence for a while, Xianxia let out a low roar, dragon transformation. It was a pity that his physical body could no longer withstand the pressure even though his soul had not reached its breaking point, so the simplest solution was to strengthen his body. A dragon roar sounded and a dazzling golden dragon head appeared and vanished in a flash. Then Xianxia's body rapidly swelled up. Following a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body. 2 short dragon horns appeared on his forehead. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail flicked behind him. His transformation stirred up a cloud of smoke and dust on this ancient battlefield. His half-dragon form still retained some resemblance to his human form, but his dragon clan features were clearly more defined than before. After the dragon transformation, Xianxia breathed heavily. The air that blew out of his nostrils formed gusts of wind, giving him an extremely majestic impression. He was stunned for a moment and scratched his head, vaguely feeling as though he had grown slightly taller. Examining himself carefully, he discovered that it was not just his imagination. He had certainly grown taller than before, thus he couldn't help feeling amazed by the changes. The last time he performed the dragon transformation secret technique was during his deadly battle against Windlord in the Flowing Time Temple. He had been wandering about in recent years and was so busy that he had no time to cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique. Nevertheless, he had been consuming dragon blood pills regularly, so his body had been growing larger without his knowledge, even though he had not deliberately tried to cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique. It was just that this process took a very long time. The dragon clan had always been long-lived, therefore growth had never been a matter of urgency for them. Since his battle on Dragon Island, despite consuming so many dragon blood pills and dragon blood flowers over the years, he had only grown to about 320 meters. During the fight with the Wind Lord in the temple, he had given it his all. After that, he went to the lower starfield to refine world beads. He didn't even have the time to consume more dragon blood pills he had refined, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have grown much at all. But now he estimated that he had grown to 400 meters in height, which could only be described as a huge eruption in growth. For the dragon clan, a bigger body undoubtedly signified greater strength. The largest among the dragon clan elders in the dragon temple throughout the generations had been just shy of 1,000 meters, a length that none of the current dragon clan could compare to. Xianxia had the golden divine dragon source, and the more he integrated with the source, the bigger his body would become. Now that his body had increased in size, it would mean that his source strength had been stimulated again somehow. After giving it some thought, Xianxia guessed that his rapid growth was probably due to the benefits he received during his battle with Windlord. He had gone all out after executing the dragon transformation, so his golden divine dragon source strength must have been developed without his knowledge at the juncture of life and death. He had been so exhausted at the time that he had not noticed anything, therefore it wasn't until today that he discovered the benefits. This discovery could be regarded as a pleasant surprise, as the stronger his physical body was, the more punishment it could withstand. The surrounding pressure that was crushing his body suddenly became lighter after he assumed his half-dragon form. He had been struggling to take another step forward before, but now he had no trouble continuing forward again. With this, he traveled another 5,000 meters. Xianxia finally stopped in his tracks. This was his limit. His large body sat down cross-legged, looking like a small hill. Then, he opened up his mind in the middle of this ancient battlefield, allowing the two forces to enter his body while he quietly comprehended this phenomenon. 3 months passed just like that. During that period, Xianxia did not move in the slightest. It wasn't until 3 months later that he abruptly opened his eyes. His majestic dragon eyes were brimming with energy, and it was clear that he had benefited greatly from this endeavor. He couldn't stop himself from breaking into a grin. However, what came next was a rumbling sound that shook the world itself. If a timid person had witnessed this scene, they might have been scared to death by the sight of his horrifyingly large mouth spreading out in a grin. The two forces that had been raging against each other in the outer periphery of the ancient battlefield for countless of years had vanished completely. They had been absorbed into his body and refined into his strength. Without the influence of the time principles here, the flow of time in this area returned to normal. A thought flashed in Yang Kai's mind, and in the next moment, Boya, who was sitting on top of Gungun's head with her chin resting on both hands and a bored expression on her face, suddenly heard Yang Kai's voice. How long has it been? Although she didn't understand why he was asking her such a strange question, she still answered seriously, "It's been 5 days. Good. It has only been 5 days. Inside the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai stood up and strode forward. His steps were unhurried, but every step made the earth tremble slightly. At the same time, the scabs covering his body fell off with every step he took. He had not taken many steps when a doubtful expression appeared on his face. Why does it feel like I've grown a little taller again? Yang Kai touched the top of his head and made a slight gesture to measure his height. Then, he discovered that it was not his imagination. He had indeed grown taller. It wasn't much, only about 10 meters or so. But this was already an incredible achievement. The longer the dragon, the harder it was for them to make further progress. With his current 410-meter-tall body, it would be difficult for him to grow by 10 meters even if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret technique assiduously for 3 to 5 years. Contrary to his expectations, he easily achieved such growth just by meditating in this ancient battlefield for 3 months. And it wasn't even on purpose. Could it be that the martial truth also has the effect of improving the dragon clan's bloodline power? It's not necessarily impossible. The masters of those two forces had both reached the absolute pinnacle after all. The martial truth contained in their power is difficult even for the current demon saints and great emperors to fathom. It's not surprising if it has some unique effects attached to it. Perhaps it might even be related to how the two forces keep clashing with each other. These two forces had been clashing with each other while using his body as a carrier, allowing him to comprehend the mysteries with a detached feeling. Since his body was in the battlefield and was constantly being stimulated and damaged before being repaired, it was only natural that it would help to develop and improve the bloodline in his physical body. This is a good thing. Yang Kai smiled happily and continued moving forward. This time, he only reached his limit after traversing a distance of 5,000 meters. Although it was said that the two forces would grow stronger the deeper he went, the suffering he experienced previously had not been in vain. 3 months of intensive cultivation had allowed his body to grow stronger, and he could go further as a result. During the time Yang Kai was devoted to his cultivation in the ancient battlefield, a war had broken out in the demon land around Blue Wave City. By the order of Li Wuyi, the 61st, 35th, 53rd, 19th, and 27th armies had launched a full-scale attack. They were practically going all out in their attempt to destroy the demon stronghold in Blue Wave City. On the other hand, the demon race was waiting in trepidation in the demon land of Blue Wave City. Both parties had been fighting fiercely for the past several days, and as a result, each side suffered terrible casualties. There were corpses everywhere on the battlefield, and rivers of blood ran in every direction. In the end, the demon race army faltered first and showed signs of defeat. The 61st Army immediately took advantage of this opening and charged to within 30 kilometers of the tall demon tower. By this point, the demon race army had long since set up an ironclad defense around the periphery of the demon tower. Countless demons were desperately fending off the advance of the Star Boundaries army while defending the demon tower to the death. A majestic palace flew out from the rear at that moment with Xianxia and Yang Shui standing side by side at its main entrance. Strong winds blew at them, making their clothes flap wildly in the wind. Even so, they each continued executing their respective secret techniques. Amidst a loud humming sound, the palace slammed into the demon tower. The Flowing Time Temple was a great gift from Flowing Time Great Emperor to his descendants. This temple was not something as simple as a mere palace. It was in fact an extremely powerful flight-type artifact with astonishing offensive and defensive capabilities. Borrowing the power of the temple, the pair prepared to destroy the demon tower in the most direct manner possible. The distance between the huge palace and the demon tower quickly narrowed, and all the demon race members blocking the way were smashed into blood mist. At the same time, a barrage of attacks rained down on them from all directions but were blocked by the light barrier that surrounded the outside of the temple. The curtain of light was very sturdy, and those attacks only caused a light ripple to appear on the barrier's surface, leaving both Xianxia and Xianxia completely unharmed. The barrier surrounding the mobile palace of Flowing Time Great Emperor was not something an ordinary attack could destroy, even if these two little ones could only draw upon a small part of its power. Upon seeing this situation, 3 demon race half-saints immediately launched into the sky and headed towards the temple. They made their move before the temple could even get close, slamming directly into it with terrifying strength. Following that, 2 figures rushed out from the temple, one big and old, one small and young. Wherever Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, it was a given that Xianxia and Lu Yan would be there too. A tiger's roar and a phoenix's cry rang out. When Xianxia and Lu Yan clashed with the 3 half-saints, space itself shattered. Xianxia was a veteran divine spirit, and among all the divine spirits in the half-saint and pseudo-great emperor realm in this world, only Li Wuyi was capable of suppressing him. Nobody else was worth anything in his eyes. If it had been a one-on-one fight, no half-saint would have been capable of defeating him. Unfortunately, Lu Yan was slightly inferior in that aspect. Although she had the Phoenix True Fire and had become a true divine spirit, it had not been long since she started cultivating this new strength. In the first place, a divine spirit was an existence that relied on the accumulation of time to become strong. So while she might be much stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, she did not have much of a winning chance against the likes of a half-saint. For that reason, she immediately fell into a disadvantageous position when she faced 3 demon race half-saints as her opponents in battle despite having Xianxia beside her. Fortunately, they were not required to kill these half-saints, they just needed to buy some time. The Flowing Time Temple rushed forward with a loud rumble while the 3 demon race half-saints were tied down. The other half-saints were similarly held up in their own respective battles, so there were no other available masters to hinder the pace of the temple. At that moment, the pandemonium on the battlefield seemed to quiet down and the entire world froze in place. Under millions of gazes, the Flowing Time Temple slammed into the pitch-black demon tower. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were standing at the entrance to the temple, were the first ones to react to the impact. First, their complexion paled significantly. Then, they both coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, a dull, thunderous explosion boomed out. The curtain of light surrounding the temple crumpled inward but did not shatter. A circle of light subsequently flashed out, spreading in all directions. The demon tower vibrated slightly from the impact before returning to its original state. The demon race half-saints, who had been staring so intently that their eyes nearly exploded, instantly felt relieved to see that the demon tower was safe. They rushed towards the demon tower without regard for their safety, intent on protecting it even if that meant allowing their opponents to injure them. How could the Star Boundary not realize just how important the demon tower was to the demon race after witnessing such a scene? When the demon towers first appeared, nobody in the Star Boundary knew what they were for, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. By the time they started taking notice of the demon towers, they had already taken shape. Li Wuyi had vaguely guessed that these demon towers would be of great use to the demon race, which was why he had ordered the 5 armies gathered in this place to try attacking to see if there was a chance for them to destroy one of them. After this attempt, the Star Boundary learned that the demon towers were much more important to the demon race than they had ever expected. Contrary to their expectations, the half-saints had even disregarded their own safety to protect the demon tower. How could the many pseudo-great emperors that were present allow the half-saints to do as they pleased? They hurriedly chased after the half-saints to deal even more damage to their enemies. Standing above the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui exchanged a glance with each other. After so many years together, there was no need for discussion for them to understand each other. Forming new hand seals, the temple retreated at an extremely fast speed, moving back more than a dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then, pushing their chi madly, they sent the temple hurtling towards the demon tower once more. Although the first blow had not managed to destroy the demon tower, that did not mean their attack was ineffective. They knew better than everybody else that the demon tower might be sturdy, but it was definitely incapable of withstanding 3 collisions with the temple. They were certain that they could completely demolish this demon tower with 3 strikes. Regardless of what the demon race was originally planning, there was nothing they could do to prevent the destruction. Another explosive collision rang out. The demon tower shuddered as if it were about to fall, but eventually stabilized itself again. The half-saints on the battlefield became even more desperate at the sight and went so far as to use forbidden techniques, draining their own life force and vitality just to increase their strength in order to break free from their opponents as soon as possible to stop Xianxia and Yangshue's actions. It wasn't just the half-saints, even the demon kings were acting in desperation. For a time, the already stormy battlefield became even more chaotic than before. The might of the 61st Army was fully displayed at a time like this. There were always benefits to having an abundance of masters in their ranks, and in the face of the various counterattacks coming from so many masters of the demon race, they immediately responded by taking up positions to block any threat from disturbing Yangshuo and Yangshue. When the flowing time temple slammed towards the demon tower for the third time, Yangshuo and Yangshue's faces were as pale as sheets. Even so, their gazes were fixed resolutely on the demon tower. At the last moment, a halo of light spun as energy gathered in one place, opening a huge vortex in front of the demon tower. Two pairs of eyes involuntarily narrowed at the sight from where they stood on top of the temple. Yangshuo and Yangshue had no idea what this vortex was, but they understood that victory and defeat all hinged on this next attack. Thus, they poured all of their strength out without reserve. A delicate foot suddenly stepped out from the vortex, followed closely by a slender figure that appeared in midair. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's, and her looks were as gorgeous as the finest jade. There were a pair of delicate wings behind her back. Wang. As soon as both her feet stood in the air, the entire world seemed to shudder in response. Yangshuo was stunned for a moment before his expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Fu Yu!" There were currently 3 demon saints in the star boundary, and each of them was extremely famous. Even if he had never seen any of them up close before, Yangshuo had caught a glimpse of them from afar back at the Western Territory. What's more, the characteristics of the feathered demons were so obvious, how could he fail to recognize the truth? Why is she here? How did she get here? Wasn't she guarding a demon land in the Eastern Territory? The Eastern Territory was located millions upon millions of kilometers away. Even if Fu Yu was a demon saint, it would take her several days just to fly here from there. There was no way she should be able to appear out of nowhere just like that. Thinking back to what he just saw though, Yangshuo felt a shudder in his heart. That demon tower. It can't be. Does it function like a cross-territory space array? That's the only way to explain the current situation. The moment Fu Yu appeared, most of the masters in the star boundary paled in unison. Yao Si, who was in charge of the main army, immediately took out a space beacon and contacted the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan. The reason he didn't go into battle was not out of cowardice or the fear of death. It was just that somebody needed to take charge of the overall situation since all 5 armies had been deployed. The other army commanders were pseudo-great emperors who were needed in battle to restrain the movements of the enemy half-saints. On the other hand, Yao Si was far weaker. Be that as it may, it was not a problem for him to coordinate and command the army, which was why Bing Yun and the others had handed over the command of the entire coalition to him. In reality, he had done an excellent job, and thanks to his superb tactical command, an opportunity for Yangshuo and Yangshue to launch their attacks twice had been created. Unfortunately, the third attack was doomed to fail. Just as Yao Si was sending a message to the elders of the Dragon Clan, Fu Yu's crystal-like eyes swept over Yangshuo and Yangshue lightly. Her gaze was completely indifferent, almost as if she was looking at 2 insignificant ants in front of her. However, a small change finally came over her expression when she saw the flowing time temple. She made a soft sound of surprise as she could clearly tell just how extraordinary this flying temple was. The distance between the flowing time temple and the demon tower was rapidly shortening as after Yangshuo and Yangshue's initial moment of surprise, they neither retreated nor changed their trajectory. Instead, they concentrated even harder to direct the temple toward the demon tower. That was because they knew that there was no chance of escaping in the presence of a demon saint. Instead, it might be more beneficial to try and snatch their lives back from the gates of death by staking everything they had on a single attack.